Live and direct, and welcome everybody back for another day of incredible leadership content to help you lead your life, lead your business. And I'm really excited because today we have such an incredible and unique day. Folks in the virtual auditorium, as per usual, let us know where you're from. I see folks are real excited about day 4. Kelly, thank you for the love. And Karen that says, so happy to be back. And we've had this virtual auditorium and this community, this worldwide community here every day. And I see Dagmar's also in the virtual auditorium. Hello to my good friend, Glenn. We have Bob from Boston. We have our friends in the Philippines. We have friends in Europe, all over the place. And also we want to thank our friends at Roku TV for broadcasting this on our on-demand TV channel after the fact as well. And I'm just real excited. I want to kick it off with you, Alicia. Alicia, how excited are you for day 4 of this summit, please?
Thank you so much, Mo. Everyone, welcome to Quantum Leap Day 4. So excited and delighted for you all to join us today. It has been a remarkable 3 days already. We've heard from individuals on mindset, how to get aligned within to really be able to receive that leap opportunity to jump forward, how to structure and organize your business, how to work with your energy from the inside out to build relationships, and to really nurture the communities that you're a part of. So we thank you all for joining us from all around the world. Get excited for day 4 here at Quantum Leap 2024. This is truly an opportunity to join in community and leap forward for all of the things that you want to evolve, to expand in both your professional life and your personal life, Come leap forward with us today on Quantum Leap Day 4. And with that, I will pass it on to Ava Emanuel, the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune.
Alicia, thank you so much to our audience. Day 4, let's go. I'm so thrilled. The last 3 days has been really, really profoundly amazing. Like lots of tips came. And we said we are over 100 speakers. Yes, we are going over 100, clocking about 130 speakers now. And we have a surprise announcement to make later on. So stay tuned. We are excited seeing our virtual audience from everywhere saying where they're from, what time it is in different parts of the world that you're joining us from. So thank you. Everything that we're doing is all for you. Yeah, you are our inspiration. So thank you. It definitely brings us joy and fulfillment to see that you are receiving this. And make sure, I would like to encourage you to register. I'm going to put it up here. Register. Our speakers are generous. They're giving free resources, information, tools, and tips. It's coming in through our emails, and we'd love to get them to you. Register. And so I'm going to put the link up to also register so that you can make sure that we can get the resources to you. And with that, my mentor, one of my favorite ones, the author of Life on Your Terms, one of the masters of NLP, he created a new design called Mind Design, Rex Sykes.
Wow, I'm wearing a green shirt. I just realized you're seeing through my chest. I'm invisible here. That's pretty wild.
You're wearing your books, Rex. You're wearing your books.
I'm wearing my book.
You're wearing your books.
Very cool. No,
Yes.
This is exciting. This day 4 is an exciting day. I like to think that one day is not better than the next, except that the momentum builds and that you have that collective energy and people show up, and we have new speakers, great speakers, experts, giving their advice to this worldwide audience at no charge, just giving it away, dishing it out to help people to go to that next level, whatever that next level is for anyone. Some are just starting on the journey, some are very advanced, and you will find and can utilize all sorts of different things from the different people who are presenting here today, as well as each and every day. And if you haven't seen the replays, be sure to go and see the replays, and then tweet it out and put it on your social media and share it so other people can join us, whether they join us live or in replay.
Yes, please join in on the collaboration and share your thoughts with our audience. Comment, share the link to encourage the individuals, your friends and families and colleagues to join in on these powerful conversations with us today. We've created the space for our full community to really dive into what it means to leap forward. And we're very, very excited. And we have Mo back on stage right now. Mo, what do you think?
Alicia, and we're going to have, Rex, go ahead, please.
I just want to say that you don't get the accolades too often. People thank you because of what you've done and what you've accomplished by putting this together, and Ava and Alicia, and the team working together. But each of you should in your own way be uplifted and edified. And I thank Ava, I thank Alicia, and I thank you, Mo, for what you've done to the community and how you each are changing the world together in harmony. And I appreciate you.
Well, thank you so much for that, Rex. I appreciate that. And, I want to shine the light on some of the incredible leaders that we have internally here at the LA Tribune. One of those leaders is Alicia. And Alicia, you have a very incredible and impressive background. Not only are you Ivy League graduate, you worked at the highest levels of banking and finance and at the corporate level, at the HQ level. And we're so humbled to have you as one of our leaders here at the LA Tribune. And you in your own right are a thought leader. So before we have Sir Kyle join us here in a few minutes, I want you to share a little bit of your wisdom for the folks watching. I mean, your background is so impressive in the work you do with the Tribune, and you truly are a leader. What advice do you have, Alicia, to the folks watching as far as how to make their 2024 their best year for their lives and their best year for their businesses? I got to find a pencil because I've been really wanting to ask you this question. Alicia, please.
Thank you so much, Mo. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Quantum Leap 2024. It really starts, I believe, with that mindset within. We are here to leap forward, but we really need to leap within ourselves and figure out who we are and where we're at and reflect from that place, because so much more changes when our energy from the inside out is aligned to attract all it is that we want from the world around us. And so as you all tune in and listen today, really ask you to reflect and meet yourself where you're at, wherever that place is, and get to know yourself, get to learn from yourself, get to love from yourself. And from that place, you can absorb everything that's around you, learn from the others around you, and then be able to be in a place where you have the ability to execute. That mindset is truly remarkable. And what's been great about being at the Quantum Leap Summit this week is we've truly been able to hear from thought leaders around what it means to have that internal mindset, what it means to have that belief, and then what it means to have a structure to be able to execute. And we're thinking about that conversation from a quantum leap perspective in our personal life, but that is truly how you can succeed in business too. It's about who are we from the inside out? What are our missions and our values? How are we trying to impact and serve the community around us? And then what is our strategic plan? And who are our partners, whether they're internal on our team, whether they're client partners that we work with, whether they're our community and our audience and our clients that we're serving. Who are all of the individuals that are part of our working ecosystem, and how are we showing up to serve them? And from there, having a strategic plan to be able to execute, to be able to commute with your partners. That's how you truly build a business from the inside out. That's how you grow to scale. That's how you create impact. And that's how you build those relationships that last in your community. And so it works as well as in your mindset, in your personal life, but it's the same consciousness and principles to apply to our businesses, because that's how we truly push our businesses forward. Understanding who we are, understanding how we're trying to serve and the impact that we're trying to have, and then making sure we have that structural foundation, business foundation in place to actually be able to execute and to implement. Dame Doria on a few days ago on day 2 spoke about implementing, executing. It's great to have the mindset, but then how do we implement? How do we execute? And if we have those tools and those resources internally, that's amazing. But if we don't, that's an opportunity to partner with others that have those skill sets, that have what it is that you're looking to do, to put out there in the world, whether it's marketing, operations, business solutions, your CRM management system. What is that operational structure? When we work in community together, that's how we grow and that's how we serve. So super excited to be here with you all today. We have a jam-packed day 4 lined up for you today. These are just some of the thoughts that I've had in my personal life and I've applied to business and sharing with you all. And take that in your own way, interpret that for whatever it means for yourself, because we're all different. We're all coming from a different place. But these are some of the ways to think about that kind of structural foundation across the board and that crossover, because we are one. Who we are in personal life is who we are in business and vice versa. We think there's a line, but that consciousness, it goes across both. It goes across both to personal and to business. So with that, I will now hand it over to Ava.
Well, I would say, wow, right? Wow. There were a lot of things there, from mindset to relationships to core values, clarity and mission, vision, who you're serving, to strategies. I wanted to take the opportunity to let our audience know, the Los Angeles Tribune is growing in a big way, in a massive way. Not only are we a media company, a news company with printed newspaper still to this day, but we are also serving our business community in a way that we're actually providing business solutions now. And Alicia is the head of our business solutions department, strategic planning with businesses, and we have the Los Angeles Tribune CRM that we are now offering and also serving clients with. So a lot of times, as the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, every time I meet with clients, our potential clients who would like to advertise with us, I would look at how can we generate eyeballs to clients, right? And they don't have the structures in place to be able to generate, to be able to convert eyeballs to clients. And so, we started to create those solutions for our clients and any businesses, entrepreneurs that are out there. And Alicia is that person who's heading that department. So Alicia, thank you so much. Rex, before we bring Kaya over, what I would love to hear some comments from you. Except you're muted, Rex.
I'm going to say something that will step on the toes of some people. But if somebody tells you it's not all about positive thinking, they don't know what positive thinking is, because it is all about positive thinking. Because if you're not thinking correctly, you're not going to act. If you think I can't, or it's too hard, or it's not worth it, or any of the thoughts that aren't, moving you forward, you won't take the right actions, you won't do the right things, you won't speak to the right points, and you won't connect with the right people. If you think that person isn't worth it, or I'm better than they are, or they're better than I am, then you're missing the point. And so it's all about what you do between your ears and your heart. It's the combined synergy between your thoughts and your emotions that release the proper chemicals in your body that give you the feeling of well-being, or the feeling of I can initiate this and I can maintain it and I can persist and I can follow through. But if you're thinking poorly, then your actions will be poor. Actions are important, but they are the outgrowth. They're the result of what you first think. If you think, well, I can just act and I don't have to be positive, go ahead and try it. I mean, just go ahead and try it. You'll find that there's all those people who are not getting the results they want, or not getting the results they want because they don't think they can, they don't think they can deserve it, they don't think they will do it, they aren't certain about it, they doubt, they fear, they worry. So if you're not thinking positive, the alternative sucks. And if somebody tells you it's not about positive thinking, it's about something else, they don't know what they're talking about. They just don't know what they're talking about. Because if your mindset isn't right, if your attitude isn't right, you're not going to go anywhere. But when you activate your attitude and it is powerful and unstoppable, you can get anywhere.
Absolutely. And I think this is the perfect segue, being in mindset and attitude and thinking, to bring our next host, and going to be the host for the rest of the day, as a matter of fact. He is an NLP expert, especially applying to sales and clothing. So, host Sarkaya Redford.
What's
Welcome,
up? What's
Sarkaya.
up? How exciting. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, Kaya.
Okay, fantastic. Wow, what a tremendous, amazing event. You know what? We've got to give an incredible shout out to the LA Tribune, one of the third oldest newspapers. It might be in LA, but for me, it's like one of the third most iconic newspapers in the world, right? Back from 1886. Shout out to CEO Mo Rock, an incredible leader that is taking the world by storm with this mission and this vision, because it really represents a brand that is doing things in a very different way, right? Most news, as we know, is always reporting the negativity in the world. And why do they do that? Because they're smart. I don't like them, but they're smart. They know that people are addicted to watching the drama and the negativity in the world. And so the LA Tribune is taking a stand for humanity. It's taking a stand for making a difference, making the world a better place. So I'm truly, truly honored to be part of this mission and this vision. And our goal, speaking humbly, because we love the world, we care for the world so much, and we care about all of you in the world. Our goal is to take this to to be the foremost leading, news company and / transformational, educational, inspirational platform to the world. So that being said, shout out to CEO Mo Rock and also Ava Manuel. I mean, they say behind every, I said that once and someone said, no, it's not behind, it's to the side of, in front of. Ava is in front, on the side, behind, it's talking about leadership. And when we talk about leadership, we talk about leadership from the front, which is, charting the course. We talk about leadership from behind, meaning supporting people, and to the side, because she's an incredible leader. I can tell you something. We were texting each other at 2:30 or 3 a.m. in the morning. This woman doesn't sleep. She loves this vision, this mission so much that I've just never seen this level of commitment. Mo's probably thinking, okay, it's like I was getting those texts as well, probably at 3 o'clock in the morning. But Kaya, I was getting my beauty sleep, and so he should, right? And then how about Alicia? Wow, Alicia. Alicia is a gifted, talented, incredible woman that is a pioneer and taking brands and companies. She worked with JP Morgan, right? Like literally literally working right next to the CEO of JP Morgan, and she has incredible experience. And Rex Sykes, my buddy, my NLP neuroscience master. You know, you're all of our exchanges and our chats that we've had. Thank you so much for you guys. And I really just want to thank from the bottom of my heart, all of you for the opportunity to bring who we have today is an incredible lineup. Like, I mean, if you know anything about business and real estate, we're bringing the number one in the history of the Century 21 brand. We're bringing the number one real estate agent. She is literally called the Michael Jordan of real estate. So we're bringing her. We're bringing the incredible Miss Veronica in a moment, Miss Veronica Buelli, who also took her company, Century 21 All-Stars, to number one in the world. Her and incredible leader, Joe Villascusa. We'll talk to her in a minute. We're bringing the number one clothier, Art Luen, voted by American Express as the number one clothier in America. He dresses William Shatner. He dresses Lou Ferrigno. He has an Oscar suite, gala suite. He dresses all the people you see at the Oscars. They're wearing his bespoke suits. So we have him coming on. And then who else we have? We have like the top Coldwell banker, Kristoff Chu, who will be joining us today, and just a lot of other people. And I'm kind of looking over the list here.
This is where we get our pens out, because, you know, like learning from people who's been on the trenches of business for decades, you know, it's something that you don't normally get an opportunity to have. You know, and on the audience being able to engage and comment and ask questions, that is priceless. So we just want you to like really be able to like get this. And all with that, I'm just remembering, you know, we're always looking for opportunities in the Los Angeles Tribune to be able to bring the information to you. So if you're, to make it easier, we've created a pre-order of timeless recordings and highlights. You can now pre-order the recordings, and we've got them in different sessions already, clipped in different sessions with highlights. So you can pick and choose which one or which you want to watch, which will save you time and also not, you know, enable you to not lose any information that could quantum leap you in 2024. So know that that's available for you. Once you go to the register link, after you register, there's an option to order the recording. So with that, Kaya, we're gonna give you the full stage. I know, yes, you know, that we probably have like words from Rex to elevate you, but you also got, you know, Veronica Buelli that I'm very, very excited to hear about. So with that, we're taking ourselves out of the stage and giving you the full stage, Kaya.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ava, for all you do. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Rex. And we are here. Yes! 2024. Who's ready to have your best year ever in 2024? Right? Who's wanting to build even more wealth and freedom? And what is, by the way, what does the LA Tribune represent? It represents leadership. And so when we focus on being even better leaders, today you're going to learn from the world's top leaders. We have a TV show actually called the Top Leaders Forum. And it is a TV show powered by the incredible LA Tribune. And so we're going to learn from leaders, leadership, mindset, communication skills, actions, work ethics, mindsets that's helped them become number one in the world. And with that being said, we have Miss Veronica Buelli is going to be joining us. We have the number one agent in the history of the Century 21 system, Marty Rodriguez. We have incredible Kristoff Chu, Coldwell banker leader. Christian and Jeanette Fuentes, they do over $1 billion of sales every year, right up to $1 billion, and sometimes even over $1 billion in sales every year. We have a special guest that we're confirming the exact time, VIP guest that will be here. We also have other incredible leaders that will be joining us today. And with that, I'd like to bring up my partner, who I have been passionately loving, my partner, Miss Veronica Buelli. We met 10 years ago. Here she is live on the stage. Miss Veronica Buelli, CEO and founder of Olympian Top Producers. She has literally been breadwinning top producers for over 20 to 30 years. Now, if you don't mind, if I could share with you a little bit about her story. and why you want to learn from this woman. Not only is she an incredible mother, she's a mother of 3. She is an advocate for the LGBTQI plus. We might even talk about that briefly today. She's an advocate for the voiceless. She has an extensive background in land development. So she was in land development for over 20 years. And one day, you know, at the age of 19, her son was 19, and he said, "Mom, I want to get into real estate." And she said, "Oh, okay," because she had experience with a lot of people in real estate that they lack the work ethic. Who knows people that they overpromise, they underdeliver, they're a little bit lazy, they don't have their stuff together. Who knows people like that? Who you ever done business with people like that? So she had a negative experience with working with people that didn't have the right work ethic. So she was concerned when her son said he wanted to get into real estate. She said, "Okay, well, if you're going to get into real estate, I'm going to retire from my land development, and I'm going to get into real estate with you because I want you to, you know, be successful." So they both, she retired her land development work, got into real estate, becoming a first-time realtor, had never done it before in her life, and they joined an office in Pico Rivera in real estate. And in that office, they had about 250 agents. And, you know, if you've ever been in business, you might know in real estate, they have a production board, right? And the production board, they tell you where you are in number of transactions. Well, on day 1, they were at, you know, first day on the job. Of course, you haven't closed a deal on the first day of the job, 0 transactions. And it was written in red. She felt uncomfortable with her name being at the bottom of a list, written in red. So she said, "Can you take my name off the list?" And then she made it a goal, her and her son, to actually get higher up the production board. Well, literally, I think it was 45 days later, they had 20 listings, meaning 20 homeowners wanting to sell their properties in the range of 500,000 to $1 million plus, which was outstanding. You know, and so the broker at the time said, "You know, how are you doing this? Please, you know, would you consider joining our management team? Because I'd like you to teach the rest of the agents how to do this, because you've literally come in here in the first 45 days, you're beating out all the 20, 30-year veterans. How do you do this?" So they had a couple of chats that went back and forth a little bit. And then at some point, she's out there closing more and more deals. And eventually he said, like, what, you know, "I want you to join our management team. What would it take?" She said, "What is your vision?" So everybody get your pens and paper out. She said, "What is your vision?" As I'm sharing this with you, and she's going to go in a little more detail. "What is your vision?" And he said, "Well, you know, maybe we can be number 1 in this zip code. We can beat the competition across the street." She said, "Not big enough." He said, "Maybe we can be number 1 in Pico Rivera, Downey, and some other cities." He says, "No." She says, "Not big enough." He says, "What about number 1 in LA County?" And then at that point, I think they had a conversation because, as you know, real estate is very stressful, right? And there's a lot of owners, brokers that they give so much and they're stressed. You know, so the conversation came to, she said, I want to take on a company and a vision that wants to go number 1 in the world. And that's like, when you think of that, going number 1 in the world, very few people think that that's ever even possible, right? It's just even creating success is hard enough. 95% of companies fail in the first 5 years. And so how do you go number 1 in the world when 95% of companies can't even survive, right? And then she said, "I have one more condition." She said, "We will go number 1 in less than 24 months. And I don't think anybody necessarily really believed it in the beginning, but that brand, that company went number 1 in 18 months. In less than 18 months, she took a company with the leadership, not by herself, a team, with the owner, the broker, the management, the team. Everybody came together and became number 1 in production and units out of over 35,000 offices worldwide. Please welcome to the stage the incredible Miss Veronica Buelli. How are you this morning?
Doing fantastic. Happy Monday, superstars. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Veronica. You look glorious, gorgeous, ready to take on the world by storm. By the way, so Miss Veronica is also a unicorn. So Miss Veronica, I would love for you to share a little bit about, your story. I know we have about 10, 15 minutes here, a little bit about your story, and then what was where you started. How did this all start? Because I know you have a story that many people have coming to this country. You didn't know anybody. You didn't even speak the language. You were an immigrant. You came here with nothing. At some point, I think you said you worked at, just share with us a little bit about what were the adversities you faced and what was your turning point? What was your quantum leap moment?
Yes, and thank you for the space, everybody, and thank you for giving me the minutes so I can share my story. So I came to the United States when I was 15 years old, and I crossed the border. Yes, I crossed the border through Tijuana, Mexico, just like millions and millions and other immigrants. My mom and I and my two other siblings came, and I remember clearly the moment when we were waiting for somebody to pick us up at the border about 15 days into the trip. Somebody's just said, hey, it's time. And then we stormed out of the house. We went in the backyard of this beautiful lady that was hosting us. And I remember how we used to pull the chain link fence and then just crawl underneath and then put the chain link fence back. And in the middle of the night, you see nothing but shadows, and you see a helicopter, and there's immigration left and right. And we were told to be very quiet and to squat. So as we were squatting, I turn around to the left and I turn around to the right, and there's hundreds of people just like me and my mom, making it to the United States, crossing the border. And that's the moment where I pivot as a teenager. I was forced to mature immediately, realizing that I was just like them, an immigrant to a different nation. I didn't speak the language. And in those days, I was already in 12th grade in Ecuador. And when I came to this country, I was installed. So in neuroscience, we call statements and things that happen for us installations. So I was told that I was an immigrant. I was told for the first time that I was in minority, which I still don't know what that means, even though in this country we're kind of the majority, but hey. And then I was also told because I don't have the legal documentation in this country, I wouldn't be able to go to school, I wouldn't be able to work. So I started noticing the pattern of the no's. And where I grew up in Ecuador, my dad, Fabian Buccelli, he was just incredibly nurturing. He was my first coach, the first love of my life, and my mentor as of today. Even though he has passed away, he's still mentoring from wherever he is. I receive his incredible messages. And one of the messages that he told me was, every time somebody tells you no, embrace it, love it, because guess what? That was just today. So continue, carry on, and keep on getting those no's, because eventually those no's turns into yeses. And I apply that concept not only in school, but also in my professional life. And from there, my first job was at Payless Shoes, stocking shoes. And I remember from that moment in time, I realized that there was no limits because I didn't have documentation. And yes, I was working. And I also attended Santa Monica College. I was told I couldn't do Santa Monica College, and yet I was in Santa Monica College. And every time that I've been given a limitation, and no, it's impossible, that this is not how it's going to go, or these are the rules and things like that, I always make sure that I do my homework. I spend a lot of time investigating and finding out what is the way. How can I go under, above, through it, so I can get where I needed to go?
So Miss Veronica, I know that you've done something that people don't even dream about. What would you say is something that you want to share with the audience today that is the exact secret formula to your success, to taking yourself to, making millions of dollars in real estate, right? And this applies to anybody in sales in any genre. And what would you say is the thing that you'd like to cover today that would give people tools, strategies to be number one, or to be their best version of themselves, like you did?
Absolutely. I think for me, I've been blessed since I came to this country. I always have mentors around me. I made it a point to make sure that the people that I spend the most amount of time throughout the day were either the owners of the company or the investors of the company, and that actually allow me to pull myself at that level. It forced me to study. It forced me to do things that I was not even in my radar. For example, waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning. I know that people wake up at 6 and 5. And in the beginning, I was waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning, and I was studying from 4 to 5, and then from 5 to 6 were my rituals. And I also, this is critical, your inner circle, like your life circle, gets to be very, very small. And the main reason is because they are the most influential in your life. So however they show up is going to have a deep, deep, deep impact on how you feel throughout the day. So be very selective. And sometimes, some of our relatives can be in breakdowns. So you get to take them out of that inner bubble and put them in an outer layer where they can actually decompress their energy before they come to you.
So waking up 4:30 a.m. in the morning with the whole Kobe Bryant mentality, right? The Mamba mentality, your inner circle. And, how do you, this is the amazing thing. She and her son become number one as solo agents in an office of 250 people in the first 45 days. And then number two, she then takes the whole company with a team. It's not just Veronica, but the team, right? The managers, the owners, there's two questions I really have. How do you become number one yourself? Yes, wake up at 4:30 in the morning and then surround yourself with the right people. And then part two, how do you change a culture of a team from going from good, but not outstanding, to going to number one in the world? And I guess those are the two strategies I would love for you to teach people on how to do that.
Also, so the first question is, how do I do it for me personally and for my son and for my rest of the students? Is I want to make sure that the vision is so clear. It's even clearer than water. Because once you have that ending goal in mind, now you know where you're heading. And it doesn't matter how you're going to get there. That is the number one thing that we get to discover is your higher vision. And usually the vision is not about you. The purpose of that vision is to pull you out of your dreams, to have you show up to the office even when you're sick. Obviously, you're not going to be contagious, but when your body is aching, when you have a headache, so you push through it and you continue going. So having a vision that is bigger than yourself, those visions that scare the hell out of you, that is the thing that pulled me and my team and my supporters and also my students to become the best version of themselves. And it's not about being number one. I want to make sure that everybody understands here. It's not about being number one. It's about being the number one for you, the number one for your family, the number one for your legacy, whatever it is that you want to leave behind. That is on part one. And part two, it's about taking the company's number one. How do you shift a culture? Again, goes back to vision. The owner, sometimes the broker owner or the leaders or the board members, they have one vision. And individually, from the housekeeping team, from the receptionist, from operations, from sales department to finance, all of them get to be bought into the idea of the vision. And it's not easy.
So Miss Veronica, this is the key.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many people, and I know because you and I have worked in real estate coaching companies for now over 20 years. There's so many people that complain, I can't get the buy-in. I can't get people to be loyal to me. I can't get people to show up. How can you force someone to do something and be something that they're not ready for? What was your secrets to getting people to buy in, show up? And, you've told me stories about things like, okay, people would be dressed, they want to show up when they want to show up. They want to dress how they want to dress. They want to act how they want to act. How do you get people to level up?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you get other people to level up where in 99% of companies, they can't get their people to level up? What's your secrets to that influence?
And the secret is never tell. Never tell people what to
Please
do.
tell us, Veronica.
Never
Please tell us.
never tell people what to do. Instead,
Oh, okay.
inspire them. Inspire them with their own individual visions. You see, when you have a team of 250, 300, 1,500 people, how can you force anybody to buy into your vision? Remember, that is your vision. That's where you're heading. Here's the bridge. When you have an ecosystem that is based on when they win, the company goes up to number one. That's the difference that makes a difference. Is when your people are winning, automatically your ecosystem is going to be elevated and elevated and elevated. And by default, you're going to win as the leader. So the tip here is make sure that when you connect to your people, your team, your managers, that you know exactly what your people are looking for themselves. You get to buy into their visions as if it was your own. You actually get to wear their suits. You actually get to wear the hat. So if you have 250 agents, you better know for sure individually what makes them tick. What is their driving force, that fire, that spark that is alive and every day for them to show up, to even get out of bed. And if that's not big enough individually, you get to find out. Put us places in place where they're actually able to discover what is it that is going to take a huge leap in their life and also for their relatives.
Absolutely, Miss Veronica. We are also momentarily going to be bringing in your dear friend, at some point, I'm sure, even your mentor, some woman that you looked up to for many years. And as she's now coming into the waiting room, we're just having our team work with her on the logistics. I guess the next question I would ask is, you're able to get people to shift. And what would be the biggest, most challenging experience you went through to being who you are today? And what was your breakthrough moment?
Lost you there for a minute.
What was your biggest, most challenging experience and breakthrough? And what was your turning point? What was your quantum leap moment? What was your breakthrough moment?
In my entire life or in my career? I mean,
in the context of, yeah, especially in the business. Yes, because most people are here wanting to be more, do more, have more.
I think it was going against what people thought it was comfortable. I was told not to door knock. I was told that that's unsustainable. I was told that that doesn't work. I was told that it's better to use, the phones. And don't take me wrong, I love connecting with people. And I find out that for me, my gift is face-to-face. And I also was told, it's going to take you years to become a top producer. And during that discovery, I found that it was an impeccable attention span for the consumers. It was like 90 seconds or so. So that's why I started to write my own program, my own scripts, my own top producing way of doing it, because it was working for me and my son, Jimmy Alexander. Shout out to Jimmy. And that's how I developed the 90-second rapport builder, which is now a trademark of my program, where you can go instantly door to door, 90 seconds rapport builder, and actually grab their hearts, grab their visions. Remember when I talked about the vision in the past, a minute ago, we get to talk about what makes them tick. It's not only, when I move to a certain state, is what is their values? What is happening in their life? So you get vested in the transaction as well, and you get vested in the future of your client.
That's amazing. That's amazing, Miss Veronica. So as we are waiting for the legend to join us, I know that you are, what is an Olympian top producer? How did you come up with a name? What is an Olympian top producer? And maybe even talk to us about the arena. Now, I just do want to say this before we go into this topic, that we here at the Los Angeles Tribune are sure we want people to win. We want people to be successful. We want people to have all the success, happiness, and abundance and wealth and freedom and all the stuff that they want. And the most important thing to us here at the LA Tribune is empowerment and leadership, right? making people grow, helping people become, best versions of themselves. We're not here just to teach people how to make money. So, but that being said, when you talk about an Olympian top producer, please share from two perspectives. What is an Olympian top producer? And tell us about the arena and how people learning about the idea of the arena. And by the way, we have our special guest. She's here. So Veronica, can we do this, Miss Veronica? Can we bring her up? And Miss Veronica, would you please stick around today? I would love to continue our interview.
Of course.
Throughout the day. And let's bring up the one, the only Miss Marty Rodriguez. Mrs. Marty Rodriguez, how are you? We see you in your glory and in your light, Mrs. Marty, but we don't hear you yet. So maybe we just need to get the audio set up.
And in the meantime, Kaya, I would like to share how I came across this incredible lady, Marty Rodriguez, as she is getting their logistics working.
Yes.
When I was in Vegas long time ago, we're talking about, 2008. We were attending a real estate retreat, and she was coming out because she just finished the panel. And my son and I, we just started our careers in real estate as realtors, and we were just with our eyes and our mouth like drooling. I mean, this woman has such a punch, incredible energy, and her inspiration. I mean, it hit me so hard, Kaya, that I had to wait. After 650 agents came out of the room, I was waiting and waiting and waiting outside in the door with my son, because I told my son, I said, I want to meet her. I want to literally, physically touch her and let her know the impact she had on me. And I'm here to tell you, Kaya, it was not only a emotional impact that she did with me. It's because of Marty Rodriguez that I stayed in the business, because it is not that easy. But her words, I will never forget what she told me. She says, Veronica, nice to meet you. And she was so elegant in the moment. And she said, I'm going to give you a tip. Study real estate, eat real estate, wake up with real estate. If this is your career, you get to do right for the clients, with such conviction that I wore it internally in my bones, in my DNA, that I made it a mission to become the best. And that's because of you, Marty. Thank you so much for guiding me in that moment. Those 10 seconds that you gave me back in 2008, you probably don't remember, but I waited outside of those doors for you. After 650 agents came out, you actually took the time to stop and actually look at me and my son and gave me that. So thank you so much. I'll never forget that.
And Marty, we still have an audio challenge. We don't hear you. We see you. So what I'm going to do, Marty, maybe log back out, or actually on your device, Marty, I think there's probably, maybe on, okay, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you see, do you see where it says mute? Yeah. So if you and speak right now real quick, Marty, would you? Yeah, we don't hear you.
Maybe this.
Ah, there she is.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now. So
awesome.
just so their audience knows who this person is, this is the #1 agent in the history of the Century 21 real estate brand. She's been #1 in the world 6 times. She has the staying power. I think she's 73 years old. She looks like 52 years old.
Is that better?
She has more energy than you could ever imagine. She is a global icon when it comes to real estate. Everyone knows who she is. People walk up to her and say they just want to be like her. She is referred to in the industry as the Michael Jordan of real estate. And
thank you.
All I can say, and by the way, what she's going to share today, because it's not even about her, although it is about her, but it's not about her. It's about you. It's about all of you watching right now, over close to 500 people watching live. I know this is going to have probably anywhere between 50 to 100,000 views. She's going to show you, she's going to share with you how you can survive and thrive in this market when even in her industry alone, 92,000 people quit. 92,000 people quit real estate agents in California just in the last few months. And she's going to show you how, no matter what industry you're in, what does it take to not only survive, but thrive. I have so much more I can share about her. What we're talking $4.7 billion in real estate sales. She's been ranked #1 in the nation for 25 years. She's been #1 in the world for 10 years within the Century 21 system. She does so much for charter schools, her Marty's Dream Team chapter for City of Hope. She's a huge giver. She is a huge giver. And I'm just going to shut up and open the stage for the incredible Marty Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you this morning, Marty?
I'm good. I'm excited to, share. I'm always excited to share because if I can change one person's life, then I've done my job for the day. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yeah. So Marty, that being said, if you don't mind, I know we're going to get into the topic of how to survive and thrive in any market. We know that 92,000 people quit the real estate industry. We know that we've been going through a recession. We know that people are struggling and they're challenged in business, in relationships, in life, with everything. So if you don't mind, you didn't come out of the womb as the #1 agent in the history of the Century 21 brand. My knowing a little bit about you had very humble beginnings. If you don't mind sharing just a little bit about those.
Well, I was raised in El Monte, California, in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, and my mother had 11 kids in 15 years. So there was 13 people in that house, and but the one good thing about that also was that I don't know how my mom and dad did it, but they owned that house. So we had, I always tell people, I'm a advocate of home ownership because, we had stability, we had security. And what was pretty unbelievable is that we all went to Catholic school for 12 years, all 11 of us, but we all worked to help each other, get through school. And when I was at school, I was the best Christmas card seller, the best candy seller. So everybody knew that I could sell since I was a kid. And I think it was, and also, no fear. I wasn't afraid to, go knocking on doors and, asking people to buy whatever I was selling at the time. And then when I played sports at school, it was always, it wasn't just volleyball, it was killer volleyball. And I remember we used to play tetherball, and you used to, you could play until you would lose. Well, I would always win. I could hear the little girls going, get her out, get her out. And, and then as I became successful in real estate, I could still hear those little girls going, get her out, get her out. But, here I am today. I have survived, many markets, and it's not only no fear, it's hard work. I've been through the good, bad, and the ugly. I sold houses at 19, 20% in the early 1980s. I've been through the foreclosure market, the short sale market, and, always been able to, regroup and figure out how I was going to get through every single market. I didn't let it take me down. I was like, no, I got to figure this out. And, right now we're in the same position today. Right now is how are we going to figure this out? 90,200 agents have left, the real estate business in California. And I'm sure there's, more to come because, the market is definitely, it's changed again and it's difficult. And you know what? I feel like I'm back to, basics. And
so Marty, good question for you. I know that we are going to cover your strategies, your secrets,
Yes.
One of our shows on the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. By the way, shout out to CEO Mo Rock. Lots of love to Ava Manuel, who's the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. We want to celebrate you, Marty. And so I know that we're going to share your secrets to success, but just based on what you just shared, there's something just came to mind, which is regarding your sales ability at such a young age. Have you been, and we're not even getting into your secrets just yet. Have you been able to identify why you are selling so successfully at such a young age? What is the superpower that you have that made you able to do that at such a young age?
You know what? And one thing I remember, I'm sure I had ADD, and I know I was annoying because I would ask so many questions, and even my sisters would tell their boyfriends, "Oh God, here comes our sister Marty. She's going to interrogate you." But you know what? I learned the art of asking questions, since I was very, very young, because even today, if we don't ask our clients all the questions, if we don't know everything about them, I go, we can't help them. So, I feel like today you really, really, you've got to go in deep today to survive this market. But I've done that my whole life. I
And
always wanted to know everything about them so I could, I could help them whatever direction it was. And sometimes I'm helping them beyond real estate because,
yeah.
through my 70, I'm 73 years old. I've met a lot of people. So I know a lot of people in a lot of industries, in the, medical industry, and so on and so forth. And sometimes I've even helped them get to the right doctors. So
And Marty, what are your three most important questions that you ask someone? Because you're a huge study of neuroscience and neurolinguistic programming. I know that you grew up you grew up actually close to Tony Robbins, right? You kind of shared that story.
yeah,
You knew him.
yeah. Well, I didn't grow up close to it, but my office is like 2 blocks where Tony was raised. So
Right.
it's pretty awesome because all the stories that Tony tells you are absolutely true. When I first started, I met people who knew Tony, growing up. So, yeah, it's an awesome success story. In fact, I met a girl, actually I still know her, and she goes, I dated Tony Robbins. She goes, I remember the car broke down, and I go, and she goes, he was taking me to a program called something like Adventures in Achievement, I think she said. So, he was doing the same thing at a very young age as well. So that's kind of,
So on that topic is, just the little plug for neuroscience and neurolinguistic programming. They say questions are the answer. They say your quality of life is going to be directly proportionate to the quality, the questions you ask of yourself and other people. And then the whole thing and I've heard you on, Veronica and I both heard you on stage share that your income, your results in life will be directly proportionate to your ability to effectively communicate. So what are your three most important questions that you ask someone so you can get to know them better on a deeper level beyond the product or service that they may need, so that you can serve them at the highest level?
Well, I think the one thing that people forget to ask people is their their name. I'll tell people, what's their name? John. Well, John who? What's it, John? If you don't know his last name, you really don't know him. So I want to get what their name is. I want to know what type of work they do. Are they married? Are they not married? And the family, how many kids do they have? Where do they go to school? Where do they work? So all of the things, so I can in my mind figure out how I'm going to help these people. And I think
Beautiful.
that's where it starts. That's for
That's
starters.
where it starts.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So shifting gears, now that you've given us some wisdom around your ability to build relationships, I know you had a turning point. There was a time when you were, at home a lot, being, present mother, handling the household, and you hadn't discovered your superpower yet. What was the breakthrough turning point where you began to shift, to become?
Well, I think we have to start like, when I started, there were no computers, there were no cell phones, we had pagers. So, communication was very difficult, to get in front of clients. So, it was either you were knocking doors or you were, on the telephone or you were sitting open house, period. There was no social media. So I really, really had to get out there. I had to, I didn't like knocking doors, but I did
Christian
it.
Fuentes sending you some love. He says, yeah, I love Marty Rodriguez. Yeah. Go on, Marty. Go on. Yeah. Continue, please.
So, the only communication was you got to get in front of the people. So, I did that. I did whatever it took. And then I worked for a broker and he had farm areas. So like this was your area. This was her area. You can't go in her area, even though, she's not working it. So he was suppressing, us from being able to grow. So eventually, I ended up leaving there. But before that, I had a partner. And you know what? It worked out great when we first started because, I had kids, she had kids. And then pretty soon she had a lot of problems at home. So she would bring the problems to work. I felt like they were becoming my problems. And I just said, you know what? I told my husband, I can't do this anymore. I just need to sever the partnership and go on my own. I said, because I know I can do this. And then my broker's wife was bringing in a girl from England. And she said, I really can't use her. I was going to have her help me with the house. I said, I'll take her. And my husband I knew he was going to get mad because he told me I could clean house and work too. And I said, no, I'm going to hire this girl. So I hired her. And then at first he was angry, but then he saw that I started producing, I started making sales, and he was like, hey, don't even make the bed, just go to work, So Belinda was like probably the best thing that ever happened to me to really help me to focus on my business.
Can you all imagine your husband or your spouse saying, hey, don't even make the bed, just go out there and work, because you know what? You are so good at what you do. Wow.
That was my highest and best use was working.
So Marty, what would you say are your secrets to success? Something that every leader, every entrepreneur, every influencer, any salesperson watching this, whether you're in real estate, mortgage, financial services, network marketing, or whether you are running a charity, philanthropy, humanitarian work, no matter what the person does, what would you say are your tenets for success?
I think, you know what? It's my persistence, my tenacity, my ability to learn so much. Because remember, I just don't know everything about real estate. I know everything that surrounds real estate, whether it is, construction materials, probate, trust, you name it. Everything that touches real estate, I know something, sometimes I feel like I know a lot about it. Sometimes I'm able to school some people in their own profession because of what I've learned, So I don't just bring service to my clients. I'm a value to them, and they know that. I even tell them, even if we're not doing a transaction, if you have a question, you call me, because I don't want you to make a mistake, in your real estate life, because I have seen too many people who have made mistakes by deeding properties when they shouldn't be deeding properties. So, like I said, I know so much. There's so much in this computer. Remember, 73 years of work in here. And what's really awesome too is, I'm 73 years old, and guess what? Nobody can fire me but me. And my raise becomes effective when I become effective. And people ask me when I'm going to retire. I go, I think when I'm dead, because there's too much information in here that my clients need from me, and I need to be there to help them.
That's amazing. Amazing. And I know, Miss Veronica, I know that you have, not only are we both fans of this incredible woman, Marty's been your dear friend for decades, as a friend and as an icon in the industry. Anything that you would like to ask? And I have a couple of follow-up questions as well. Anything you'd like to ask Marty?
Yes, Marty, as we're all going towards the same path, right? We're all going to get into the sage ages, our generation, which is the Generation X. What advice would you give to all this Generation X ladies and gentlemen that are going toward that path? How do they juggle with family, grandkids, and the lifestyle of being a top producer, because it's very demanding?
You know what? I think that, I brought my family in with me. I mean, when I started, knocking doors, my kids used to go with me. I would pick them up from school, and I'd say, okay, we're going to, I would only bring them to deliver papers to the houses, and then I take them for ice cream afterwards. So I made it a treat, and sometimes they would bring their friends. So they would go to the neighborhoods in those days and pass out flyers. So they became a part of my business. So today it's probably a little bit different. So why don't you bring your kids into social media to help you to get you out there? But if you don't include the family, they will never understand how hard you are really working. And, today, my kids work with me. So, my daughter, Shelly, is my broker. She graduated from USC Marshall School of Business. My son, Sean, does all my IT technology and helps me with anything to do with construction. In fact, I'm going to be building a house. So he will be, heading that up. And then I have two young girls that work for me, my managers. Jasenia has been with me almost 20 years. And she started with me since she was 17. And she's my sales manager. And her sister, Valerie, is 15. And she is my sales support manager. But what I'm most proud of those two young girls is that they both own their own houses, and they're only in their 30s. And wow. They listened, and they traveled a rough road in their younger days, but they've really succeeded. And that's what makes me proud and excited, that I can help young women like that.
You know what? It's no surprise that, Marty, your kids are incredible. Veronica has three kids. I have two sons.
And Kaya, I owe my success to my husband, who, puts up with me, because I wouldn't want to be married to me,
Now, Marty, real quick, why would you say that? I mean, I understand that the intention behind it is gratitude and love, but just so that everybody knows, why would you say you wouldn't want to be married to you?
You know what? I'm just, I'm a hard worker, but so was he. So he understands that side of me. I'm a little crazy sometimes, probably neurotic. And he just, he puts up with me. And he would even tell the kids, he told the kids, don't put things in mom's head that don't belong there. We need to help her so she can sell real estate. So he got it. You know
what they say? It's the crazy people that make the most money. It's the crazy people that have the most fun.
Yeah, but also you got to remember, my kids never gave me problems, because when you have problem children, then the kids they're pulling you here, they're pulling you there, they're pulling there. Now you can't focus on your work. Right. So every day I say thank you, God, and thank you to my kids, my family, and my extended family, Jasenia and Valerie, that I'm able to do the things that I do, and thank you, Shelly, Sean, and my great husband Ed.
So Marty, we are going to go even deeper. Who's ready to go deeper, even deeper in this interview? Woo woo! Because Marty, you did say, he who goes deep with a client, you're going to win that client for a lifetime. Right? That's true. I want to go deeper. So persistence, we've talked about. We've talked about tenacity, always learning. There's something I think people want to learn, and it's negotiating skills. You've got to be an incredible negotiator, being the number one agent in the history of the Century 21 brand, being number one in the world. What is maybe a mindset or a strategy where people can learn, if they're in sales, how to be a better negotiator? What's something you do that you feel sets you apart from other people?
You know what? On my team now, I'm mostly a listing agent, so I work pretty much on the listing side. So I let the clients know that I'm a listing agent. I'm going to be representing them, and and as an agent, I don't care if you represent the buyer or seller. It always has to be win-win for everybody. You know what? You put the property on the market. Here's the highest offer. And, like I tell my buyer's agents, I go, the only advantage, is what the highest offer is. And if your buyer wants it, they can pay more. That's really about it. Right. Because you've got to do the right thing. I see people today. That's why I think agency has become, such an issue. If we do the right thing, agency is never going to be a problem. You got to be fair to your seller and fair to the buyer. It's got to be a win-win situation, period. And I'm good. I'm a good negotiator when it comes to that.
Right.
Sometimes the buyer, well, can I get a deal? It's like, hey, if I get you the house, it's a deal, right?
Yeah, I love it. And another thing I noticed in our conversation, and this ties into what Veronica teaches. So Veronica has a program called Olympian Top Producer. You all want to check that out. And one thing that I know about you, Marty, you say something around no means yes. No means yes.
And so, what? And that's really funny, because that's always been my motto. It's like, because remember, when you grew up where Veronica and I grew up, no was always everywhere. Everywhere was a no for us. So we really had to work hard to get past no. And I can remember when I was at Bishop Mon High School, and I was, believe it or not, I ended up being, head varsity cheerleader, and my sister went out for cheerleading and she didn't win. So I went to Sister Magdala. I said, Sister Magdala, those girls cheated. I said, my sister won. And then they checked all the votes, and sure enough, she won. And so, that year they had 5 cheerleaders instead of 4. And then Jasenia, my sales manager, she was buying a short sale during the short sale market. And so I'm driving in the car with her, and I go, how's it going? She goes, I didn't qualify. And I said, what do you mean you didn't qualify? Why didn't you tell me? I said, no. I said, you're buying that place. I says, I'm getting Pat Sepulveda on the phone right now, which is another lender. I go, I'm going to get you that house. We're going to get you qualified. And Pat Sepulveda got her qualified. She ended up getting that short sale for like $85,000, which is probably worth $500,000 now, because no does not mean no. And then many times when I'm negotiating, I'm the listing agent and the buyer's agent. we're getting rejections. I go, no, give me the file. I know the basic file. I'm going to give it to one of my lenders. And it's like, sometimes they would give me pushback. I go, look, I'm just trying to get you a commission check. Just give me the file. I'm going to get it approved for you if I can. And, I can tell you many times that I knew the file was good enough and my lender could get it approved, and I made it happen for them. So it wasn't just for us, it was for other people too, that, there sometimes no does not mean no, guys, in so many, and I can tell you that story so many times in every part of my life. Because when you're from the poor side of town, people would tell you no more often than not.
That's amazing. And Veronica actually does an exercise in class. I don't know if she wants to do it. I'm definitely going to have you do that exercise a little bit later around helping people take on no's, and it actually gives you even more energy.
It does.
It lights you up, and it gets you even more excited. I think we have something in common. By the way, we have the rock star of Coldwell Banker, Kristoff Chu, who is in the zone, going to be joining us momentarily. And I think there's just something in common with all the top producers around the world, and that is that we have a very different relationship with the word no, right? For some of us, it's fuel. Some of us, it's a challenge. Some of it's exciting. So while a lot of people hear no and they get this rejection thing, you get these no's and you're going, not yet. But if I ask you 2 minutes from now, it might be a yes. So as we're gearing up to bring on Kristoff Chu in a few moments, I know, Marty, you always talk about, the superpower. There's two quotes that I think, especially in today's world, very important. One quote that you're super famous for is that I see myself, and hopefully I'm saying it exactly right. You say, I see myself like a racehorse with blinders on.
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind, Marty, would you explain what that means for you, and then what that would do to so many people going on with what's going on in the world right now with the distractions? And yeah, please do.
And my whole life, I feel like that racehorse. You know what, Marty? Just focus on your goal. Just keep going. Don't worry about the interest rate. Don't worry about agency. Don't worry. Just, focus on your goal and just keep moving forward, no matter what it is, because this market is probably doing the same thing to a lot of people. But you know what? I'm not going to worry about this agency thing right now. I'm just focusing on buyers and sellers and connecting them and closing escrows. That's what I'm going to do, because I don't want to, make myself sick about the interest rate, the market. Hey, I sold houses at 18%. What's 6.5%? Really? You know what? You just get used to it. You just decide, you know what? This is the rate today, and this is what it's going to be for a long time. So let's move forward and let's get those properties sold.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Miss Veronica, I know that you have a ton of questions. What would you like to ask Marty as we come in for our wrap up of our last 2 to 3 minutes? What else would you like to ask Marty, please?
Oh my gosh. I'm curious, Marty. What is your vision for this year, 2024?
My vision is to actually, I'm going back to basics. Success is the superb execution of the basic fundamentals. So right now, my vision is to keep prospecting, because I'm actually prospecting more than probably I ever have before, and just keep getting in front of my clients, and to be able to meet my goals this year, and our team goals as well, because I need to really help my team. Like I said, winners create winners. So I've got to make sure that this is what they want to do.
Absolutely. And so what's something, because we have the #1 producer in the history of the Century 21 brand, #1 in the world. What makes you scared? What makes you uncomfortable? What's your next level? What's something you've never done in your life? Like, we're all trying to step into a greater version of ourselves. Well, what does that look like for you, Marty?
Good
question.
It's a good question, because I had to do that. When the short sale market came, it's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? How am I going to shift? And then now, I'm shifting also because, remember, I wasn't raised with social media. I didn't know anything about social media. And now I don't do it personally, but I have the people to do it for me. Henry Ford said, they thought he was crazy, whatever. Henry Ford says, like, I don't need to know all that stuff. I just need to make sure I have the people that know how to do it for me. And that's what I'm doing, because I know that I have to be on social media. I have to be out there. Remember, most people my age, they're out of business because they never changed. They never learned, where the market is going and what the market is doing. I'm learning, and I'm going to be there. And that's my vision, is to get out there on social media, to meet with my clients, to do all the basics, because remember, success is a superb execution of the basic fundamentals. And Bill Gates said, success is a lousy teacher. It seduces smart people into thinking they can't lose, and it is an unreliable guide to the future. So no matter how much I've done, how good I think I am, everything has changed. I've got to start over again. And I've got to keep getting better and better and learning, and that's what I'm going to do.
Kaya, you're muted.
There you go.
There you are.
Mrs. Marty Rodriguez, I want to bring up your dear friend so you can introduce him. Why
Oh,
not?
my God.
Since you know him for so many years, you guys are besties. Literally, we see you pictures of both of you powerhouses, and I know that I have such respect for both of you, because I noticed that even being number one agents for all these years, you're always in seminars, you're always growing, you're always humble, you're always giving back. By the way, welcome to the stage, the incredible Kristoff Chu.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
He is the
Hi, Marty.
top realtor for Coldwell Banker and Beverly Hills. You're talking about the 1-2 punch. Both of them are literally owning it, dominating in the real estate industry. But not only that, they're huge givers. They help empower the youth. I know that Kristoff works with the homeless for young men and women that have been, victims of domestic violence, that have found themselves homeless. I believe every single year, Kristoff sleeps out on the street with the homeless to get back into, harmony with the mission and the vision of really changing a lot of lives, the people that are suffering. So I have a huge amount of respect for him on that. But I'd like to give it to you, Marty. Marty, would you introduce Kristoff for the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper? By the way, shout out to the LA Tribune and CEO Mo Rock and Ava Manuel. Marty, please go ahead.
You know what? And I have to tell you, I met Kristoff many, many years ago, and my hat's off to him. He worked in the Los Feliz area, and he packed his bag one day and moved to Beverly Hills, and the rest is history. He is amazing. I mean, he went to a whole completely different area and became a top producer, and I just love him. I love his motivation. I love everything that he stands for, and every day I feel connected to him. I'm watching, something that he's putting on Facebook. He's making my day. He's making me feel good, and he's making a lot of other people feel good. But my hat's off to him. Congratulations. Let me tell you, he is a superstar.
Well, thank you, Marty. And I have to share a quick story. When I first met Marty, I was, I think, 20 years old. I'd been in the business a couple years. First year, I made $1,700. Second year, I made $40,000. And I went to this superstar retreat. And of course, Marty Rodriguez was one of the superstars. And way back then, she was number one in Century 21 worldwide, making like $1.5 million or $2 million a year. And I'm sitting there with 40,000 thinking, I want to be like her. And we became friends. And now, many years later, I still admire her and respect her. And we're good friends and we share business. And I'm just blessed to be part of your world, Marty, and to know someone as wonderful, special, and as powerful as you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I know I'm speaking on behalf of Veronica and me and maybe the entire world. I'm honored to be a fly on the wall when you two talk to each other. Such an honor, such a privilege. So Marty, if you can just stick around for a little bit, if you can, and I know you've got a busy day. What we want to share with you with Kristoff, he's going to go into that mindset. If you want to learn from the top Coldwell banker, and this is sales, this could be if you're in real estate, mortgage, financial services, network marketing, no matter what it is you're selling, how do you keep a positive mindset and prosper despite exterior circumstances. And I can tell you one thing about Kristoff, he's the master at that. He's always cool, calm, and collected. He's a massive producer in business, but he also takes the time to be add so much value to other people. So Kristoff, if you don't mind, I know that you have a story. Like, tell us a little bit about how it all started, maybe some adversities or challenges you faced in your life, and what was your quantum leap moment? What was your breakthrough? What was your turning point?
Wow, my story. Let's start with, first of all, a lot of people think, because I'm Mr. Bougie Beverly Hills guy, all flashy and all that, Marty knows that I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, which is nothing farther from the truth. Many of you may know an area in LA called Echo Park. So when I was young and first born, I was living in Echo Park. My parents got divorced when I was 3 years old. My mom was a hairdresser. She luckily somehow was able to own a beauty salon kind of in that area. My stepfather, when I was 3 years old, they got together, got married. He was there. He worked at a rare antique bookstore, but they were not wealthy people. They were just regular people working every day to earn a living to support their family. Fortunately, I guess I was just born a certain way. I had a lot of goals and dreams. So I always figured I would do something different and unique, different than my family. And I wanted to live a luxury lifestyle, even at a young age. I don't know why, but so how did it start? So when I was young, starting at 12, in work ethic, I mean, Marty has an incredible work ethic. I saw my mom working, and she would go to the beauty shop at 6 o'clock on Saturday mornings, and my mom didn't have a babysitter. So I would go with her to the beauty shop. I'd have to get up at 5 o'clock, go with her to the beauty shop. I would serve donuts to the customers, sweep the floors, answer the phones, make them coffee, everything I could do to get, do that. And even at 12 years old, I wanted money. So my mom suggested, because part of the thing is we had to clean the house ourselves on the weekends because my mom couldn't afford a housekeeper. So my mom said, why don't you go work and clean my customers' apartments? So starting at 12 years old, I had no money for my family. So I basically would clean apartments. And I would make $60. This is back in the 70s, $60 cleaning apartments. I'd go like 8 o'clock after the hair salon appointment, clean for 3 hours. And this was the hard part of it. There was one lady named Karen Genova who had this apartment in Koreatown, and I would go clean her apartment. She had shag carpet, 70s, right? And she had 3 Persian cats. And I was highly allergic to cats. So I'd be there for 3 hours on a Saturday, vacuuming and cleaning and all this stuff, and sneezing and all that, but I would make $60. So I worked, from 12 years old. I cleaned apartments. I valet parked cars when I was 16. I worked at the Hollywood Bowl as a ticket taker. I worked at Dupar's restaurant as a cashier. I did lots of different jobs, but it's work ethic. My mom taught me you got to work hard and work smart. So that's one of the things. So basically I was, doing different jobs. I did become a fashion model around 16, 17 years old. I was discovered.
What was that like? If not everybody at 16 years old ever has the opportunity to become a fashion model.
I kind of wanted to do it, even though I wasn't sure of myself at that age. I was insecure in many ways. I was discovered at a coffee shop on Sunset Boulevard here in LA. An agent stopped me, and he says, "Would you like to be a model?" I said, "I've always thought about it." Met him, did tests, they did a portfolio, and I started working. So wow. I did that for 3-4. It was just a random thing. I never went out to search for it, but it just happened. And I started working and modeling and traveling quite a bit. And I turned 18, it turned 18. I was in the south of France that summer modeling. And my wife now of 30 years was my girlfriend. And she says to me, she didn't like me traveling. I'd be in Hawaii for 3 months. I'd be in Europe for 2-3 months. I'd be all over the place. So she didn't like that. She says, how about getting a stable job? And I'm 18 years old. What do I know about that? She says, how about real estate? And I remember thinking to myself, oh, young and dumb at 18, right? I can drive a fancy car. I can be my own boss. I can show pretty houses, and I can make a lot of money. I didn't realize there was such a thing as escrows and clients and disclosures and title and mortgages and appraisal. I had no clue about that stuff. So I remember laying on the beach in Saint-Tropez at a private club, studying the Lumbelow real estate books, came home, got my license, and started selling real estate. I went to the Los Feliz office of John Douglas Company at the time, 18 years old, and I interviewed for the job. And the manager said to me, what's your goal? I said, I want to make $1 million a year and drive a Rolls Royce. Well, that didn't go so well. So she basically said, I don't think you're the right fit for the office. And I was kind of devastated because, you know, I'm like, I can do this. And so I went to the next closest office, which was Hancock Park. And I met with the manager and she gave me a chance. She says, let's have you join the office. So I joined the office. I was doing floor time. I don't know if people still do that, like the up calls at the desk. I was doing 2 open houses a week, but I was 18 years old. I didn't have anyone my age that was buying or selling. I did have my first listing, one of my mom's hairdressing customers. I listed their house. I didn't sell it, so I lost the listing. And then a year later, my manager came to me and said, Kristoff, you've been here for a year. You've only made $1,700. You've got 90 days to kind of get some business going or you're out of the office. And I was like embarrassed, humiliated.
Wow.
What am I going to do? But I went to a seminar, and I'll talk about this. Marty's been involved in education and training forever, and as have I. So I went to a seminar where I learned how to prospect expired listings and for sale by owners. So I figured, okay, well, these are people that wanted to sell or want to sell. They had a bad experience. I'm 18 years old, and I just started calling.
And Kristoff, just on that, just because there are some people, obviously, that real estate know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What is that just for people that they're not aware of real estate? They may be in a different industry, just so that.
What is what now?
Expired listings for.
Okay. So if you're new, an expired listing means someone was on the market already with another agent for 3 months, 6 months, a year, and the house did not sell. Then it comes up on the MLS as expired. So I would call those people. I would send them letters and I would door knock them because I figured these are people that want to sell. And I figured I'm young and I can show them what I can do. And of course, I was 18 against agents in business for 20, 30 years, but I had a lot of energy, excitement, enthusiasm, and I knew I could do it. I just say, give me a chance. You can always fire me. But certain ones started giving me chances, and I would sell every single property. And back, Marty, that was in the old days of Mike Ferry, where we could get 7% commission. Remember those days?
7% commission. My gosh. Yes, times have changed.
So I learned very quickly that you can't sit and wait for business, which is kind of what I was doing, sitting open houses, sitting at floor desks. I had to go out there every day and prospect for 3 hours, get on the phones. And I just thought I had to prospect people that want to sell. Instead of just cold calling a neighborhood, I just called all the expired listings.
So Kristoff, I know that you're going to share your secrets to success, and you've just shared a big one. You know, Veronica and I, coaching companies, Fortune 500 companies for all these years, we go into these offices, and you know, prospecting doesn't seem to be a number one value. No. If anything, they try to avoid it. Yes. What is it? What is your mindset around prospecting that will help the person that doesn't have the work ethic, that's a little lazy? What's your mindset around it, or your strategy around it, that will help other people get off, you know, and do it at a much higher level? As Eric Mitchell says, prospect more and prospect better. What's your skill set or mindset around that? So
first of all, if they're lazy and they don't have work ethic, then they got a problem. You can't be lazy. You have to have work ethic. Number two, with prospecting expireds, I remember it was at a Mike Ferry seminar, and I forget the name of the agent, but he did a thing on the stage about prospecting expired listings. He says, it was from the South, he says, I call the expired listings until they list or die. That's what he said. And so I thought, well, I got to keep calling these people over, and because you call them and they're angry. You call them a second time, they're angry. I mean, they're pissed off. They've been in the market for 6 months. They haven't sold. They've had people in and out of their house.
So what's okay? This is big. I know this is where it's zeroing on something that most people think is that maybe that big a deal, but it's very big. What happens to the client when, you know, yes, they're annoyed that their house isn't selling and this person keeps calling me? What happens in their mindset when you keep calling them? What changes for them?
Well, it depends on the seller, but I remember one of my first expired listings, I kept calling and Mike Ferry did say in the day, don't leave messages. I kept leaving messages. Message number one, message like every day. And I would say, I remember the one, I said, hey, this is Kristoff Chu. I know I'm the most aggressive, active realtor in the area. I said, I know it's my 11th call to you, but I really wanted to talk to you about selling the listing. So They finally called me after the 11th call. And I said to them, why did you call me finally? He said, well, if you would be that persistent at calling us to get the listing, you'd be persistent to get a buyer to buy our house.
Breakthrough right there, right there. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody,
as Marty talked about earlier, persistency and keep going. And there's never a no. A no means a yes.
This is really big, Kristoff, because I think, and me for many years, and maybe many people can relate to this, we've learned, don't be a pest, don't be annoying, don't be that guy that keeps calling and calling and calling, because you're going to make them angry. You're going to annoy them. You're going to piss them off. What you're sharing is a reframe on that, is that when you keep calling, you actually show them how much you'll serve them.
Yes.
And the way you said that,
and if you
the way
said
you
to me,
said your line, Kristoff,
Yep.
was very humble. You said, can you repeat that again? You said something about, this may be the 11th time calling you. What's that line again? It's so humble.
I don't remember exactly what I said, but like if right now I kept calling you, were pissed off at me and said, you keep calling me. I said, Mr. Surkaya, I said,
yeah,
I appreciate you're upset and I understand that. You've had a long time, on the market, all these people calling you. I would just like an opportunity. I really want to help you sell your home. All I need is 15 minutes to sit down with you, show you exactly what I can do. If you don't want to hire me, you don't hire me, but just let me show you what I can do. Give me an opportunity. So there's always an opportunity. And we have to look for the silver lining, always look for the opportunity. And again, a no is just one more step closer to the yes.
Correct. Beautiful. And Miss Veronica, I know that you are in love with this, leader in real estate. You so admire him. You and your son follow Marty and follow Kristoff Chu. What would you like to ask Kristoff that you feel would be a game changer that would help the audience and the worldwide audience learn from him so that they can also achieve the level of success he and Marty are doing?
Wow. This is just one of those surreal moments in life. I always watch Kristoff in social media and all the things that he's involved in. Same thing with Marty, because they're so iconic figures. And I remember one day I put it out there in the universe. I said, one day coming soon, I'm going to be in the same space and asking all these questions that I have, these burning questions that I have. So this is for Kristoff. And thank you again for giving me the space. Your energy is just incredible. When I saw you speaking for the first time in Arcadia last year, the way that you told your story brought me to tears. And same thing with Marty. So you both have that ability to connect such deep with your story. What would you say is the moment for you personally that brings you to tears time and time again? Because I know which one is mine, and I'm seeing Marty tear out when she talks about growing up and how the parents used to discipline us, right? And that made us stronger. So for you, Kristoff, what would be that moment, that personal, intimate moment that brings you to tears?
Life is about love, kindness, sharing of my energy to those around me. If we uplift everyone around us and do our best to help those around us, the universe will automatically take care of us. We have to, my mom taught me that. I mean, she was always gracious, and she passed away very young in her 50s. But we just have to always give value to people around us. And by giving value, we will receive innumerable blessings from doing that. So love, kindness, joy, and gratitude to everyone around us. I think that's one of the most important things that are meaningful to me.
That's beautiful. And we have an incredible leader that is joining us momentarily. Marty, what would you like to ask Kristoff? I know, Kristoff, you and I had chatted a little bit and also wanted to open up the space as well for you to talk about some of the other principles that you have around. One was around affirmations. Something was around your 10-10-10.
Yep.
Your being part of coaching, meditations,
yep,
and work ethic. So if you don't mind, just share with us your 5 secrets to success. And I know you've kind of covered them a little bit today as well, but just in that, and then we'll open up for Marty if Marty has a question for you that you think.
Well, thank you for asking about that. And I'll try to be short and sweet with it because I know we're limited on time. So first of all, the topic of this whole webinar is lead your life and lead your business, right? So starting at a very young age, I learned how to lead my life. And coaching and being part of coaching and other top agents helped me start that. So first of all, there's basically 5 key points. Start your day off right with the right mindset. That's so, I mean, every day, still to this time, 30 some years later, I do my first thing in the morning, my daily affirmations. Every morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, I have another agent. We do affirmations together on the phone. We just start our day with saying our affirmations of gratitude, our goals, our just affirming to each other what we expect in the day. And the second part of that is the 10-10-10, which I write down the 10 things that I'm grateful for and appreciative for. And there's always something to be grateful for. I mean, having a home, living in a safe neighborhood, being alive, my family, my friends, all that stuff. Then there's 10 things I need to release. And this I had a hard time doing. the things, I mean, I wake up oftentimes, and I wake up and I start worrying about things, worrying about this deal, or as Marty talked about, this thing and this. I worry too, but I have to get rid of that. But I have to write it down, the things I'm worrying about, or fearful about, or stressed about, or sad about, and I write it down. And I sometimes will burn the paper and like burn it out to the universe. Then I talk about my 10 intentions for the day. What are my intentions for today? Always being happy and prosperous and helping clients. So those intentions. Also, every evening, I do a guided meditation. I've tried to do regular meditations on my own, but my mind just keeps going all over the place. So I do guided meditations every evening for an hour when I go to bed, and I have the earplugs on and I just lay there. And even then my mind wanders, but I focus on this guided meditation to focus my mind before I go to sleep. So I'm fresh for the day. Being in coaching and always learning. Tony Robbins, constant and never-ending improvement. So Marty's been to many Tony Robbins things. I think we went once together. Always learning and improving. So every day, like every morning in my car when I drive to work, it's not a long, it's only 7 minutes, but I'm listening to podcasts and audiobooks always. And when I was young, starting out, I had an hour and a half commute to the office from South Pasadena to come to Beverly Hills. So I never went to college. So I thought, okay, my car is my college education. So from when I was 18 years old, all I did was listen to, back in those days, cassette tapes, and I went to just listening and learning and educating myself. And then hard work and smart work. You have to work hard, as Marty does, but work smart. I mean, think about your day. I come in quite early, but what do I do? What are the most productive activities that will bring business and that will help other people? And if I help other people, it'll bring me great success. And then this all started from when I was about 14 or 15 years old. I would go to used stores like the Goodwill, Salvation Army, because I couldn't afford expensive clothes, but I wanted nice clothes. So I go to the Goodwill and Salvation Army, and I would buy like an Armani jacket or just nice stuff. But I found a book at a used store called Catherine Ponder, The Dynamic Laws of Prosperity. I was probably around 14 or 15 years old. Still to this day, I think it's one of the most powerful books ever written in this planet. And I studied that book, and I learned how to write down my goals, how to visualize my goals. And like this whole topic is, lead your life, lead your business. But you have to have a game plan to do that. So those are the 5 key points.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Kristoff. And Miss Veronica, actually, Marty, yes, Marty, I know you have a question.
I do.
Yes.
Kristoff, when you left Los Feliz, what was your mindset when you were going to Beverly Hills? I mean, that was like, that was a huge move. And I want to know what you were thinking.
That's a great question, Marty. So at the time I moved, my average price was $282,000 average. And I think I was doing 65 deals a year. Everything on lockbox, 7% commissions most of the case. So it was I remember this. In my opinion, I was one of the top agents in my office. I was the big fish in the little sea. My mentality, I always wanted to be in Beverly Hills. That was always something I wanted to do. And, but I didn't quite take action, as you talked about earlier, taking action and doing something about it. So I was training director for the company at that time, as well as being an agent. And I went to the Mike Ferry management retreat in Newport Beach, where the company was involved. And there was this table of 20 of the top managers in the company. And we're sitting at lunch, and one of the assistant managers said, "Why don't you come to work in our office in Beverly Hills?" And I said, "I've always wanted to do that, but I've never done anything about it. I never took action." So the manager said, "Why don't you come meet me tomorrow?" It was a Thursday. So next morning I met her. I talked to her. She said, "Would you like to come to the office?" I said, "I'd love to." I just packed my bags. I took a risk. All successful people take risks. I just packed my stuff up. I said, "I'm sorry, I'm leaving." I didn't even think about it first. I knew there would be a time of challenge because you're moving from one market to another. I didn't have those clients. So it just worked out. I took a risk. I believed in myself, and I had the opportunity. So, and they all say, "Oh, you're so lucky." Lucky is when you're prepared, when opportunities come and you take the risk. So,
there's a great story about, I learned it from Bob Proctor, God rest his soul,
yes.
One of the great leaders in The Secret. And it was a big breakthrough. And he talks about Tariq ibn Ziyad. We've all heard the story of burning the ships, yes? Everybody's heard that, but most of the time it's never told with an actual historical person and a historical date. So 711 AD, he comes from Northern Africa, and they get all these warriors, and their goal is to conquer Spain. Of course, I hate war, and I'm not celebrating war in any way, shape, or form, but we can translate this to a goal. And then they got on the little boats, and they're rowing to the shore, and they're fearful. They're looking back, and he says, you either win this war, you either go forward, you win, or we're going to die. And he literally burns the boats down. So there is no backup plan. There is no retreat. And you know, when Bob told me about this story, and he said, look, he says about you got to take the risk. He also said the reward, one of the keys to it is the reward has to be bigger and worth the risk. So what has been the biggest reward for you, Kristoff, in taking on the big risks that you have? And Marty is a big proponent on that. What has been the big reward for you that has propelled you through all the risks you've had to take?
So in life, you learn either you're motivated. We have different motivation points. Either you're motivated towards pleasure or away from pain. Now, I think sometimes I'm more motivated towards pleasure and things and goals and dreams I want to have. But for me, probably my primary motivator is away from pain. When I see stressful things, or I look at my checking account, it's down to a lower level, that kind of scares me and freaks me out. So when you're scared, I take that energy, like Marty talked about earlier, I take that energy, the fear, the scare, and I don't think about that, because if I think about that, then I'm creating that energy. I focus on, okay, put that energy towards positive opportunities and what I can do to build things and grow. So I think that's the most important thing.
That is really huge, and that's a breakthrough, because I think, and there's a lot of teachings out there that says, you know, don't be scared. You know, fear is bad. But what you're doing is you're using the fear as positive fuel, which is you're transmuting the fear into purpose. And so last question, how do you, and we now see the incredible leader. I'm just going to bring her up. Well, no, we're going to go to a quick commercial break after this question. And then please stick around, Kristoff and Marty, just to say hi to the incredible next leader. $1 billion in sales, power couple every single year. 1 billion in your whole life in sales would be incredible. Almost $1 billion or $1 billion in sales every year. That's another level. So Kristoff, so we just want to acknowledge both of you, for you and for Marty, just the level of what I'm most impressed by is, yes, you guys are, ladies and gentlemen, #1 agents in your industry. What I'm most impressed by is how you show up like today, how you show up to give back. Don't ask for anything in return. You're always paying it forward. You're helping the youth, you're helping the disadvantaged, you're helping the voiceless, you're helping people, you're creating a legacy. And, you know, one of the highest pinnacles in life, one which we're not in control of, but the people vote us there. We'll be interviewing Les Brown. He's considered the legend of legends on the earth. And to get to this area of legend, it's really about your consummate love and your consummate giving. So I just want to celebrate both of you. And we here at the Los Angeles Tribune are going to be coming out with the top leaders in real estate, the top legends in real estate book.
Wow.
And we are in conversation with Les to be part of the book. We're in conversation with Miss Veronica to be part of the book. We would love for you to share your story in this book. It will be, obviously, we know, a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book for sure, Amazon bestseller, and maybe we'll go all the way to the New York Times as well. We would love to have you share your stories, Kristoff and Marty, in the book. We are in communication with the person, the guru that you have mentioned, Marty, in coming on this platform, perhaps the biggest speaker on earth in the history of speaking. We're on conversations with him as well to be joining us. We won't mention who that is, but you can all think of who that might be. We're in conversation.
Marty and I know.
Yeah, we're in conversations with him as we speak to come in our next platform. And I would love to see you and him and Kristoff, all three of you on stage together, because I know that's going to be electric.
That would be really cool.
Any parting words you would like to share, Kristoff and Marty? And please stick around also after a commercial break to say hi to the next leader that will be joining us. But any parting words?
So my parting words are: believe in yourself. Don't get caught up in the muck and mire of what's going on in the world. Look, I've been doing this for 30 some years, and many of you are brand new to the business. I get it. And a lot of agents have gotten out of the industry in the last 6 months. But believe in yourself. Constantly educate yourself. Believe in your clients and your sphere and people around you, and just give quality love of your energy to people around you, and the universe will take care of you. But you got to do the work every single day. You can't fool around. You said earlier, lazy people, people that aren't committed. You got to be committed. You got to be active. You got to be doing this all the time. And think of the wonderful blessings it can bring to you, your family, and everyone around you. By working hard and making money, it'll help you just increase the energy and the beauty of your life. Marty, I want to hear what you have to say.
And that, parting words with Marty. But please, after your parting words, don't leave just yet. We're going to do, I know, Kristoff, you have an appointment I believe you need to get to. Just stay on. We're going to have a 1-minute commercial break. And those of you watching, we're going to have a 1-minute commercial break after Marty shares her parting words. And we're going to bring you the $1 billion a year sales lady power couple.
I got to watch that.
Yes. All right, Marty, what's your parting words?
You know what? Get your blinders on, focus on your goal, and be the master of your craft, no matter what it is. Remember, I'm a big Kobe Bryant fan, and Kobe was there working out before anybody. He had a whole workout on them before they even started. So whatever it is you choose to do, be the master, work hard, get up early. For me, it's prospect, because if I don't connect with the client, I have no sales. So I need to make sure that I'm connecting every day with someone or several people so that, I can help them. And then it's a win-win. Then we have a sale.
Love that, Marty. You're the best.
You are too, Kristoff.
Thank you.
Love you.
How you showing off with your big abs? His big abs. Look at him.
And that's the thing too. Work out. Keep exercising. Don't stop moving.
I was texting Marty's 73 years old. I was texting her the other day. She says, I can't talk right now. I'm at the gym.
Yep.
73 years old.
I was working out at home. I have a gym at home.
Outworking everybody. By the way, just a note on that. Let me just share a statistic. I don't know the exact statistic, but I know the wisdom around it. They said if you take an average person who smokes and drinks every day of their life and they exercise, and you compare that to a person who never smoked, never drank a single day in their life, but they just don't exercise. The person who smokes and drinks and exercises every day will outlive the person who doesn't smoke and drink and never exercises. They found that the biggest single determinant in lengthening your age is the fact that you exercise. So we all get to do it.
So
that being said, go ahead, Kristoff.
Before we go, because I hate exercise. I'll be honest.
I'll help you with that.
And we have a home gym. We have a treadmill. We have a bicycle and a rowing machine. But I dread it. So really, that's the truth?
It is actually true. So Kristoff and everybody, we have just launched a program called Superhuman Today. And we have incredible leaders. So basically the work of, if you've ever seen the show Limitless, right? Which had Chris Hemsworth, 7 episodes. It goes into how do you lose weight? How do you prolong your life? How to live longer, stronger, healthier, happier. And it goes into your diet. It goes into your fasting. It goes into immersion in cold and hot temperatures. It goes into exercise. It goes into mindset. And just the thing that I did this morning, by the way, just on this morning, Kristoff called me and I answered the call, and I was on the beach standing on my bare feet on the sand, and I was not naked, but almost. I had my shorts on, of course, and I was getting in the sun. I was not naked, but I was people look at me a little weird sometimes. They're like, wow, you're up at like 7 a.m. in the morning and you're doing this Wim Hof breathing. So 3 things you want to do every single morning to prolong your life by 7 years is you want to be barefoot and connect to Mother Earth. That means sand or grass or ground, because we're never connecting to Mother Earth through our feet. Yeah. And what that does is it alkalizes your whole body, alkalinizes your whole body, number one. Number two, first, you want to drink a glass of water before you do that. Number two, you want to evoke the sun. So the sun early in the morning, first sun has no UVA, no UVB radiation. So you won't get skin cancer for the first 45 minutes of the first sun. And the third thing you want to do is you want to do breath work, which, by the way, if you find me on social media, I'll send you the video where you can go through 11-minute breath work exercise. Actually, all you need to do is text the word healthy, which is with a Y. Text the word healthy to 26786. Text the word healthy, HEALTHY, to the phone number 26786. Again, if you're in the US, if you're outside the US, find me on social media and send me a DM message. Text the word healthy to the phone number 26786. And then I will have a way to send you that link for that free video so that you can prolong your life by 7 years. I'm not a health and fitness coach. I'm a success coach.
Kaya,
Yeah.
I can tell you one thing. My husband is 87 years old. If you follow me on Facebook and Instagram, I post him. He works out twice a day, does 1,000 crunches a day. He's very proud of that. In fact, he's already got up this morning, walked on the beach and to the wedge and back. When I see him, get on the ground and get up, I'm thinking, how many 87-year-old men can do that? And, with such ease, because he knows if he stops moving, he's dead. You got to keep moving and moving.
I thought he was 78, Marty. I've met your husband many times.
This is crazy.
78, and the fact he's doing that, oh my God.
87 years old. Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah.
Damn.
So Kyle,
right.
you're absolutely right.
I'm absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I love you guys. Stick around. I know, Kristoff, I think you have to go to appointment. Stick around for 1 minute. We're going to take a quick commercial break.
Okay.
And then we're going to bring the $1 billion a year. And she has a story.
Good.
Let me tell
I've
you.
got a few minutes. I want to watch it. Thank you guys for having us. I appreciate it so much.
For women that are powerful,
Thank you.
that are gorgeous, that want to make it in their life and have to deal with a lot of BS. Let's be straight up honest. You're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you want to build a business, and you have to deal with a lot of BS because you're beautiful, and how you have to overcome that BS and still make it and be happy and raise a family and be wealthy and make a difference in people's lives. That's who's coming up next. In a moment, let's take a commercial break, and we'll be back in 1 minute.
Thank you.
There we go. I'm going to ask my team if we have our team available. Let's run.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. During my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we are here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
And we are back. I would like to bring powerhouse, we always say the Mount Rushmore of real estate. Can I just show you all what the Mount Rushmore of real estate looks like? We have a little bit of feedback. So if you have two devices, I think the feedback is gone. Jeanette Fuentes, the $1 billion power couple, sales, RE/MAX top producers for many, many years, championing and leading the real estate industry. Can you hear me, Jeanette? Okay, so Jeanette, I think maybe there's another device inside your office that is on. So what we would do is we would only have one device, one mic on. And if there's another device, we would turn the volume down.
Let me see. Can you hear me okay or no?
I can hear you clearly. And I think now we've also got rid of the echo. And by the way, thank you guys. So shout out to the Los Angeles Tribune, one of the third oldest newspapers in they say in LA history. To me, it's in world history, right? And we are all about educating, empowering, inspiring. We have over 500 people that are live with us on the show right now. This video and these interviews will end up with over 50 to 100,000 views. Congratulations to the incredible Jeanette Fuentes, who has joined us, her and her husband, Christian Fuentes. They run a company called RE/MAX Top Producers. They do about close to, sometimes over $1 billion in sales every single year. What I love about this interview is when Kristoff is talking about getting out there, knocking on doors, meeting people, building relationships. This woman literally was so good. She was like doing it on radio. She was going to be basically the top TV and radio host. and then life threw her a curveball. So, I want to kind of get into that. And what she's going to share with us is how she was able to overcome, the challenges that many women go through that are beautiful, that are powerful, and being able to pierce through BS and nonsense and still rise all the way to the top and become a leader, highly respected, loved leader in your industry. So with that being said, Jeanette, can you hear me and can I hear you without any background noise? I'm hoping. There you go. Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. This is awesome. And
this is
hi,
awesome.
Marty. Hi, Marty. It's an honor. I feel like such an inspiring energy through the lens here. It's super cool.
So the Michael Jordan of real estate meets the person that is, they always say that you've got the Michael Jordan, right? And then the person who got closest to walking in his footsteps.
I would love that.
You've got the Kobe Bryant, right? Who basically, some people even actually, I'm just telling you, some people actually say Kobe was even better because he didn't have certain physical attributes that Michael Jordan had, like the really wide hand and so with that being said, I still hear a little bit of background. So I don't know. And I think it might be on your end. Not a big deal, but I really would love for us to get, if you can ask any support.
Yeah, I'm going to ask my assistant.
If there's any second device on, if someone has a phone or a computer on the live feed, anywhere in the background, where the volume is not all the way down or it's not completely muted, any second device will create this type of feedback.
Okay, she's coming right now.
Okay, perfect.
And that is not my talent, technology. So
no, yeah, and I have a very big challenge with that too. So while we go over this, I'm going to while your assistant's helping us with that, I'm going to share with you a little bit more about Jeanette. So she was an intern at a TV station. And I don't want to share all of her story, but she gave it her everything, her heart, her soul, her hard work. And she had the main boss and producer offered her a great opportunity, but it came with a very big cost. And we'll get into that topic. And what she did is she stuck to her guns. She showed her integrity as a woman, as a leader. And she's going to share that part of her story. She was able to, so if you want to learn how to surrender to your higher vision, to what God's plan is for you, if you want to learn not only how to do $1 billion in sales, if you want to learn how to have an incredible marriage, an incredible relationship, how to be an incredible wife and husband, if you want to learn how to take full ownership and responsibility for your life, how to never stop growing, how to be a consummate giver and learning. If you want to learn how to have it all, really this interview is about how to have it all and not have to sacrifice your marriage, your health, or your children. As I can't see you, but I can feel you, all 500 plus of you watching this live, put your hand up. If you want to have it all and you don't want to have to give up your health, to have it all. You don't want to have to give up your family, and you don't want to have to give up your relationships or your integrity. So that's what this interview is going to be about. Please, let's bring up Jeanette, and I'm hoping that that we've got the audio. Here we go, solved. And Jeanette, you want to unmute yourself?
I think we just unmuted ourselves. Is that good?
It's okay. Not the best. It's okay. Now, if you want, what we could do is I have another powerful leader who is very close to you, who can actually, and I just saw moments ago, I could actually have him on, and then maybe you can work on your audio, and then maybe you can come on in 20 minutes.
Okay, question. What do I tell my assistant? She's listening.
Yeah, so, okay. So, and by the way, those of you watching, this is what it's about. First, we want to give a shout out to the Los Angeles Tribune, CEO Mo Rock, our editor-in-chief Ava Manuel for making this happen. Technology is not easy. This is literally being transmitted all around the world. And so thank you for your patience. What we're going to do is we're going to work with Jeanette to get her audio cleared up a little bit. And we're going to bring our next guest, who she knows very well, by the way. And then we'll bring her back up. So for Jeanette's assistant, there's a little bit of a feedback, which means that there's a second device that is on in the room that is not muted and the volume is not turned down. So it's coming like a feedback. And how we know that is if Jeanette mutes herself, the echo goes away, the feedback goes away. So it's not anyone else's device for this moment. So with that being said, Jeanette, maybe have your team help you with that. And if you need any help, I'm going to send a text message. Hold on a second. I'm going to send a text message to our team and you. And maybe they can help you with that technical issue. Here we go. Jeanette, bear with me as you guys are watching. Jeanette. Ava, Rex, and Alicia. Thank you so much, everybody, for your patience. And Mo. Okay. This is a group message. Okay. Okay, so I've just sent a group message. And Christian, thank you so much, buddy, for being here. I am going to, okay, so let's shift gears to while Jeanette's working on her technology. You know, they say you should not be in awe of anybody or anything but God. That's what I learned. I learned that the word awe should only be reserved for God. And for some of us that are not necessarily religious, you could call it the universe, you could call it source, you could call it love, or if you're a Napoleon Hill fan, you could call it infinite intelligence, you could call it your higher self, whatever person chooses to call it. They say you shouldn't be in awe. And I'm so close to that feeling with this man because I've seen him for 20 plus years be everything. You know, and do everything. So this man needs really no introduction at all in real estate. However, for people that are not familiar, not in the real estate industry, which there's over 500 alive with us right now, this is Mr. Christian Fuentes, husband of power couple Christian and Jeanette Fuentes. They run RE/MAX Top Producers. They have over 350 agents. He owns his own escrow company. He's flipped, wait a minute. He's flipped over 400 properties so far. I haven't even flipped my first property. And this man has done it 400 times.
We got to get you in it.
He's done it over 400 times with having an office, with doing $1 billion in sales every single year, sometimes a little under, sometimes a little over. And he's done that while only working 4.5 days a week, while taking his kids to school, while going to every basketball and karate practice, while taking every weekend off, while being an incredible husband. I mean, to me, that sounds like superhuman. But yet, he's going to teach us how to do that today. Welcome to the stage, Christian Fuentes! Woo-hoo! I feel like a kid.
Thank you, brother. Wow, love the energy.
And you've got the incredible legend.
You guys hear me okay?
We can hear you great. You got the legend of, you know, the Michael Jordan real estate. I know a woman that you very much look up to, Christian, in the house as well. Christian, how are you, brother?
Yeah. I'm doing great. By the way, Marty, good to see you always. I'm doing great. Thank you, Kaya, for having me today.
Absolutely. It's such an honor, such a privilege. So Christian, if you don't mind, what we are going to cover today is I want you to share what he's going to share with you, because everybody wants to be a millionaire, or, you know, the idea of even selling $1 billion in real estate and being a multimillionaire seems completely out of grasp for most people. But we're not just only impressed by that. What he's going to share with you is how to build a big business while at the same time have time for it all, for your family, for your kids, for your health, for your wellness. Before we get into that, those tools, those strategies, those secrets, Christian, if you don't mind sharing a little bit about, you and I have something in common, right? A lot of men do. We've struggled, right? You had a time in your life. So if you don't mind sharing your humble beginnings and the stuff that you had to deal with yourself, and what was the breakthrough? What was the turning point? And I know a lot of people are in challenge right now in the world today. So please just really fully authentic, be really raw. And I'll open up, you open up. Please do share.
Sure, for sure. So, little background, I was born in Mexico, came to the United States when I was 12. I got into real estate at 21 years old. Marty was one of my first mentors. I always look up to Marty, and I was blessed to have a transaction right in the beginning with Marty and learn a lot from her. But one thing about me, I got into the real estate business and very quickly I started making money. So here I'm in my 20s. By 25, I bought my first house. Back then, I mean, you think about, I've been doing this for 27 years. So this is about 25 years, 24 years that I started making money. And as I started making money, here's a young kid, pretty wild. I started doing a lot of partying, a lot of, I always say that my 20s was the years of self-destruction, right? And are you still there, Kaya? Because I don't see you, but just want to make sure you're there.
Yeah, I'm spotlighting you because you're the man of the hour.
Got it.
Yeah, okay. I'm here.
Got
it.
All right. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
So then I'm self-destructing through my 20s, start making good at 25, right? That's good money back in those days. And sure enough, I went from 25, always being ripped, always having a six-pack, looking great, to now by 30, I am overweight, 200 pounds, and got into drugs and alcohol addiction, right? And I think Kaya talking to you yesterday, that was my turning point. I got to a point that I realized I'm 30, I'm overweight.
Can I ask about that,
change.
Christian?
I need to do something different. I think a lot of men go through this, and at some point, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a delay. No problem. I battled the same thing. So being lost in my 20s and finding myself, being around the wrong people, chasing the wrong lifestyle, drinking vodka like it was water. I'm very not proud of this. I hate even admitting this, but I want to be open and transparent. Doing drugs, and I know that a lot of people, whatever they call it experiment. What was the cause? Because there's so many men that you help level up with their families, with their wives, with God, with spirituality, with health. What was the cause of you going into that in your 20s? If you could help us understand, for you, what was the root cause of that?
My cause was, I didn't have any major stuff that happened to me when I was a kid. I was just around the wrong people. I got addicted to, I got addicted to alcohol. I love women, right? I love the women. I mean, I love my wife now, but so I love to go out and party and hook up and drink. And so that was my lifestyle back in those days, right? I can tell you, God was not my priority, and it was all about that. And at some point, drugs, alcohol, and doing crazy stuff, it's not going to get you anywhere good. Even as good as a great agent I was back in those days, my past, all the things I did were destroying me. And thank God at 30, when I realized I couldn't continue doing the same things I was doing, and that was my turning point. But it was just being around the wrong people.
And Napoleon Hill talks about it in his books. He's always saying you either conquer self or you will be conquered by self. Exactly. So Christian, you went through the dark hole. You went into the dungeon. You met your own inner demons, your own stuff, and then you had a breakthrough. What was that turning point? You mentioned your breakthrough, your quantum leap moment.
I met my angel. It was Jeanette, my wife. I was 30. I was overweight, and quick story. She was working next to me at a restaurant, and that's how I met her. It was a Mexican restaurant, and I was chubby, and I would go eat there all the time. And I was like, man, this girl's hot. But never thought anything was going to happen, because here I am, fat. I have glasses on, and I make good money. I'm driving a Mercedes, and I'm the top agent in my company. But I mean, I'm just wasting money like crazy because I'm partying every day and doing bad stuff, right? So, but at some point, me and Jeanette became really good friends. They sold the restaurant. She came to work with me on my team, and then we just got to know each other better. And she ended up falling in love with me. I fell in love with her, and that's how we started. She fell in love with a chubby guy with glasses. A wild chubby guy with glasses, right? I always tell her I was chunky but funky.
Chunky but funky. And by the way, if you're hearing there's some thumping sound, I think he's so excited. He's banging the table at the same time. So if you might, just so that we can have clear audio for our audience, that is amazing, because you are a testament of, you can come from all those self-destructive habits and you can change. You can completely do a complete 360-degree change. So if you don't mind, we talked about, what would be that's the turning point. If you don't mind sharing, and the turning point is you meeting your angel. If you don't mind going into, you met her and you began to change, but then at some point you had to do the work. You had to be the change.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
100%.
she inspired it, but then you had to take it all the way. So who were you before? You kind of touched on that a little bit. Who did you start becoming, and what did it take from you to become that new person?
I mean, there's two major things, Kaya, that I think everyone could change if they focus on these two things. Number one, I started getting closer to God, okay, and I gave him all the glory, because I wasn't thinking about him back in my 20s, and but when I'm 30 now, I'm getting married. I want to build a family, and I started getting closer to God, and then I made my family my priority. I mean, that's really what happened. I realized I have a wife now. 2 years later, being married, we had my daughter. Then I got pregnant. Eventually, we had our daughter, and all my priorities became God, family, and then also health. So, and now we're just working together. We're building a business. That's my main focus. So I think, man, if you don't have a wife or family, your focus is going out there, and you might be self-destroying yourself. But at some point,
can we talk about this briefly? It's really pertinent to what you're saying. So, and I know you're a huge Think and Grow Rich fan, and Napoleon Hill says in his book Think and Grow Rich, and he calls it the sexual transmutation. He says most men, and he says this even applies to women as well. Most men don't succeed well into their 40s or even their 50s because they're dissipating their energy away, chasing something else. And it doesn't have to necessarily only be sex or a woman, but they're chasing these things. It could be an addiction. And so you transmuted your energy completely. And how did you do that? You gave gave your life to God.
Yeah, I changed my environment. The people that I used to hang around with and my friends, stopped talking to them. Like literally, no more hanging out, no more going on. As a guy, you always have the friends that are, hey man, let's go hang out, let's go out. And then most guys are like, well, I'm married now. You can still come, you can still have a life, you can still come do the same bad stuff that you used to do. So I think we need to make some real changes. That starts with yourself, and then changing the people you surround yourself with. And then my nights were all about being with my wife, being with my kids, working on my business. I mean, there was no other option. I would still get the calls from the guys
25 years ago,
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, the same guys that I used to hang around with back in those days, they're still doing the exact same thing that they were doing in the 20s. They're still doing it now, and I'm almost 50, right? Just to show you, people don't change. So,
but wait a minute. Yeah, people don't change, but you show that someone makes a decision, they can change. So they don't change. Most people don't change, but you change. And what I love about you so much is that you are a change artist. We've had clients that have, real estate agents that, Veronica and I have coached that have left other companies, have, we didn't say go and meet Christian and Jeanette Fuentes and join their own. They just find people in the industry find their way on your team because they have such huge respect for you. Not only your results, but your marriage and your fatherhood and your mother, like all the stuff that you guys do. So You do. When you want someone, when you're encouraging someone to change, how do you help someone change, Christian? Because you help people change all the time.
Honestly, brother, I can't help people change. They have to do it themselves, right? All I do is, I mean, I share what I do and I lead by example. And trust me, I'm not perfect either. You know, I have
everybody. Please write this down.
I have battles every day. Yeah, I mean, it's a battle every day. Every day I battle things, right? But I'm leading by example. I have my morning, and then I'm gonna share in a little bit. But I have my routine, my habits that I follow that keep me grounded, that keep me focused every single day, right? And then every day I work on just me becoming the best version of me. That's all I can do, right?
Exactly.
And then I share what I do with others, and then they see, wow, if it works for him, it might work for me. Just like I have my own mentors that I look up to, and I see what they do, and they're leading by example. So then I follow them. So I think I can't make someone change. They have to decide themselves that they want to change.
Right. Okay, so that's a big one. So do you guys all get the almost the what do you call it? Contradiction in terms, or the dichotomy. It's actually called a dichotomy. And that is, in order for your life to be what you want it to be, you must change. And then on the other side, people don't change, while at the same time, he does change. While at the same time, he can inspire you to change. And the only way to change is for you to change yourself. You know, the whole idea of Mahatma Gandhi, I think it was, be the change you want to see in the world, right? I think it was that. And also, you know, the great leaders of our time. So what is if someone says, okay, I'm done with my life the way it is. I was done in my early 30s. I hate to admit that it took me that long. I basically said, if I'm going to live my life the way I'm living my life today, I'm not going to be alive. I'm going to end up sabotaging myself to such a point I won't be here anymore.
Yeah.
So let's say someone arrives at that come to God, come to Jesus moment, so to speak, and they decide they want to change. What's your formula to going from overweight, using drugs, no purpose and direction, sabotaging your life, to becoming an icon in the real estate industry, an icon in marriages, an icon as a father figure? What is your steps to people changing?
Well, thank you for the icon, Kaya thing, but I don't know if I'm an icon, but honestly, it's something that you have to work on it daily, right? But I can tell you this: there's 5 pillars that I follow, and these are priorities, right? Number 1, put God first. Okay, work on your faith. Number 1, make sure that hopefully you make that a goal to how can I get closer to God, and make sure you take time every single day thanking Him for everything that you have, how blessed you are, and talk to God. So that's priority number 1 is God. 2 is your family, making sure that your family is a priority.
And Christian, is there someone in the background doing some light thumping?
Yeah, but they're leaving now. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. This whole entire time, it was funny. I thought he's so excited about this interview. He's going, I changed my life.
But that was me, because I keep hitting my table with my elbow. So yeah, that was me too. And my ring.
So just know that you have an incredible microphone. Yeah. It's so sensitive. Yeah. If you tap something, it comes in as a very big boom sound.
Gotcha.
And I want, this video is going to be there for the ages. I want when, 100 years from now. Hey, by the way, you can watch videos of Napoleon Hill.
Oh, yeah.
Today, there's videos of Napoleon Hill.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So this video will be seen. This interview will be seen for history. And I just want people to have the very best audio. So please tell them, come back in a few minutes.
For sure.
So, okay. Just cover the first 2 or 3 first, and then share with us all 5, please.
So God first, second, family, make family a priority. Spend time with family, build your relationships with your kids, with your wife, with your parents. Really important. 3, health. Very important, guys. You got to focus on health. Do something every day. Work on your body, how you eat, drink more water, go for walks, running. You got to work on you. Addictions, right? Alcohol, drugs. We just talked about that. Make sure you get rid of that stuff. And then from there, your business is number 4, right? Your business, then you can grow your business. Become a leader, become the CEO of your own company, treat your business like a job. So then your business grows, and then from there, your financials grows, your money, your investments. everything works together. So put the first three first: God first, family, health, and then your business grows, your financials grow.
That is amazing. So you're the first person that has actually said it in a way of values. You're saying these are my top 3 values that drive me to then fulfill my purpose in my business. And that's very big. So God first, number 2, family, and number 3, fitness.
Health, yeah.
Health and fitness. Yeah. Perfect. So, and I know you also talked about your morning routine. You've also talked about something around your goals.
Yeah.
And I know your famous quote, "A dream is just a wish until you make it a goal."
Yeah.
And then what you do around your goals. So please go into that a little bit, because everybody has goals, and they say 91% of people, when they start the goal in January 1st, they've already given up. 91% of people have already given up on that goal by February 1st.
Yeah.
So what do you do different?
Yeah. And this, only 9% of people typically, actually accomplish the goal for the
correct
New Year's resolution. So, look, one thing about goals is making sure you're clear about goals. Make sure you know exactly what you want, be clear about it. Most people say, well, next year, what's your goal? 2024, what's your goal? I want to make more money. That's not very clear, right? Versus, I want to make $1 million. Okay, great. That's a great goal. That sounds very exciting. How are you going to do that? Then you got to have a plan, right? But have goals, whether it's, again, what are your faith goals? You say, well, I want to get closer to God. Well, what are you going to do, right? Are you going to read your Bible? Are you going to go to church? Are you going to get involved with the group? So make sure that whatever your goals are, you're going to write down the plan and take some action. Same thing with let's say, what's your goal for 2024? I want to lose weight, but that's not very clear. How much weight? 20 pounds. By when? What are you going to do about it? What's your daily routine, right? What are the things you're going to do to lose the weight? So you have to be clear about your goals and have a plan. That's really important. And then there's something that I do, Kaya, every morning. It's just a morning routine. So I believe you should have a powerful morning routine. And there's 7 things that I do every morning. Number 1, wake up early. 2, pray. 3, exercise. Every morning, I exercise. Go for a run, go for a walk. 4, go over things you're thankful for so that you practice gratitude every morning. It's very, very powerful. 5, review your goals every single day. This is a real stat. 3% of people actually write down their goals. Only 3% put it on paper. And only 1% of people review their goals daily. That just shows you most people don't really, number 1, most people don't have goals. And 2, they don't take the time to actually write them down. And 3, to actually review their goals daily. So that's where it's powerful. You reminding yourself every single day, your mind's a muscle. So you got to work that muscle. And I always say this, whatever you believe becomes your reality. So you basically have to exercise your mind every day to tell yourself what you want to accomplish. That's number 5. 6 is 30 minutes of self-development or business development. Could be a book or audiobook. And then number 7 is plan your day and plan your week to make sure you stick to your schedule. Those are the 7 things that I do every morning. And I say we because I have a group of about 50 people that are part of this call that we do in the mornings for accountability. And we all do the same thing.
And you know what, with that, because, I'm not surprised, the legend in real estate, the Michael Jordan real estate, she's taking notes. She's literally in the room. If she puts her hand up, I'm going to ask permission to bring her in so she can ask you a question before we bring up the next leader who shares a home with you and shares parenthood with you. We'll bring her up in a moment. I'm going to just bring up Marty, see if Marty has a question for you. Marty, can I bring you on stage real quick, Marty? I think so. Marty, do you have a quick question for Christian Fuentes that you feel would be, because you know him, you respect him, you admire him, and the feeling is mutual. What's a question that you feel would bring even more value to the audience that is tuning in today for Christian to answer?
Well, I knew Christian when he worked for another realtor, and he was, he was you were a buyer's agent, right, Christian, on that team?
Yeah.
And he would, cold call, and I would run into him, and, and then, he met the right partner.
Aw.
I met the right partner. Christian made the right partner, because they say 90% of your success is marrying the right person. And yeah, definitely kudos to Jeanette.
Oh, thank you, Marty. Yes, I tell you, man, find the right partner. You want to change your life, find the right person. Build something together. Build a legacy together.
Yeah, you started driving in the same direction, and look where you are now. Look how far you come.
Yeah. Thank you, Marty.
Yes.
And I would be remiss and behooved if I didn't bring who we're talking about on the screen. So Jeanette and Christian Fuentes, wow, power couple, highly admired, highly respected. You found each other, and I know so many people follow you for so many reasons. A lot of the accomplishments that Jeanette you've achieved in your life have been solely on yourself as a woman, as a leader, as an influencer. And your husband refers to you as the angel that came and helped change his life. So Jeanette, I just want to open up before we get into what your tools and your secrets that you want to share. We do have a lot of background noise, though. I'm wondering. Jeanette, yeah, I think it's on your side. So Jeanette, what we can do is maybe go with a different room or a different device. And we do have some flexibility today. So we'll definitely get your interview in. Go with another room or device, maybe even from your phone. Not ideal. You could turn everything else off. Do you have an idea, Jeanette? You're on mute. Yeah.
How is it right now? Bad?
It's better.
Okay, I'll move, but I don't want to miss saying this. It's a little shout out to Marty. Marty, you're so passionate, and you just gave me watery eyes because I know you mean it. And when I started my career 18 years ago, I was so lucky to hear her speak. So when you were saying about finding the right partner, you gave me watery eyes, because there's something they say out there that either you're building or you're destroying together. Depends who your partner is in life. So thank you, Marty, for that. Yeah. Is it okay now, or should I move to a different location?
Break. I'm going to get with our team. We'll take a 1-minute break. I'm going to get with our team, and let's see if we can improve the audio. Stay tuned. Jeanette has a story that she would love to share for women out there. This version of themselves want to succeed and have to deal with a lot of uphill battles and dealing with, as we mentioned, BS, because they're beautiful, they're powerful, and people think that they can come in their lives and take advantage. So how do you overcome those types of adversity and stay as a woman empowered in your own integrity, and yet still rise to the top, and yet still meet an incredible man, and yet still be a leader in the industry? And and how do you overcome that, which is a big issue that a lot of people face. And that's what really the LA Tribune is about. The Los Angeles Tribune is not only about telling us the truth of what goes on in the world, but giving us tools. It really is about inspiring, educating, and empowering people with tools. And we have a TV show called the Top Leaders Forum TV show, powered by the Los Angeles Tribune. Shout out to CEO Mo Rock. Shout out to Ava, editor-in-chief. And in that show, the Top Leaders Forum, what we want to do is we want to unlock the success secrets of the world's top leaders. And you're meeting two of them right here, right now, unlocking the success secrets of them so that everybody can learn and can grow and prosper. Because what good is it to have a world when you have winners and losers? When you have people that are thriving and people that are struggling and so challenged, just even to make their ends meet. So let's just take a 1-minute break. I'll get with the team and we'll bring Jeanette back on. And please stick around, Christian and Marty. You're here for as long as you want. We're so grateful for you to be here to chime in the conversation. We'll take a 1-minute break and we'll be right back. And I'm going to have our team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Echo. So
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
all right. Okay. Let's pray that the technology gods are with us, and the gods are always with us at the Los Angeles Tribune because we're making waves. We're making waves and we're creating change. By the way, shout out to the city of Los Angeles. We at the LA Tribune are celebrating also the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, the new mayor of LA. And she is championing so many different causes, including the homeless issue. As you know, the homeless issue has been very big. And we have, I think, about 60% of the population of the homeless is in the US is on the West Coast in California. And a good majority of those homeless people, a very high majority of those homeless people are in Los Angeles County. So for some reason, because of obviously the weather conditions, we have attracted a greater portion of that. And so the city of LA is taking a stand, and the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper is also in support in the initiative to help the unhoused. So we are celebrating with the mayor, Karen Bass, current mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. We're celebrating 19,000 unhoused people have been now taken off the street and have been put into some form of affordable housing. So please give a huge round of applause to the city of Los Angeles. And we were there at Los Angeles Tribune was there representing at the mission, LA Mission, which is, I think they serve over 500,000 home meals to the homeless every year. And we were there at Thanksgiving, and we interviewed Mayor Karen Bass. So just celebrating the great things the city of Los Angeles is doing. And let's bring up Jeanette. We hear that she has now, wow, I even like this even better. we have her now. So would you like to unmute yourself, Jeanette?
Oh my gosh. Hello, hello.
Oh my gosh. Home run. Home run. And you know what? 525 people were like, I ain't leaving. I don't care what kind of technology issues we are having. We are not leaving this powerhouse woman. And I also want to add to the stage legendary Marty Rodriguez and your incredible husband, Christian Fuentes.
We have to add some flavor to this interview.
We got to bring some flavor. What I want to say is, it reminds me of football. Have you ever seen a game of football where, you know, the punt guy kicks the ball, the punt returner catches it, it drops on the floor, it fumbles around, it looks like it's going to be a lost point, they pick it up, they dodge a couple people, the next thing you know, they run it in for a touchdown. That's exactly who we are, and that's what we are today. So with that being said, I'd like to just focus on you, Jeanette, because you have a story. And, you know, what I love about your share, and you're going to get into that topic today, is that you have a background with radio. You are going to build your whole future, your whole legacy in this area. And then you were thrown a curveball. So just if anybody happens to be tuning in, this is Jeanette Fuentes. Her and her husband run Remax Top Producers. They do about $1 billion, sometimes just under, sometimes over $1 billion in sales every year. How do you do $1 billion in sales in a lifetime, let alone do it every year? They are a power couple. They have incredible, following. They have 350 plus agents. They're changing the lives of so many different leaders. They're showing people the way. And my understanding is they don't work 7 days a week. They don't give up their health. They're fit. They're ripped. They're shredded.
Oh, come on.
Okay, she's like, okay, well, maybe he is. But, you know, I'm still. She's like, oh, come on now. Oh, come on. Oh, boom. Christian, let's go. Show off the guns, Christian. Let's go. Boom. Damn. Okay, he's got a little bit more definition than me, too. Look, I need to get up. I need to get to the 5:30 a.m. with Christian thing.
Let's do it.
And not only that, they've got these incredible kids. So I want to just focus on you, Jeanette. And I know that you had a massive breakthrough and a turning point. Even before you ever met Christian, you were an angel. You created success, and you faced a lot of adversity that women face today that are beautiful, that have a beautiful energy and an angelic spirit that people want to take advantage of. So please, if you don't mind, share us your story, and don't hold back.
Okay. Thank you so much. So ever since I was in high school, a little kid, I like to write stories, diaries. I wanted to be a journalist because I love connecting with people, and I believe that everyone has a story. I believe that everyone should have a chapter and be listened to. So I was in the newspaper. I went to college, a journalist for journalism. I was an intern at a TV station, actually. And I thought everything was going to go amazing. Why? Because I'm a hard worker. I'm passionate about writing and sharing stories. I won an award for all Southern California schools for college, first place with deep investigation reporting. So all of that, and it's going the right direction. That's my passion. So yes, I get an offer for being a reporter on TV by the main producer. He did say, you're going to be a reporter for a few years. I'm 21 years old. I'm naive. And I'm not saying everyone out there, I'm not saying that every TV station or newspapers out there are the same way, but I had a bad situation, a terrible situation that I still get a little emotional about because I wasn't prepared for it. So they said, this producer said, I'll give you the job, you'll be a reporter, and in about 3 years, you'll be one of the anchors. And it seems like this is the way he conducts business. You're just, in my eyes, I just felt like I was a piece of meat. I was really sad. I walked away, I run away, and I just felt like my whole world was done. I said, why did I go to school for this if they don't take me serious? Is this not a professional environment? Is this not what matters? So what I'm saying is I run away. Then I realized that it took me a while. I never tried to go into broadcast journalism, I met throughout the years. I met my husband, but I went into this being a victim mentality. This sucks. Men suck. I don't want to marry in my 20s. And then I realized that being an entrepreneur, that was my heart and goal, and that I was going to write my own story. And I was not going to live life by default, but by design. And I really think that changing your mindset from being a victim, yes, things happen to you, but it's the way you get yourself back on. You prepare yourself, being young, consider attractive. I will get a little bit of setbacks from men and women being 20, 21. But I realized, you know what? Then you need to show. You need to educate yourself. You need to be great at what you do. That's why I love when I got into real estate, when I heard a leader as Marty speaking on a stage, I was like, she's calling my name, because it's what you want to do, right? They should take you serious, but it's also what you're projecting. Love yourself.
So Jeanette,
Yes.
Jeanette, you are in the presence of two powerhouse women, and I would like to just open the space for Miss Veronica to ask you about this, because let's have a women conversation. Woman to woman. Veronica and Marty, what would you like to ask Jeanette that would help? Really, we want to empower people, and there's a lot of BS goes on in the world, as you know, and in many shapes, ways, and forms. But this particular problem, what would you like to ask Jeanette that would go deeper into what it took from her to step into self-love and have integrity in herself, and actually make a better decision that literally ended up transforming her life in a very positive way?
Thank you for the space. I have many realtor females or loan officers that are females, and they're always in a struggle between family, children, their future as a wife, as a partner in the house, and their struggle of becoming a top producer out of the home, most of the time in the office or in the field. And both of you are super icons in our industry. How did you pivot the traditional way of being and the religious beliefs that the mother and the wife gets to stay home and cook and clean and nurture the family, versus the females, we get to have it all? A thriving business, a thriving partner and a husband, children that are thriving at home, and you get to do it all. How did that came to you?
And is that to me, or?
That's for you, Jeanette. Yeah,
Okay,
this is about you. We're here for you because you've done something that, please do share.
Yes. You know what I wanted in life always, since a little girl, I wanted all. So I didn't see myself as just a wife. I didn't see myself just as a businesswoman. I didn't feel like, oh, I'm all about success when it comes to financial success. I wanted all. So I went through a process of knowing that, but at the same time, not feeling guilty. And it's still something that you work on a lot, to not feel guilty. Are you not cooking? Are you not with your kids enough? I do think I'm going to go back to your partner. You have to be aligned with your partner, because I think it will be so different if I have this mindset and my husband doesn't have the same mindset. But since the beginning, we were a team. We were on the same mission. So he never made me feel that I needed to wash his clothes or iron his clothes or cook. He was in the same mindset. And I think that's really, really important. Your partner, who's your partner? They could either inspire you, motivate you, be your fan, be your cheerleader, or they could actually put you down. So since the beginning, my partner, my husband, was like, hey, I didn't marry you so you could cook for me, and I'm glad, because I don't cook. Even though he thought I did know how to cook, because my mother owned a restaurant. So he figured the mom is a really good cook. She probably is a good cook. I said no. And he never asked me when we were dating. He says he assumed that I was a good cook. That's his fault.
That's a great assumption that led you to exactly.
So what I'm saying is, great that your partner's in the same mindset. So he says, hey, we're both working. You're doing what you want to do. It's not that he's making me work or do what I want to do. But he's like, hey, cleaning lady from the beginning. Let's get a nanny, get a babysitter. I had a lot of trouble with the nanny babysitter. I stopped working with my first baby close to a year. and I couldn't do it. The only reason why I was able to do it is because that nanny became my mom. So she's my secret power, you could say, for my kids, because their nanny is their grandma. So that gives me, I guess, I don't know, that sense of, okay, my kids are with grandma. They have the love of their grandma. So when we're at work, if we go to events, if we have to travel, grandma's with them. So it's not making yourself feel guilty and having the team in place to help you, because it takes a village, especially for us ladies, to be in business, coaching, mentorship, and all of that stuff.
So, and I want to just open it up. I have a few more questions. I just want to open up for Veronica or Marty. Do you have a question for Jeanette? Coming from, woman to woman, and you all know what it's like to deal with the BS. So do you have any questions you want to ask her?
I think Jeanette and other women would want to know, what did you see in Christian that made you choose him to be your partner?
Thank you. He always talks about when I met him, he was chubby. He wasn't that chubby, guys. Okay? He had a little pounds of, he was a little overweight, and I love his glasses.
Veronica calls it fluffy. So maybe he wasn't chubby, he was just fluffy.
He was fluffy. I like that. And I miss his cheeks. I used to be like, oh. So what did I see in Christian? Since I met him, he's confident. He has a presence to himself. So I love that confidence of him. And believe it or not, he can be pretty funny. He has a good sense of humor. So I like that about him. He's a good listener. And I think his resilience, his courage. He's a driver, but he also has a heart. So I think that's where we were just, and then we became best friends before dating. So at that time in my 20s, I was dating. I had a boyfriend. He had a girlfriend. I thought he was just my friend, my fluffy friend, my chubby friend. So I think organically, we really got to know each other the way you're supposed to get to know each other. And we became best friends. So he complimented me, and I feel like I complimented him.
On that, this wasn't necessarily the exact topic, but I think this is something very useful, that, the whole theory that what Marty was sharing earlier, that perhaps one of the biggest decisions we'll make in our life, other than maybe being of a higher service for a higher vision, a higher purpose, is who we marry. So you both have been married for decades. Marty, you've been married for decades. What is your secret to success in your marriage, specifically in this context? You guys work together. Real estate's not easy. You have a lot of responsibility. You have a lot of things that you need to do. So in a heavy stress work environment, which I'm not even saying that it's stressful for you, but it is stressful for most people, how do you create an incredible marriage while you work together in a high stress environment?
And can I say something too? A lot of times people ask, if people are single or they're looking for a partner, they say, how did you find a successful man? How do you, and maybe it does happen to some people, but our story was different. We build together. And I see that it's more beautiful when you see people that are building together and they make their own legacy, their own empire, their own terms. So a lot of single people, or they're looking for a partner, and they're looking for that now, successful, getting together. And I will never forget, it was Brian Tracy. I actually asked him, because we had him at an event, and I said, what advice would you give to those ladies that are looking for a millionaire, rich man out there? And he says, you know what, you should ask them if they are that woman that millionaire guy is looking for. Like, ooh, that's good. So take responsibility. And also, I have a son, I have brothers. I think we can't be that materialistic. So when I met Christian, he was selling, he was the top agent of his office, but he's not this millionaire. What I saw, Marty, as well, that I didn't say earlier, is that I knew he was going to be successful. I felt in my heart that he didn't even know his own potential. So I think it's so much more beautiful that you have to believe in each other and grow together, because like you said, it's hard. It's hard work. It's not all roses and beautiful at all times. Running a business, the roller coaster, the emotions, the hard decisions, the times that ups and downs of so many things that a business could bring. So I think that you have to have a strong foundation in your relationship besides the business, and know why you're doing this together. So when the storm comes, because they do, I mean, you are prepared to do this together and become stronger.
So Jeanette, I know that you have secrets, and I know you kind of touched on them. So again, going back to the original question, how you were able to, overcome your adversity, create an incredible, meet this incredible man, create this incredible marriage, take a company to a world ranking, do $1 billion in sales. What would you say are your 4 or 5 top pillars of success, or your secrets that people can learn from, and maybe they can have the results that you have as well?
Number one, because that's when my life changed. I was about 27 years old, and I surrendered in my bedroom to God. And I said, Lord, I don't know what I'm doing. I surrender myself to you. Guide me. And at that time, you have to believe it. There's a mighty power out there. At that time, with all my soul, my heart, I believed it, and I surrendered. And can I
ask you a question about that, Jeanette? I'm actually still figuring out this platform, so this is a better configuration right now. You got emotional, and I think anybody watching this knows what that is, and we feel it. If you don't mind, I would like for you to put words to it. You got emotional and surrendering to God. Can you tell us what's underneath that? What's behind that? What's fueling that emotion?
You know what? Your last sentence was choppy. What did you say?
What's the feeling? What's the emotion you're feeling when you were getting a little teary and about surrendering to God?
Oh my gosh. It's leaving literally surrendering, literally saying, I'm okay with not being okay. Letting your ego, your control freak situation, and saying, I am surrendering. It's emotional. It's a feeling of, I need you in my life. I need you in my soul. And in that moment, in my own experience, I felt something warm. That's why I get emotional, because I felt something warm throughout my body that night, in tears of unexplainable feeling, because it was not sad, it wasn't happy, just this feeling. And it took probably about 2 years, but things have started changing from there. That's kind of when I got it. Before that, I was just dating, 25, 24, thinking, oh man, they're just like cheaters and they don't take people serious and I'm cool, and that's when I got serious with Christian. You see, my chubby, fluffy guy.
Well, he's now ripped. So he was fluffy, but now he's ripped.
And then we got serious. We got married. I always say, because when we got married was in 2008, and we're both in real estate, and that's when the crash happened. So we really started from the bottom again, right? We had to short sell his house, and we started investing, flipping together. I always say that Christian was a great investment in my best flip, because he was a little bit of a fixer.
My best invest, my best flip. So I don't think, Christian, you'll ever do a flip as big as this one.
He was a great fixer-upper with a great return.
A great fixer-upper. Look at that. That's amazing. All right. So number one, surrender. And by the way, thank you, Jeanette, for really, you've really opened your heart today and shared some very vulnerable things. What does it mean to go in all with your marriage and support your husband? What does that mean?
Yes, all in, with the good, the bad, taking responsibility. It's not him, it's me. That took a long time, right? Not to blame your partner for things. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing to be a better partner? What are you doing to go all in with your marriage? And balancing, is this a really bad situation, or is it something that you could work on? And again, this is beautiful that Marty's here, because then again, I invited her to a real estate in Hill, which we could talk about a little bit later, as a speaker. And I will never forget, she says that one of the things that she did in her marriage was to focus on the positive, focus on the great things in her marriage or in her husband, not just whining and, you know what I mean? Like, oh, they should do this, they should do that. So taking your own responsibility. And I believe in marriage because I believe that two are more power, more love than one. And in my life and my success that I want for my life and my legacy to my kids, it's not just about money, but it's about breaking chains and having a balanced life. And I think marriage and family are number one. So for them to see that nothing's going to be perfect, there's not going to be a beautiful husband or wife for you, but you have to work hard like anything else in life. And you have to put the work, a lot of work.
You bring up two things. You brought up focus and, so I've studied a lot, and obviously Pat Allen, who's considered one of the, she's probably in her, I think, close to 80s right now. She's been interviewed on the Oprah Winfrey Show like 6 times when Oprah had her show. And then even my mentor, who's running for Democratic nomination for U.S. president right now against Biden, Marianne Williamson, who will be on the show as well. And, the idea around it's up to that person to meet my needs, right? It's like I focus on what I'm not getting instead of focusing on what am I not giving, right? The whole idea around love is me not being an expert at all. It's just something that I'm stepping into as well. It's focusing on the greatness, and as long as you see the greatness in another person, you hold up that mirror. And that seems like what you guys did for each other. You held up a mirror, a reflection of who you were becoming, which is incredible. So in that, when you say taking personal responsibility, and that's so difficult because everybody's in the blame game. Husbands are blaming things on the wives, blaming it on kids, blaming it on the market, blaming on the interest rates, blaming it on the economy, blaming it on the president, last president, this. How do you level up? How do you, both of you as a couple, level up and take such responsibility for your life that you become the catalyst for change for so many people? What's your tenet around taking responsibility?
I think it's everything. And you know how they talk about you're the leader of your life, of your family, of your business. So, and they say you can't change what happens to you, the way you react to things, right? You can't change people. You can't change people around you, but you can change yourself. So in business, for example, if something goes wrong, and it took years for me to develop this, right? To say, it's not all their fault, right? Sometimes it's misunderstandings, and sometimes it's what could I have done better myself?
There it is. There's the question. A lot of people are trying to learn, okay, it's not easy to step into a new way of being when you don't have a simple tool to do it. It's not easy to take ownership, take responsibility if I don't know what to ask myself to do it. And what was your question you just said, Jeanette?
Myself?
Yeah, you just asked.
What could I have done better?
What could I have done better? It's such a simple question. What could I have done better? Not what you could have done better, how you could have shown up different for me. No, how could I have shown up different for myself and for you? Very powerful question.
So in business, we're in business, owning our own companies about 12 years. So we learned a lot. So a lot of times is, okay, every year, what could I have done better? When it comes to your staff, your agents, what could I have done better? It's not just one-way street, right? There's times that you can come to a conclusion, like this is the way you run your business, and this is the way it works for us, and this is our model. But a lot of times you could say, what could I have done better? Are you adapting with the times? Are you switching? Are you pivoting? Can you be a better leader? Stuff of that nature. And that's how growth happens.
That's how growth happens. Perfect. I love that. You also talk about being a student and never stop growing.
We're huge in getting coached, mentored. Again, I feel like if you're not learning, it sounds drastic, you're dying, right? There's mentorship, there's coaching in all areas of life. And I really think that we try to be careful too, who's coaching you. If it's about fitness, nutrition, right? It probably most likely is not a sales person from real estate, but If you're looking to be a business owner, a better business owner, it has to be someone that knows how to do your P&Ls, your financials as a business owner, sales. So we're huge on that, because if we don't grow, then that's a reflection of us to get back to our team.
Okay.
And to our family.
I have a great question, and I have to give credit to you, Jeanette, because it comes from you. And this is big for couples. How do you not compete with your husband and yet step into your own style and identity and not take power or take attention from one another? Tell us about that.
Yeah.
I can't take credit for it. It came from you. So I would love for you to share that, Jeanette.
Yeah. So starting in the real estate environment, Christian was already in it, and he was known. He knew Marty. Come on. Right?
I mean, Marty's like, of course he knew me. Right.
So he already was established. He was known. And I think he's been doing this, I'm probably going to say it wrong, but maybe like 26 years. He's in state. I think he's been in the business. I've been in the business
Pretty young there,
18 years for myself, right? So coming as a newbie in 2006, and then when we started working together as partners, oh my goodness, I was Christian's wife. That was my name. Oh, Christian's wife. I was Christian's wife. And I was like, oh no. And we'll talk later. That's why I created Real Estate in Heels. So then I was like,
wait, you created Real Estate in Heels.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, I want you to tell us about that too. Continue though.
So I was Christian's wife, and then I was like, okay, get it together. Don't take it personal.
Oh, that kind of pissed you off a little bit. So what did that identity say to you, that you were not willing to be settling for just being someone's wife? What did that?
Yes, but I struggled with it, because then I was like, oh, maybe I should act like Christian. Maybe I should be like Christian, right? To be to his level, you could say, right? So I had people, affiliates that I will never forget. And to this day, we have a great relationship now. But when we started, Christian was running late to an appointment that he was meeting an affiliate. And Christian called me and he said, can you meet with so-and-so? I'm in the office. I said, sure, because he knows I can handle it. So then this man says, I was like, oh, Christian's not going to make it. I'll meet with you. And he's like, oh, no, sweetie, I'll wait for Christian. He called me sweetie. So after that, he was not getting business from our office for several years, because the sweetie was running the operations.
Yeah.
But then we talked, me and that person, and he showed respect and all that. But instead of just being a victim or feeling bad or competing with Christian, and I realized that his style doesn't work for me. That's him. So I started, back then he will be suited up. He's a driver. He speaks to the point. And look at me. I love conversations and animation and all that stuff. So I didn't feel like I was myself. So one day I said, enough is enough. I like dresses. I like to have long conversations. I cannot be Christian. My meetings with sellers were always an hour, when Christian will be proud to say it was 20 minutes. And I said, I'm just going to be myself. And at the same time, I need to respect that he did put the time into real estate, 10, 12 years more than myself. And at that time, I was going to be the broker of record. People were saying, oh my gosh, they're opening their office. And the wife is going to be the broker. So I said, you know what? Stop it. I need to prepare myself. I need to educate myself. I need to earn that spot.
Earn it. Wow.
And then
wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't know. So, we always go into the psychology of success, and sometimes you hear a golden nugget, you hear a breakthrough moment, and not everybody grasps the magnitude of the breakthrough. So you stepped out of victim. So the so-and-so's wife, like, oh, I'm just like an accessory to this great leader, which doesn't feel good. You stepped out of the victim and the frustration and the, that identity, and you said, I'm going to earn it. I'm going to earn it. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm going to be about it. I'm going to earn it. That's a huge transition. That's a huge shift. That's a different level of extreme ownership.
Yes. So then when I noticed that men in our industry, and this is 18 years ago, Marty could know, it was different than now. You know, it was more men, you know, this and that.
Right.
And even the realtors, I guess people follow the leader, right? So we have, I would say 90% men in our office. So it was like, let me talk to Christian, let me talk to Christian. I said, oh no, these men are going to talk to me. You know what? After I changed my mindset, they will talk to Jeanette. I will resolve situations. Sometimes they were serious conversations. You can't do this, you can't do that. Sometimes they're inspiring conversations, but I earned my spot and it took work.
Wow, that is amazing. That is amazing. I want to open it up to Miss Veronica because Miss Veronica, you know, has known you for so many years, even longer, for sure, many years more than even I have. And you know, Veronica has a program called Olympian Top Producer. She breeds top producers, and it's neuroscience and neuroplasticity and a whole bunch of, you know, experience. And so what is a great question that can help someone, you think, Veronica, stay in their feminine? Because obviously Jeanette is a powerhouse, but she's very powerful in her feminine as well as a leader. She doesn't come across as we know the other type, right? What's a question that you can ask her, Veronica, that you feel would be a benefit to so many people?
Absolutely. It would be her top 5. I mean, you can say 10, but the top 5 values as a woman.
Good question.
My goodness.
No pressure, Jeanette.
Well, honestly, it's a deep conversation, but I feel that being in our feminine side, we are, in which I'm learning that men have a feminine side too. But whoever practices that, you're more compassionate and you could be a very strong leader. Doesn't mean you're a softie or weak, but you're compassionate, you're in your feminine side, you could put yourself in someone else's shoes. You have this sense of reading people, where they're coming from and what ticks them, what's important for them, you know, and it helps you in leadership a lot because in having a team and staff, you know, I think that's huge to see more as the human side of things, what ticks them. You know, there's staff members that, you know, I've given them like, you know, great bonuses and they're like, oh, thank you. And then I had given them a very personal gift that it was probably $150. They hug me and kiss me. So sometimes I feel that we have that advantage that we could connect at a deeper level than just let's make it happen. And maybe that has to do with motherhood as well, right? So in our offices and businesses, I always say that the men in our office, I see them as my brothers. I take that approach with them. So not yet as my kids, right? But I think it's very powerful, that feminine side.
Absolutely. The power of the feminine side. So, Miss Veronica, you're on mute. Do you want to unmute yourself?
And I got this also from Marty. When I met her at that retreat in Vegas, those 10 seconds or 30 seconds that she provided to me were so powerful, and yet it was so nurturing. And you're absolutely right. The feminine side is beyond any power any human being can experience. And both Marty and Jeanette, you just like exuding that female and yet with a punch.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. So, Christian, as you're hearing all of this and you're still here with us, watching your incredible, beautiful wife sharing so much wisdom, what do you feel what do you feel she inspired you to become? And, you know, your take on her, you know, she talked about her principles and how her principles and how your principles align. How do you feel like they align the most?
Well, you know, I think the principles, you know, like she said, God first. I think that's one that we have very much in common. Our kids go to Christian schools. We talk to them about God, it's our foundation, right? I think you have to put that number one, and I think that's one thing we're both alike. Two is putting your family second. Back to those 5 principles. So the family, we spend time with our kids, we spend time with each other, we take vacations, we plan it. She takes one kid to a practice, I take the other one, we take kids to school. I mean, there's a lot of time we spend with our kids because we also make them a priority. And then health, she knows I'm not like I was like this before, but right now I'm in this mission that I want to be in my best shape ever by 50, and I'm 48. And everything I'm doing right now is like fitness, running, and cardio, and eating good, and lots of water and stuff. So that's what I'm doing. She looks amazing. She's beautiful. She takes care of her own health. So I think those 3 things are key, that we respect each other and we have similar principles. And then our business, we work together very well. She has her job duties that she handles. I give it. Well, I trust her 100%, and she knows that I'm taking care of the things that I'm responsible for. So I think working together, it's always very important that each person knows their roles, and you got to trust each other. You got to trust each other that they're going to do the best and not get on top of each other's jobs. Or, like earlier when she was saying, man didn't want to talk to me. I can tell you some man, might have been like, it's okay, babe, I'll handle this. This guy should be talking to me. No, you got to give them the power to say, no, she is my COO and she is responsible for that department. You want to talk to anyone, you got to talk to her, right? And make sure you empower them to take the lead on their roles.
But Christian, they asked, how do I inspire you, brother?
So we just got word. Someone that all of you know, and how could you not know him? This incredible man is the #1 clothier in America. He literally dresses William Shatner, Lou Ferrigno. He dresses literally all the A-list people. We got word that he's going to be joining the studio in a matter of 5 or so minutes. And he came from Chile, broke, and $50 in his pocket, and he has an incredible story he wants to share with you. With that being said, I would love to give a huge shout out. By the way, Doria Cordova, incredible leader, has changed so many lives. Look her up. She is one of the, they say the modern day grand masters of success coaching and growth. She has helped a lot of world thought leaders launch their books, their programs, and she's also one of the 3 first Lifetime Achievement Award recipients from the LA Tribune. And that's her right there. She says, great teachings. Thank you so much, Doria, for joining us. She received a Lifetime Achievement Award by the LA Tribune, along with Dr. James Dentley, who is, actually, his name is Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley. And then also Michael Silvers are the 3 first recipients. So we have an announcement to make that this incredible panel does not even know about, but they're going to find out about it now. We are going to be releasing a book of the top 10 leaders in real estate. And we would love, Marty, for you to share your story. It is going to be a special edition from the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. We would love to invite you, Christian and Jeanette Fuentes, to share your stories, and Miss Veronica, and then obviously Kristoff Chu. And we have a few other incredible lights that would like to be in the book as well. So be on the lookout. What we are here to do with the LA Tribune is to educate, inspire, elevate, and level up the world. We live in a world where where we hear a lot of noise. We hear a lot of distractions. We hear a lot of BS. We hear a lot of, get rich schemes from the people that haven't done much. They're selling us, smoke and mirrors. But then what the LA Tribune is doing is bringing you the real leaders, the people that came in many cases from nothing, and they made something from nothing, and they have the staying power. So we have huge respect for Christian, Jeanette Fuentes, and Marty. Thank you so much. You're welcome to stick around. If you don't know Art Luen, you might know him. If you don't know him yet, you'll meet him. We're excited to bring him up on stage. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. Any final thoughts that you would like to share?
I want to hear from Jeanette. She wanted to invite everybody in the audience to come and join her incredible network, Real Estate and Deals.
Yes, please, Jeanette, share. And then also, Marty, I would like for you to share how people reach you. And then also, Christian, I would like for you to share how people can join your 5:30 a.m. club. So please take it away, Jeanette.
Yes, super quick. You can connect through Instagram. It's _ Jeanette Fuentes, _N_T for Jeanette. And we have a Power Couples event coming up here in Pomona. It's open to everyone, February 15. So if you could look me up, I give you more information. And this is what I'm so passionate about. I have a group called Real Estate in Heels, where we get together, we network with all different businesses, different fields. You have to be a female woman. So don't show up, men. And we help each other. We give best practices, and we help each other in business. We give each other business. So if you would like to know more, reach out to me.
Amazing. All right. And
if anybody has any real estate needs or any real estate questions, you can DM me on Instagram, Facebook, or you can call me at 626-914-6637. 626-914-6637. Thank you. And this was an awesome event. Thank you so much. That I'm just excited that I was allowed to share, and I hope that I changed somebody's life. Thank you.
We are not only going to come out with a book, we're going to have a live event. If you want to meet wherever you're tuning in from, if you want to meet Marty Rodriguez in person, Christian Fuentes, Jeanette Fuentes in person, if you want to meet Marianne Williamson, who's running for Democratic nomination for U.S. President in person, Les Brown, we're going to have a live event, so stay tuned. We're in talks.
How do we join your call? Your hot call.
And Christian, yes, please. So, Christian, you have a 5:30 a.m.
Guys, if anybody want to join my call, please find me on Instagram. Yeah, so it's actually a 5:15 call. Find me on Instagram, send me a message, DM me. It's Christian Fuentes RTP on Instagram. And yeah, join my call, guys. Everybody's welcome to join. I'll send you a link. And also, guys, I'm flipping houses. So if anybody has a property that needs a cash buyer, reach out to me. I would love to be your investor. Thank you.
Amazing. And Miss Veronica, how do people find out about you and about your Olympian Top Producer program?
Oh my gosh, especially for broker owners, managers, we do have the white label Olympian Top Producer that takes anybody with a fresh license to a veteran from zero to top producer in your company within less than 90 days. You can reach me at otp.academy. That is olympiantopproducer.academy.
Amazing. And if you want to get a hold of me, if you're wanting to, come to any free live events, we have an opportunity for you to learn how to sell better to the 4 different personality types. That's number 1. Learn how to build rapport, connect with more clients, increase your production, learn how to dominate in any economy, because that's who you are, but you got to dominate self, the ego first, and step into even more power and even to more grace and even more ease. All these tools, we have these live events, we have these free gifts for you. All you would do is text the word TOP, T-O-P, to the phone number 26786. Text the word TOP, T-O-P, to the phone number 26786. Again, T-O-P, to the phone number 26786. And we will let you know about invites we're doing with the Los Angeles Tribune, bringing the LA Tribune to the world, bringing you to the LA Tribune and bringing you to your higher vision. And we will see you soon. We're going to take a quick commercial break. And then after a 1-minute break, we're going to bring an incredible powerhouse leader that is the #1 clothier in America. This man came from nothing, and he literally has celebrities, yes, the A-list celebrities, wearing his clothing all around the world. And we're going to meet him in a matter of minutes. He's also voted by American Express as the #1 clothier. And he's been featured in the Los Angeles Times newspaper and also now being featured in the LA Tribune newspaper. And he has a strategy to tell you how you can become number one in your industry. We'll be back after the short break. See you soon.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And I am back. Yes. Awesome. This incredible opportunity of a lifetime to meet this next gentleman who I don't know if you know how important it is that you dress for success, that you literally, how you show up and how you represent yourself in your life out there, how you walk, how you talk, how you dress, how you feel is an absolute game changer in your life. And this man is not only a representation of that, he's a representation of so much more. Overcoming adversity. I'd like to bring on stage the incredible Art Luen. What's up, buddy?
Hello, Kaya. How are you, bud?
My gosh, and you're in one of your 6 stores.
I'm in my downtown LA location right now.
Downtown LA location. Let me tell you a little bit about Art Luen and why you want to stay tuned. First, he is here because he has become the #1 income producing clothier in America, in the country, that is independently owned. So if you want to learn how to be in beast mode, if you want to learn how to level up, become the best version of yourself so that you can become #1 in the nation in what you do, he's a man that you want to listen to. He has 6 locations. He has a team. He has 23,000 clients, 23,000 clients, and voted by American Express as the #1 clothier, celebrated by the Los Angeles Times. I know that you dress William Shatner. You dress, a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Sylvester Stallone, and there's a few names that you can't mention, of course, but a lot of people that are at the Oscars in a few weeks from now, they're wearing your clothing, your suits.
Right.
So before we even get into all of that, because I know how amazing you are, and you and I have known each other for so many years. Really, you're tuning into this interview because you want to learn how to be in beast mode. You want to learn how to be #1 in your industry, no matter what you're selling. And before we jump into that, I met one person a long time ago, Art, that you may not remember. I met someone on your team and he wasn't achieving the same results.
Right.
As you. And I don't think I've ever told you this. I'm telling it to you now. He wanted to be like you, and he felt like he was blocked in some way. And I asked him, I said, what is that about? And he said, well, I'm not Art Luen. I'm not like Art.
Right.
And so he positioned you as a person that, has this innate ability. And I asked him this question, as a success coach and neuroscience and neurolinguistic programming trainer. I asked him, I said, and won't mention names, but I just asked him, I said, do you think Art came out of the womb? Do you think he was born like, I am Art Luen, I am Mr. Charisma, I am the it, I am the, there's other language that we could use, but we'll keep it very clean. I am the Shiznias, I am the boss king, I'm not. Do you think he came out of the womb? Or do you think he came out of the womb like a lot of people, which is I'm just a human being and I'm here to learn. I'm here to grow. And he looked at me and he said, you kind of have a point. And I said to him, I said, the point I'm trying to get to you is success is not just, you're not just born with it. It's a learned behavior.
Of course.
So Art.
Yes.
You came from nothing.
Yep.
I want you to share your humble beginnings. Like, don't hold back. And what was the turning point? What shifted? What changed? What was the information you learned?
You know, when you grow up with nothing, most people don't expect much, right? But it was something inside of me. I had a drive. Out of all my five siblings, I was the driven one, and I don't know why it's in me, but I've always had this burning desire to succeed since I was a kid. Since I was a kid, I remember. And when we came here, we had nothing. We lived in a super modest 900 square foot home, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. I took the last shower every time, and it was always cold. So we grew up very, very modest. But when I started, I wasn't really good at school, and I knew that I wasn't going to go to college and do all that stuff. So what I did, I became an expert in sales and direct sales on top of that. I was trained by some of the best trainers in the world, and I invested a lot of money in myself, which I highly recommend for all the young guys starting out, or even the older guys. It's if you want to be the best, you have to invest in yourself. You have to be trained to know how to talk to people, how to deal with people, how to look at people, how to touch people. I mean, there's all the senses that come into play. So I put all that stuff, I did that early on, 17, 18 years old. I started studying Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy. I did the firewalk. Oh my God, I just went blank, but I've done it all. And it worked, but it all starts with a system and a formula. So today, go fast forward 35 years. I've been doing this business now. In about a month, it's going to be 35 years. We're the #1 independent owned custom clothing in the country. So that's pretty much it right there.
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. And so, Art, I know that, one of the people that I listen to, he talks about beast mode. He says, everyone wants to be in a beast mode. Everybody wants to do what beasts do, beast mode, does, right? But until it comes time to do what beasts do, they talk a good game.
That's true. I could teach. I've taught many people the same system that I do in clothing, and some make it and some don't. But it's how bad you want it. I wanted it really, 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 really bad. I sacrificed a lot, more than most, because I was so focused. I was so laser focused that I didn't care what was going around me, right? So.
Right.
I'll give you an example. When I first started, I had a little tiny corner desk in my daughter's room, right? So I told my ex-wife back then, I said, listen, take my daughter out of here, take her to the other side of the house. I don't want to hear her crying. Don't come in here. Don't knock on the door, because I'm going to be cold calling. So every day I got home at 3 p.m. and I started cold calling between 3 and 6. And during those 3 hours, it was crucial for me to make those cold calls, because I had to make 4 to 6 appointments every single day. So, but that takes a different character. It's something that you learn. It's not within you. I learned all this. Everything that I know now, I learned everything that I do. So answering your question, that's
So you learning. What I love about what I know about you, right, is that you've actually said, how many calls do you make? Okay, let's break it down very simple.
All right.
As you're watching this, all of us, you probably have a product or service or a mission or a vision or a cause that you want to get to the world. And the only way to do that is by talking about it, promoting it, getting out there, meeting people, shaking hands, making calls, putting yourself out there, right? So as you're watching this, we have 466, usually around 460 to 500 people watching this live, which means this will literally have 50 to 100,000 views by the end of this, by the end of today. And just before I ask that question, please, let's give a shout out to the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. one of the third oldest newspapers in LA history for me, and world history, because it's really been around since 1886. And shout out to CEO Mo Rock of the LA Tribune, and also shout out to Ava, our editor-in-chief, who you'll meet again later today. And what we're here to do is, unlock the success secrets of the world's top leaders. And one of the world's top leaders in his industry is Art Luen, hands down. #1 clothier in America, voted by American Express. What does that mean? I want us to break that down. What does that mean? That means there isn't another solo producer in the U.S. There is not one other individual in the U.S. that is doing more business at Art Luen every single year. 6 locations, 23,000 clients. And so you talk about work ethic.
Right.
And because the LA Tribune is about leadership, and what I love about this conversation, Art, is how you lead yourself. How can you ever lead anybody else? How can you ever inspire people to come and work for you? How can you help anybody succeed in anything in life if you can't lead yourself? If you can't get yourself to do what you need to do? And so, Art, tell us, how many calls do you make a year?
36,000 calls a year.
Wait a minute.
36,000 cold calls a year.
36,000 cold calls a year. Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's 150 a day, 750 a week, 3,000 a month. It's pretty easy. I got it broken down, and that's only.
Wait a minute. How many calls a day?
3 and 6 p.m. 3 and 6 p.m. That's my time.
And you're doing a power dialer, obviously. You have to be.
No, it's all by hand.
Oh my God. Okay, wait a minute. Let's break down the math. You do 36,000 calls a year.
Right.
That's breakthrough #1. Everybody, please type in the chat, what's your breakthrough? There are people, and we have a lot of compassion for people that are struggling. So we would never tease or make light of or make a joke of someone who's struggling. But on the serious side, there are people that struggle even making 5 calls a week.
Right.
If you ask the average salesperson, how many calls did you make yesterday?
Well, they need to go see. They need to go see you, Kaya. You need to put a breakthrough on that, because that's failure 101. That's not going to happen.
So number one, 36,000 calls a year. How many calls a month? 3,000.
It's 3,000 a month. 36,000
How many a day?
5 days a week, Monday through Friday, between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. That's my time.
150 calls.
150 a day. Yeah, in those 3 hours.
That's breakthrough #1. We could end the show right there. That's already a breakthrough, because this is what it takes to go #1. #2 breakthrough. Art, how many no's do you get out of the 36,000 calls a year? How many no's do you get? How many rejections?
35,500.
35,500 no's.
Right.
When I was 23 years old, like an idiot, pardon my French, walking up South Pasadena and wanting to get my first job in sales, I thought, okay, I'm going to sell Amway. I went door to door with my little soap in a little Ziploc bag, because I'm not going to give them the whole box because I was broke. I can't give them the whole tester thing of my Amway clothes detergent. I put it in little Ziploc bags. I got 2 rejections, including the second rejection. This man said to me, he said to me, never come to my house again. and I quit. I quit on the second rejection.
You have to, obviously you have to have strong mind. It's sales. Let me tell you something about sales. It's the most difficult job in the world, but it's the most rewarding when you do it right. Right. And that's what I want to talk to you. I want to share my 5 daily success system, if that's okay with you, Kaya.
Yeah, it's very okay with me. Your 5 daily success system. And please go for it. Yes.
I'm going to go for it right now. So #1, you must have a formula. It doesn't matter what kind of sales you do. Everybody has a formula, whether it be real estate, phones, cars, whatever it is. You need to know your formula. How many people you need to talk to get 1 appointment? How many appointments you need to do to get 1 sale? So you need a formula. It must be structure and a disciplined success schedule for knowing your numbers. That's number one. Number two, nobody will want to do business with somebody walking around with their head down and not being excited, but not being energetic, enthusiastic. So you must have a superior positive mental attitude. That is key. Okay. So whether you got 10 no's, 50 no's in one day, you still walk with your head up. Number three, IPA. This is one of my favorites. I've been telling this my entire career. Income producing activities only during business hours, nothing else. No 2-hour lunches, no haircuts, no washing the car, none of that stuff. It's all income producing activities during work hours. It's super, super important. Number four, go ahead.
On the income producing activities,
yes.
What we have found in coaching a lot of these companies is people get distracted. I think it's self-sabotage. I mean, let's just call it for what it is.
True.
They know they're there to sell and to be more and do more. And yet they avoid it. They work on flyers, they work on haircuts and this and that. They keep themselves busy with everything solely to avoid the painful experience of making phone calls, because they have a relationship with rejection that is very disempowering. So what is your relationship with rejection such that?
Well, see, to me, I'm pretty strong-minded, so I don't pay attention to the no's. I just want to get to the yeses, and that's all I want to hear. I'll push, and I know all the different techniques how to get to a yes. So being mentally strong it's a must, because sales will beat you. They'll beat you down, but being mentally strong is a must. So you have to just.
So how do you stay mentally strong? And Art, I know that I'm speaking. I know that this is just who you are. So I want you to imagine, Art, you're coaching someone,
right,
who is not mentally strong,
right,
who hates rejection, who doesn't like sales but needs to do it,
right.
And can you break down what needs to change and who they're being so they can step in and do that?
That starts with the number one formula that I said at the beginning, which is having a formula. Once you have a formula, you just stick to that formula and just go, push, drive, be relentless. So you have to have a plan. Without a plan, there's nothing. So you have to have a formula, formula, goals, same thing. So you have to have that, and then you stick to it. You cannot quit. Most people quit. I never did.
You never did, right?
No.
And so
that's what makes me different. I was a walking, talking, prospecting, selling machine.
Okay, who wants to type that in the chat, please? I'm a walking, talking, prospecting, selling
machine. Yeah.
All right. Now, because the LA Tribune is very much around leadership, yes, we want people to win. We want people to be abundant. We want people to make a lot of money if that's their goal as well. But because we're about leadership, what is who do you need to become as a leader to be able to step into that? If you're looking at someone that's lazy, that doesn't have the work ethic, what is your leadership tenet that helps people to step into that?
You have to make it. You have to lay it out for them. This is what you need to do in order to get this. If you don't do this, you're not going to get this. If you do this, you're going to get this. It's pretty simple. Kaya, it's a pretty simple formula. It's just that most people don't do it. They don't want to do it. And if they don't want to do it, they don't want it bad enough. I wanted it really, really, really bad. So I didn't care what I had to do to make it happen.
So now, Art, you said I wanted it really, really bad. I
was hungry. Like Les Brown says.
Les Brown says, and Eric Thomas, he also talks about, you have to want it like you need to catch that breath, like you're in the ocean and your head is underwater. You have to want it so bad that you want to breathe. You're like life or death.
I didn't see my kids. I didn't see my kids because I left at 5 a.m, came home at 10 p.m. It cost me a divorce. It cost me I lost friendships because I was so focused that I didn't care what it cost me because I wanted it bad enough. It had to hurt, and it hurt, but it cost me relationships. It cost me, family issues. It cost me with my kids, but I had to do it. I had to do it. So, and I did.
Doria Cordova is asking if have you heard of Robert Panty? He was a rock star in Dressing for Success back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
I have.
Yes, perfect. You'd have loved him. He trained many of us. Yep. Doria Cordova is a powerhouse herself. Okay, so Art, I'm loving this. So 36,000 calls, 25,500 no's. And what you've essentially done is you've taken those 500 yeses out of the 36,000 calls. And with only those 500 yeses, right, you become a multimillionaire. You now dress all the celebrities at the Oscars and the Golden Globes, voted by American Express as the #1 clothier.
And the Emmys.
And the Emmys, exactly. And you even dressed Kaya Redford. My whole wardrobe is not Art Luen bespoke, but it gets to be Art Luen bespoke. So your principle of success, time management. Talk about time management a little bit more.
Time management. At the beginning, when I first got started, I took 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes to eat. Okay, I didn't have a leisure time of an hour to go and eat like most people do. I was just a machine. Like I said it earlier, I was a walking, talking, prospecting, selling machine. So I took maybe 10 minutes to eat and just keep going, keep pushing those numbers. So that's super, super important. But you're only going to get somewhere where you know where you're going, and you're going to know where you're going when you have a system.
Exactly. So that's time management. Number 2, you talked about income producing business activities.
Right.
One of our graduates, his name is Eric Mitchell, and he's always saying prospect more, prospect better. Mm-hmm. So what is your secrets to prospect? Let's go like within prospecting. What is your strategies? There are secrets to the game. How do you get the phone number of William Shatner? How do you get the phone number of A-list celebrities to work with you?
At this level now, they come to me, so it's a little bit different. But at the beginning, so there's a newspaper out here called Los Angeles Business Journal. Every single week, it tells you the top 100 executives in law and doctor and medicine and banking. And every single week, we call all those people, cold call. So, and we congratulate them on what their achievements, and we introduce ourselves. It gives us 1 second to introduce ourselves, and that's how we get business. You just have to look and be smart about it. I go after the wealthy because the people that could afford us are the people some of the richest people here in LA or in the world. So I go after the wealthy. So it's for my target's a little bit smaller, but I know exactly who to go for.
Okay, so I want you to imagine, Art, if you don't mind, let's go back in time a little bit.
Okay.
You weren't this big brand. You weren't this big name.
Right.
You don't have all the media attention around you on the red carpet.
Right.
You're where maybe someone who's watching this, interview, this show right now is today, and you want to work with this big celebrity. How do you find them? How do you go up to them? What do you say to step into that world?
Back then, I had to make a lot of calls. I had to make a lot of emails. I had to do a lot of different stuff, a lot of the dirt work that I don't do now, because now they come to me, but it's different today. But back then, I was just grinding. I didn't care who was in my way. I wanted to make something happen. I wanted X celebrity wear my clothes, and I made it happen. If I had to take a loss on it, it was a loss, but I had them sign that I could use their pictures in my suits for the rest of their lives. So, I sacrificed a lot to do that stuff.
So what I'm sensing from you and your share, and they call it, it's actually one of the laws in neuroscience and neurolinguistic programming. It says, well, for one, flexibility is power. The most flexible person is the person that will control the situation. And then it also talks about the law of requisite variety. I know Rex is in the background. He's a huge fan of NLP. The law of requisite variety. It's like you thought out of the box. Right. What is the most out of the box thinking strategy you've done where it turned into a success? And
You know what? When I was a kid, when I was in high school, this gentleman who went to my high school, he was a multimillionaire by the time he was 25 years old. His name was Mike Glickman, and he's a top realtor agent. At one time, he was worth 100 million at 25 years old. And he came and recruited young kids in my high school. So he recruited me to go pass out pumpkins in all of the city of Encino and Sherman Oaks. And that was so different. It caught my eye because it's completely different. So every Halloween, he passes out pumpkins, and that's what made him different. So he was different than your average real estate person. He did something different that caught the attention, and he blew up, and he was worth at one time 100 million. So you have to be able to think outside the box, do something different.
Something memorable, something different.
Exactly.
Yes, perfect.
And that's what, go ahead.
Yeah.
And that's where the next success system comes in, which I call TOMA, T-O-M-A.
Toma sounds like eating something, right? Drink or eat?
It means drink. In Spanish, it means drink. It means drink, toma, or here. But in this case, it stands for top of mind awareness, right? So you have to be I have 23,000 clients. I cannot call them every day now and say, hey, what's up? But I send emails, I send cards, I send thank you cards, I send Easter cards, I send Valentine cards, I send every little seasonal cards. Hey, it's springtime, so I'm on their mind all year long. Don't let your customers forget about you, because they will. There's going to be another shark that's even better than you, and it's going to take him away. So you need to be on top of their mind awareness. So send all those cards. Go old school like it used to be. Nobody does this stuff anymore. But when was the last time you got a greeting card, Kaya? It's very rare. But when you do, you're like, wow, this is special. So stay on top of their mind. Always send them cards for every single what do I call it? Holiday, birthday.
Top of mind awareness.
Yeah, top of mind awareness.
Yeah, that's huge, because we are being bombarded constantly by everything. And if you're not reminding them of who you are and what you do, and
they'll forget easy.
They'll forget easy. But not only that, just from a relationship building perspective, the fact that you are reaching out to them also tells them that you care.
Right.
It's not a strategy solely for the sake of a strategy. How it feels on their end is you have made me important enough in your life to connect with me and reach out to me. So now I feel valued. Now I feel seen, heard, valued, and appreciated. So and in a world where everybody's so selfish and everybody's so focused on self, you're constantly letting people know that you care about them.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, yes, I'm in the clothing business, I'm in fashion, but it comes down to relationship marketing. It's super, super crucial. We keep 94% of our clients. So once you do business with us, you're staying with us. There's 94% chance that you're going to stay with us, because where you come into this environment, it's completely different than going to a store. We know almost everything about you, about how you like to dress, what you like to wear, and things like that. So we become friends over time, and we create relationships. That's the business.
Amazing. Yeah. And I think you have a plant or a green thing on the top of your screen. Do you see a green thing on your screen?
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, buddy. Okay. Top of mind awareness. That's big.
Yep.
Now, the next thing is staying motivated.
Right.
I mean, Art, you've been doing this for decades.
35 years in 2 months. It'll be
35 years. And did you share fully the humble beginnings? Because I think we kind of went over that little quickly.
We did.
Could you mind just taking us back a little bit?
Sure.
You shared about being an immigrant from Chile, coming here. What was it like? Because this fuel that makes you so hungry, that is, that's kept you being number one for 35 years, or like it took you a while to get there.
Right.
That had to come from somewhere. So please if you would just take us back quickly.
I'm going to share with you my beginnings. Okay. So when I first got into business, I I was selling suits out of my car, right? And I had just, let's see, where was it? I had just purchased a home, or I just had a baby, and I had to make money. I had to. There was times that I would cry in my car because my appointments rescheduled. I didn't make any sales. I would cry in my car. I'll fall asleep in my car because I was so tired from waking up at 5 in the morning and working till 10 p.m. Because I was just developing this system that it finally clicked. And this didn't happen overnight. It probably took a good 6-7 years in order to click. I'm going back. I started this business in 1989. So by mid 90s, we were just rolling already, but it took a few years. I had to figure out what was my formula. And so I would drive. Remember, I had no salary. It was strictly commission. So I would drive 2 hours coming to downtown LA, park my car once because I couldn't afford another $4 of parking back then. Mm-hmm. And I will walk. I will wear through my shoes. I will walk miles a day with my suits, with my bag, my selling bag, and my suits and ties. So I would be sweating. Can you imagine when it rained? I had to do an umbrella, my bag, and suit. So it was really, really hard those days. And most people don't know this story that I'm telling you right now. I think it might be the first time I'm saying it because I'm getting really into detail. But there'll be days that I'll wake up with a fever. I'll still show up. I'll be sweating in the rain, right, in front of my client in the presentation. I'll be sweating. They'll ask me, "Are you okay?" Because you're sweating. But I went through all that stuff. But I didn't care. I had to make it happen, and I didn't let anything in my way. I was just relentless.
Why Art, you hire people, and I hate to put it like this, the winners and losers. It's not, we never put people in categories, but there are people that step up to the plate,
right?
And there are people that just don't.
Right.
So why do you, in your experience, why do you feel so many people lack that burning, Napoleon Hill talks about it, that burning desire? Why do they lack it? Why did you have it? Because everyone's survival mode, but what drove you to do it and other people don't?
I think success is not for everybody. Most people want it, but most people are not willing to do what it takes, right? So it's not for everybody. If you want to just be average, then be average. But if that's what you want to be. I didn't want to be average. I wanted to be successful. And I did what most people will not, which is all those calls that I had to make, all those miles of walkings that I had to do. And I had to do it different. So, but getting back to it, doing what I did and sticking to my formula, at the end of the day, it worked. I just had to tweak the formula a little bit every single week to see what I was doing right and what I was doing wrong. And I tweaked myself all along. I still tweak myself. I still tweak.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yes.
Because, Oprah has been quoted as saying, one of the success principles of life is, she says, do what you love so much you would, not that you're going to, but you would do it for free. Right. So find something you love so much that you would do it for free, even though you're not going to do it for free. Right. And then get paid to do that. And then she says the second thing, she says her being, who she's being, drives her doing, which then results in her having, which we call the be, the do, and the have.
Right.
What's interesting about your story is that you keep talking about the formula. Once you figured out the formula, what I feel like for you, it goes both ways. The doing, the formula created the being,
right?
Who you had to be to do that, and then who you were being with the growing up in poverty, coming to this country with $50, and you told me stories of living in a small apartment with your 3 siblings and having no hot water, having to take cold showers, and going through all the stuff you went through.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about the relationship between how you be that drives your doing, and what is the formula for doing that drives you to be? I know it's a deep question. It's just something I want people to get.
Stay on the screen. Don't disappear from the screen, though, so I can look at you.
I'm here. Yes. By the way, when you don't see me, I'm spotlighting you.
Oh,
that means so
no,
right now. So if I do this,
right,
you're full screen, you're spotlight. So it's
got it,
all on you, buddy.
got it. So,
But I'll
you
come
know,
back here. Go ahead.
Growing up poor, it's you want to see something for your family. You want to be able to help your family members. I've been fortunate enough that because of my success, I'm able to help many family members back in Chile with braces, with medical issues, with cars. I bought some of my family cars. That gives me great. It gives me a great feeling that I'm able to help. In 17 years ago, I almost lost my mother to cancer. And I told the City of Hope, the hospital, I'll give you everything I have if you can make it. And they couldn't. So money, and now I know that money didn't mean everything, because I would have given it, all of it, to if they could save my mom. My mom's alive now and she's doing well, but I got to feel what money does for me and what money doesn't do for me. So it's it gives me a great feeling that I'm able to help and assist, and friends, family, organizations. So because coming from nothing and having a lot now, it's just a good feeling, Kaya.
Absolutely, yes. So that being said, I'd like to get into the next one. You talked about networking.
Right.
Art, you're everywhere. You are. I mean, and now I see you enjoying, by the Doria Cordova, money is just a tool.
Right.
And
right.
then
So
Danielle saying, I love how you are digging deeper, Sir Kaya, with him. Absolutely. And also from Veronica. By the way, I saw Veronica in our chat room. If Veronica, you want to jump on, you can certainly jump on and say hi, Art. Great to see you, Art. Your story is exactly why all of us immigrants come to this amazing country. For those who are willing to put in the work, there are no limits. Love you, Art. I'm going to bring Veronica on stage.
Okay.
Boom, Miss Veronica.
Hola, hola, hola.
Hola, Mort. Wow. Your
Hola.
story is just impeccable. For those of us that came to this country with nothing,
Right.
and we put in the work, and we actually literally sweat bullets and blood tears. We know exactly what it takes to make it. And once you make it, beautiful people, I'm just letting you know, you get to pave the way back for other immigrants as well. So thank you for being here, Art. Thank you for sharing your truth and your story. What I love about you is how raw and authentic you can be in seconds, and your ability just to share your truth. I mean, this is what it takes, people. Don't sugarcoat it. There is no magic pill. There is no put it and automate it and all the leaks come in. I mean, it's fantastic.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. So I have a question for you, Superstar.
Ask me.
As an immigrant, you and I, and most immigrants that have come and made it to this country, what I have seen in the new generation, the newcomers, the new wave of immigrants, maybe it's just me, maybe it's just something that I'm observing, but it seems to me that they're not willing to pay the price, that they're not willing to actually be in the trenches and actually dig deep. So for those of you that are listening to here and you just fresh come over to this country, this is a great opportunity to hear from Art, to share what's really going on in the mindset of an immigrant here trying to make it. The fears that we go through, the limitations that we go through. And for you specifically, Art, how did you overcome? What was your deep, deep, deep vision that was pulling you towards it?
Well, the first thing, I had to learn English, right? I didn't know English. that was going back to grade school. They put me back to ESL, and I thought ESL was, I thought those classes were for dummies, So it makes you insecure. But learning from my mother, this is what I always tell people, because my parents were immigrants here too, and they were very hardworking. My mother, she taught me perseverance. My dad taught me discipline. And I think that formula right there, it's what made me. That's what it comes down to, I think.
Very good. And also in those days, you probably experienced just like me, the distractions in high school, the different shiny things that they were offering to us, including drugs and side business that were not, prudent.
Right.
For this, audience. I want to say prudent, the word.
Right.
How did you personally say no to that, because that was quick money, and it stayed in the direction of your goals, knowing that there was a need for money, that there was a need for economic?
I did in high school. I did get involved with the wrong crowd, so I'm not going to say that I didn't say no. And I did say yes many times, and I got in trouble, real trouble. And I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson really good. My brothers didn't. Some of my brothers didn't. Some of my friends didn't learn their lesson, and some of them are still incarcerated. But I learned my lesson early on, knowing that whether I do this or this, whether I'm going to be Scarface or a suit dealer, right? It's I'd rather be obviously in the suits. So because I know what the end result is for the other business.
Listen, Art, this has been an incredible segment. I know people have really loved everything that you've shared, and I would love to ask you, how do people find you? I know that you have our website, artluenbespoke.com.
Right.
Let's put that in the chat.
Or you could just Google the name Art Luen, and I'm all over the place. So,
can one of our whoever's tuning in, can we type in the chat artluenbespoke.com? And I think we also have a book, right?
Kaya, also, I want to mention my book, because in my book, I did it during COVID, so I had all the time in the world, right? I wasn't distracted, and I self-published, and it became a bestseller on Amazon for 4 months in a row, and Barnes & Noble, and it's called Tailor-Made Success by Art Luen. And the reason I love this book, because it's very easy read. Tailor-Made Success by Art Luen. It's a very easy read. Not only that, it teaches inside that book, there's ingredients that my very wealthy clients taught me. And I share that in that book. It's all there. Remember, I get 12 to 18 mini MBAs, PhDs a day. I see very wealthy clients, and they teach me 12 to 18 times a day, because I have 12 to 18 appointments a day, little MBAs and little PhDs every single day for 35 years. So that's what's up here.
Wow, that's amazing. Art, the #1 clothier in America, voted by American Express, featured award winner with the Los Angeles Times. Now you are being featured by the incredible Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. Congratulations. We would love to learn more from you. We are going to take our commercial break. Thank you, Ms. Veronica, for joining us. And the next person we are going to have up has literally been an instrument for 5,000 people. He has literally enrolled 5,000 people into his real estate brand, into his real estate vision. He's a member of a company that is literally taking the real estate. It is a game changer. It's disrupting the real estate industry. And he's an incredible leader. And he's going to teach us, get a load of this, how can you be everywhere all the time? Using AI. So the next segment is going to be super powerful. How can you be everywhere all the time and do it with systems, technology, and AI? So if you're wanting to level up, stay tuned for our next guest. Thank you so much, Art. I love you, buddy. And I'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to day 4 of Quantum Leap 2024. Today, we have been blessed to have on our stage powerhouses in real estate, Marty Rodriguez, Jeanette. We've had so many people share their personal stories. And today, it is about quantum leaping and how we move forward, but it is also about how we reflect on the experiences that we have gone through in our own personal lives, how we push through and persevere when we are going through challenges, and how we also look within ourselves to figure out where we're at, meet ourselves where we're at, and then figure out how to put a plan in place to reach the stars and reach our next goal. So we hope that you all are taking notes today, that you have been inspired by all of the speakers that have already graced our stage, and that you all are excited for the powerhouses that will continue to join us as we continue on with today's sessions. Please continue to be engaged, comment in the chat, share the link with your friends, and invite them to join in with you as we join in together to quantum leap into 2024. We're so excited to bring Kaya back on stage and for him to introduce our next guest. And I will share the stage soon with Kaya so that he can give Leo the full introduction. But we're excited to continue today's broadcast and tune in, take notes, and continue to uplift your community together.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Alicia, powerhouse extraordinaire. Thank you so much. You know, there is incredible leadership with the LA Tribune, and it wouldn't be where it is and where it's going if it wasn't for Alicia. I have lots of chats with Alicia, and she is a master at elevating and scaling the impact. Really, she's here to help create the most impact, because that's what really the LA Tribune is about. So with that, I'd like to share with you my next guest, who is, he is incredible. You know, he is an inspirational speaker, significant impact in the real estate industry. He has a movement called Let's Grow Movement. He's been brokered with eXp Realty, which is, you know, ranking now number 49. He's actually number 49 out of 90,000 agents worldwide. Wow. To be even in the top 1,000, let alone the top 100, let alone the top 49. That is incredible. He's achieved his first million at the age of 25. I certainly didn't do that at the age of 25. His presence extends over 30 different states and 9 different countries. He is an incredible speaker. He's spoken on stages with Tony Robbins, with Ed Milet. He's a coach. He's a mentor. He's selling over 1,900 homes and flipping up to 500 properties as well. And yet he was a high school dropout. And, you know, he dropped out to do construction at the age of 18. And now he's got this incredible journey. He's also a vegan. We might talk about that briefly. He's a life changer. Whenever I'm in his presence and his energy, if there's one thing you can get from Leo, it's his freaking energy. And, you know, there's not many people that can actually have the energy. There he is, Mr. Leo Robles in the house. What's up, Leo? I can hear you amazingly clear. Go ahead and unmute yourself again, would you?
All right, there we go. Awesome. Dude, thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, man. I am so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And you've just been on the show with legends like Marty Rodriguez, with Kristoff Chu, you know, and other people that are moving and shaking in the industry. And I know that there's so many great things I can say about you. The thing that I love and admire you, one of the most, even though you have the incredible results as well, is that you are always giving value. Every single day you go live, you do a video, you're constantly inspiring, lifting people up. And today what he's going to share with us all is how can you be everywhere all at once? You know, if there's thousands of people that you need to connect with in your database and your organization, how do you be that person that can show up to all the events, do all the stuff you want to do on social media, show up to all the dinners, and how do you do it without getting burned out?
Yeah. No, man, fantastic. I actually have a cloning machine. Yeah, right. I don't have a cloning
You do have a cloning machine, and it's called. What's the cloning machine called?
Yeah. It's called artificial intelligence. It's called technology. It's called leverage, right? I mean, honestly, I do get that compliment a lot. A lot of people ask me, how are you everywhere? Like, I see you online. I get your emails. I see you on different stages. I see you on different states. So one of the things I've done at a really high level is that, you know, I'm always, my attempt every single day is to have an edge, right? So I'm always learning. I'm going to seminars, I'm reading books, I'm surrounding myself with the best of the best. So that's the first and most important thing. You know, if you really want to be everywhere, you got to really obsess about learning. And also, I am everywhere because my intention is to bring massive value. You know, I also have a great relationship with time, you know, and I think that we sometimes forget that the time that we have here is not forever. So I am maximizing what I can do, the impact that I can do.
Right.
And, you know, the question that drives me is just how far can I go, right? How far can I go? Not how far I've gotten, but how far can I go? Like, that's the main thing that drives me.
So before we get into all the tools and strategies, I know that you have a story. I know that you fail forward. You had a lot of failures. If you don't mind just sharing a little bit about adversities you faced, and
Yes.
Don't hold back, because a lot of people right now are struggling, and you went through it.
Yeah.
And then, what was the turning point? What was the breakthrough that got you on the path to who you are today and what you're doing today?
Yeah. Thank you for asking that question, man. And, all those wonderful things you said didn't come without a price. And I know that anybody that has achieved anything great can relate, to those struggles. And a lot of the time you also feel sort of lost, right? I started my journey at 18 years old in the real estate business, but I had big dreams and big goals since I was a very young man. Like, I can remember at 14, wanting to be wealthy and wanting to have the best of lifestyles. So again, I got into the business at 18 years old. I dropped out of high school, and, I did really well immediately, but then the market collapsed right after I got into it. So I tell everybody that, I didn't go to college. My college was basically losing everything. Like, the first things that happened to me, I got my car repossessed. I bought a house and I foreclosed on my home. I got evicted out of 6 properties. I had to file for bankruptcy. I fell into tax debt. I couldn't keep even my cell phone on. I had no money. I fell into a victim mindset for a little while. I resented personal development. And even all of my family and friends that were like, hey, dude, like, well, you said you were going to go and do all this stuff. Cause I've always been a believer I've always had like a check on my wall, something I wanted to manifest. So I've had that as a very young man. And a lot of the time, when I lost everything, everybody kind of like, dude, what happened with your $1 million that you were going to make? Like, you just lost everything. Right. So all of those things, man, are just a little small glimpse of failures that I've gone through and I've grown through. I think it's better said, I've grown through all these failures. So, why I wanted to share all of that, because that's part of my bio, number one. Number two, nobody's immune to adversity. But the number 3, what I want you to get, the most important thing is that don't ever allow temporary circumstances to change you who you truly are. Like, don't allow that to change you, because that's one thing that I've always done is, like, no matter how many times I've been knocked down, I've believed in me. And even when I forgot about, believing in me, I've had my father and mentors that have reminded me of who I am. So it's very important that you have a small group of people that are reminders of who you are, that you can trust, that are going to get you back up when you need it the most.
And you took a huge leap of faith, and I'm sure there's like so many breakthroughs and turning points in your life. Another huge thing I admire about you is you joined a company and a mission and a vision when everybody thought you were crazy. Like,
Exactly.
You were working with a huge company with a huge brand, nationally and internationally known. And you go to a new company that has no name. People are probably teasing it, mocking it, thinking it's a joke.
Yeah.
And it was not known. It was a huge risk. You joined the disruptor before it became popular.
Yes.
And
100%.
you got criticized. You went through your stuff, and you stuck to your horses, and you believed in yourself, and you believed in a vision. If you don't mind just sharing what that was like for you.
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, I think that you get in your life when you get to the point where you if you listen to your intuition, and God is always whispering to you the next level of life. So for me, after selling, almost 1,500 properties in my career, when I got to that point, I remember getting to that point and feeling empty and feeling sort of lost. And I had made a bunch of money, but I still wasn't fulfilled. So I started to ask myself the bigger questions and what was my purpose. And then I decided to impact other real estate agents' lives. Like that, I decided to become a speaker and a leader. And the first couple of people that I shared it with actually laughed at me. And they were like, well, dude, stick to what you're good at. Stick to selling real estate. What do you mean you're going to become a leader? What do you think you're going to become a speaker? I mean, Les Brown, I would listen to him. He changed my life. And I said, you know what? He's literally changed my life. He's never even met me, and he's changed my life. I said, I want to have that sort of impact. Like, if I pass away, like, I want to be able to say, like, this is the legacy that I was able to leave. So I started off my leadership journey, this was about 7 years ago. And I was a part of a big company. I was running and managing an office. I had the opportunity to run it, and I was doing really well. Nothing was not working, right? But I had a desire to expand and to grow. So I jumped on, this company called eXp Realty. I was introduced to this company by a good friend, and she shared about the possibilities of what was possible. And the first thing that caught my eye was that I could basically grow as a leader and also grow in any state, in any country. So that was very attractive to me. So I decided to do that. And I took a leap of faith. And again, right, I was one of the pioneers, about 5 years ago. Started off with only 3 agents, and fast forward here, we're almost at 2,500 real estate professionals that are under my leadership, and it's been absolutely life changing. But it wasn't easy. It was, one thing I tell people, that if you're going to go into leadership and you've been a solopreneur, kind of managing your own time and energy, it's a completely different conversation. I had to start off as a newbie, as a leader again. Everything that I knew as a producer didn't necessarily help me when I was becoming a leader. And even to say that I am a leader, I don't really like to say that. It's a gift that other people give us by doing an effective job of bringing massive value. So leadership and being called a leader, I think it's a gift that people give you. And I think if you're doing your job, you're going to get that. And it's been a journey.
That's a very interesting distinction. Leadership is a gift that people give you. Can you break that down a little bit, Leo, if you don't mind? Because you're leading right now. How many of us have a vision in a company, and you would like to have 5 people or 10 people to join your vision and support you?
Yes.
You would like 100 people. You would like 500 people. Here's 5,000 people that you've inspired, through you and the leaders that you've helped cultivate. 5,000 people that have joined you in your vision in real estate.
So the first thing is that you need to be inspired about your vision. Number one, like, you need to sell yourself on the vision first, right? Like, you need to believe it first. So I really believed in what I had to bring. So then afterwards, you have to enroll other people in your vision. So if you're going to lead people, and especially if you want to lead a large organization, then you should make your goals big, like really big, like big to the fact where it gets you nervous I want to lead a company with 100,000 real estate agents. I am nowhere near close to where I want to be, but that inspires me. That wakes me up out of bed every single day. That pushes me to do better. And I will say this, that you've got to really be inspired about your own vision, because if you're not excited in the morning, it's because you're most likely the goal you've created for yourself is not very exciting. So the energy that is your energy right now is being sourced from the future that you're living into. So if the future that you're living into is not very exciting, you're not going to be energized in the now. So I get my energy in the now from the possibility of how far I can go.
Wow.
And, you know, in leadership, again, it's a gift, and it's all about doing way more than you expect. You know, a lot of the times, you know, you're like, well, I did this for this person and I did that for that person for this long. You can't keep track of that. You honestly, if you signed up to be a leader, you can't measure or track that. You just got to give and give and give and give. You're almost, as a leader, you're more of a space more than anything. You're a space to allow other people to rise up. Because where I see a lot of people miss the mark in leadership is that they try to make it all about them, and they're not making it about the individual that they're supposed to be inspiring. So you got to get out of the way as a leader more than anything. Like, that's one of the things I want to kind of end that thought with.
That's huge, you know, absolutely. And so you wanted to share with us as well about how you're leveraging AI. And I know it's a huge topic, Leo. And you mentioned that, you know, you found a way to be everywhere all at once. And I'm like, okay, how do you do that? So
yes,
if you don't mind, what are some of the strategies that, and I know right now you're a highly paid speaker, sought out speaker, speaking all over the world on how to leverage AI in the real estate business. And just for people that are not even in real estate business, but they have a business that they want to grow and scale, share with us a little bit, would you?
Absolutely. So AI, and I've been saying this applies to anybody, by the way. A lot of people in real estate are scared of AI. I think a lot of people are scared of AI, and I don't think that AI is going to replace us. And even if I'm talking to my real estate professionals, they're not going to replace you. Like, agents are not going to be replaced by agents, but agents that utilize AI are going to replace agents that don't utilize AI. You will be replaced if you don't invest your time, energy to really leverage yourself with the technology that is available right now, and you allow your judgment to get in the way. You're going to miss a huge opportunity. For example, you know, I've had 3 speaking engagements last week. I have 2 more speaking engagements this week. I have 110 social media posts that are going to be going out in the next 7 days. And I'm utilizing technology, you know, Chat GPT specifically.
I love it.
You know, Bard, right? Bard is another one that's a fantastic tool. But I've developed a way to help you with Chat GPT specifically to create 1 year's worth of newsletters, 1 year's worth of YouTube videos, 1 year's worth of short form content, and 1 year's worth of blogs. I've been able to create that. And I've now applied it to even so many other projects. Like, guys, all of the information known to mankind is in these platforms. So if you had the opportunity to mastermind with somebody that knows all knowledge known to mankind, wouldn't you want to leverage that technology? That's what I'm doing. I'm just leveraging technology at a very high level. And I have a whole training about that, man. But that's what I would say to kind of get people started. Just get on the platforms, start to play around with them. Man, like, I am a YouTubepreneur. You know, I go to YouTube and learn everything. You know, I go to Google and I learn everything. So information nowadays, like, it's no longer an excuse that if you don't have the resources or the time. There is so much readily information available in your fingertips on your phone that is accessible to you right now.
That's amazing. And also, I know that you you shared about being an embodiment, right, in your business, being consistent, having the high energy, having integrity, having creativity. If you would maybe share with us some life experiences where those things came to play, where people find themselves stuck, and then for you, how those tenets, those principles for your success were the turning point for you to be where you are today.
Great question. Yeah. So yes, number one, you got to have integrity with your agreements with other people, but integrity specifically, especially with yourself. Because, you know, what happens to that friend that always tells you that they're going to do something and they never do it? Eventually you stop believing that friend. So just like you stop believing that friend, guess what your subconscious does as well? When you say, hey, I'm going to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and your subconscious, the little voice in your head says, Yeah, right. Right. Your subconscious doesn't believe in you. So you need to have integrity with yourself, number one. You also need to become an embodiment of what you preach. Like your words have to match your actions. And one of my coaches actually told me that. She said, if your words don't match your actions, then you have no power. If you want true power, your words have to align with your actions. That's when you have true power. And when I declared a bunch of my goals in the past, when I wasn't living everything I was preaching, I was a complete 360 of what I had said. So align your words with your actions. That's a very important one. You also, in this new economy, you have to be very creative. You have to be open-minded. That's something I always do. I'm not afraid to make mistakes. I'm not afraid to ask the questions. I'm not afraid to pick up the phone and call somebody. I'm not afraid to just say the wrong thing sometimes. And then, just again, sorry, hey, I asked you this question because I wanted to find out. Curiosity, be curious, be very creative. And also, gratitude for what you are. I think this is one of the things that gratitude is an abundance multiplier. That really is an abundance multiplier. If you want more good things in your life, start to acknowledge the great things that you already have. Those would be a couple of the distinctions I would say, man. There's so many, but those would be the couple of that I utilize every single day. Visualization, gratitude, affirmations. I'm huge on affirmations. I do them almost everywhere that I go. And I've been saying things to myself, in the car when my words that were coming out of my mouth I didn't necessarily believe them, but now I'm living everything I've said for so many years. So, never lose faith. Never lose faith, no matter what happens.
Absolutely. And for you, Leo, where do you get, there's two friends of mine, David and Abraham Cruz. They came up with this clothing brand called Forever Faith. And in the back of the t-shirt I used to wear, it said something to the effect of, you got to believe in yourself, because if you don't, no one else ever will. Where does that come from? You have this conviction that honestly, if I could, what's the word? If I could take that conviction that you have and plant that seed into everybody, their lives would be completely different. You not only have the definiteness of purpose, you have this other ingredient that's similar but slightly different. It's called conviction. You burned the ships. You completely burned the ships. You put yourself in a position where you're now winning and everybody's like wanting to join you and come with your company. But you put yourself in a position where you could really have failed, like really bad. And you had the conviction, the belief in yourself. So where does that come from, and how can you can advise other people to tap into that?
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for acknowledging that very specific distinction. I would say that the one thing, man, it's I've never been afraid to declare my goals out loud. So I think that if you really want things to become a reality for you, you got to speak your goals and then use the social media platforms to utilize it as an accountability, right? So I speak my goals to, on social. So then I have to show up because I utilize my ego, technically against myself, right? Like my ego doesn't want to look bad and it wants to look good. So I utilize the public accountability as one of the things. But I guess
can we pause on that one, Leo, real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You just played a trick with your own ego.
Yeah.
And I know that, when you hear someone share with you the wisdom, like you're hearing Leo share with you today, it comes so quick, right? That it just kind of goes like this and you go, oh, that's good. But let's just pause and reflect on that. He puts himself in a position where he has to deliver because he puts himself in a position of declaring something to the world, because he knows that now being accountable to the entire world. I'm not saying you're focused outside of yourself. You're also focused on yourself, but it's a duality. The fact that you've made yourself accountable to the world, now you will stick to doing it. That's a huge step, a huge strategy that you could do. So everybody, as you're watching this, what's a big goal? If you lack discipline, you lack accountability, what's a big goal that you could declare for yourself this year, that you could share it out there to the world, that just the virtue of sharing it out to the world, you now want to save face, right? You want to do what you need to do. So what is that goal that you can share with the world? And thank you, Leo, for that distinction. Please do to share us with a little bit more on that.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you so much. So you got to declare it, and trust me, it's nerve-wracking, right? To put yourself on the line like that. But that has been one of my biggest breakthroughs and accountability hacks, because again, I know how to play the game of life. Like, I've already made so many mistakes and so many failures. And I also understand that the only thing that changes my life and it's going to change your life is going to be action. So understand how to play the game of life. And then the conviction, really it's going to come from the bedrock of understanding who I truly am. You see, I think that everybody has the conviction, but they have a lot of things that are layered on top of your conviction that you now, because of conditioning with your environment and your friends and family, you believed these other ideals. But I want you to question everything. I want you to question everything that you believe about yourself, especially. What do you believe about yourself to be true? What do you say consistently that may not be opening up the opportunities and possibilities that you desire?
Oh, he's dropping the knowledge. These are the questions. I love it. Continue.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he's talking about. Okay. So, and I know, Leo, we're doing an event. I think it was February 19th or something.
Yep. Yeah. We're doing a live event. And if you guys want to learn AI and also infusing it with NLP with the amazing Kaya, you guys don't want to miss. So we are going to be doing this training, and all you got to do is, I think you're going to be putting a QR code here pretty soon. And not only are we're going to invite you to that event, but I'm going to give you something for free, a 1 hour presentation that it's my most requested training for AI. And it doesn't matter what business you're in, you could apply that training and utilize it to blow up any business. It doesn't matter what it is. It's a universal training, and I'm giving it to you for free. So all you got to do is, I think you're going to be putting it up here on the screen here shortly, or if you need the link, but that will lead you to the page. It'll be emailed you directly. There's no other catch. You will get it. And when we get your email, we're going to be inviting you to that live event. And we would love to host you because I think that this is the single most important subject right now that can create quantum leaps for your life and your business.
Yeah. So I'm looking for the graphic. Can we post the link? Do you happen to have the link as well, Leo?
I do. Do you want me to just send it to you via text, or where would you like me to put it?
Yeah, or you can read it out to us, and one of our teams will put it in the chat.
I don't know how to, because it's a longer little.
Oh, okay. Please do ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to just text it to you. See if that works. I just texted to you.
Camera, slides.
There it is. I just sent you. I just sent you over the link. Hopefully you got that. But this is going to give you guys one training. It's an hour long. I made it as simple as I possibly could, and you're going to be able to create newsletters, blogs, short form content. It'll blow your mind, and then it's free. All you got to do is put in your, name, number, email, and we'll make sure to send that out to you via email right away.
Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do is I'm going to bring Veronica on, and she's going to chat with you a little bit about your leadership in real estate. And while she's chatting with you, I'm going to grab that link and I'm going to put it in the chat. Let's invite Miss Veronica Buelli to the stage.
Miss Veronica.
Woo, woo, woo. Hey. I love what you just shared right now. Artificial intelligence, it is my cup of tea. I always believe that there was something higher than just humans connecting with humans. It is the precision way of connecting with humans. So one of the questions that my students always say is, can we replace the prospecting with automation? So that is the one question that I received. Will I be able to replace my prospecting, which means I don't want to talk to humans, and just put it in autopilot?
Well, I know it's a great question, and good to see you, Ms. Veronica. The one thing is that, interesting enough, I do have an AI platform that can prospect and have a fully automated conversational AI that I am going to be rolling out at the event. And it's like I've created one for customer service, one for prospecting. But the thing that will make you massively different is if you actually have those skills, because even if you have an AI set up these appointments for you, you're still going to have to talk to people at one point. So if you don't have that confidence in yourself and you don't know what to say, that's why I think that the most important thing in order for you to succeed in this economy, in any economy, is that you got to commit yourself to being a master. You got to be a master. You got to really decide that I am not going to be part of the average. I am going to be in this industry, and I am committed to being the top 1%. I mean, why play the game otherwise, right? I mean, if you're not playing this game to win, number one, you're not going to have the conviction, the energy, the excitement, all of that. So you got to learn. Yeah, you got to have that down. Yeah.
What I heard you saying is you still have to communicate, humans. So for all my students that are pretending that you guys are going to press a button and all the listings are going to come your way, not yet. Not yet. You still have to lead convert. So talking about lead conversion, Leo, what is your strategy when you come across a lead for a seller or a buyer that is coming through your system? What is the strategy to convert within less than 30 seconds? Because that's all they give us over the phone.
Less than 30 seconds. I mean, like, you know what? It's interesting. I get come list me calls all the time, but the one thing that like how I've been really effective is that I think a lot of people overlook this because we talk about AI and a bunch of tech, but I'm huge on email. I have over 20,000 people that I'm consistently nurturing. So I get a lot of people that just call me, and like literally today, I got somebody that's going to sell a property in Ontario, and he's ready to sell it. There's literally no objection. He just said like, "Hey, I've been getting your emails forever. You've done business with me in the past." And every single coach from the history of time has always told you to stay top of mind. And let me tell you this: if you had a way to stay top of mind with massive amount of people that you can grow relationships at scale and it was free, would you do it? Most people would say, of course, I would totally use these amazing tools. Well, that's social media, that's email, right? That everybody overlooks. So my call is really simple. I get on the call with them and just connect with them. They're warmer. But if it's a cold prospect, you got to figure out immediately how you can build rapport with this amazing person that just called you, and not to drop the ball in the conversation and set up a face-to-face appointment as quickly as possible. You got to pivot. And I think for Sales 101, this is one of my key strategies: acknowledge and pivot. When I don't know the answer to something, I acknowledge and then I pivot. I acknowledge. That's a great question, Ms. Veronica, but does 3 o'clock still work for you? You acknowledge and you pivot. If you can tattoo that in your brain, you can get into and out of any conversation at any time. Acknowledge and pivot. Acknowledge and pivot.
I love that. I love that. And I have a second question. One of my students says, I love Leo. Shout out to Leo Robles.
Thank you.
The other question is, how can you manage so many incoming leads in such a little span of time? Most of my students, they average about 2 to 3 successful hours during the day for prospecting. So what specifically do you do to prepare to receive those leads?
Yeah, so number one, you have to have a system, a CRM. Look, and it doesn't matter because everybody always asks me, what CRM should I use? Look, use the one that you already have. But just, it's good. When I get those questions, I mean, I love these questions, but at the same time, I already know where it's coming from. And what I will say is that you really have to commit to the process, right? Like it's you got to think about prospecting like farming, like a farmer. You got to have a farmer's mindset. So one of the newer things that I've been saying lately is that if you're thinking big, you got to think small. What are those small actions that you're doing every single day that are going to get you to the big vision? So I put them in a CRM, but what I do make sure is that when they come into my ecosystem, I call my database an ecosystem, that they're getting emails consistently from me, that they're getting text messages from me consistently. I tag them appropriately, and I know, where they're at. What are their goals? Are they going to do something in the next, 30 days, 90 days, 6 months, a year, or beyond? You got to categorize each one of your leads, but you really have to have that mindset. I am a farmer, and I am bringing value, and you have to be unattached to whether they do business with you or not. If you perform in that manner, you will win in business long term.
Very good. I love that answer. Back to you, Kaya.
Thank you so much, Ms. Veronica. Appreciate the question. And that link right there that we just posted, guys, that's where you can get the AI training.
Kaya, you're muted.
Oh, there it is. That's the link. So Leo is graciously giving us a 1-hour free training on AI that you can leverage. And absolutely, that's the link. Daria Cordova says this is gold. Thank you so much, Leo, for your wisdom, your share. And what we're going to do is we have our next guest will be up just in a few minutes. We want to bring the leadership of the LA Tribune back up to kind of unpack the day so far. And, Miss Veronica will be there. I believe Rex will be joining us. Alicia will be joining us, and the leadership team. And Gustavo is in the waiting room. He's excited. He's going to be sharing the stage in a moment. Stay with us so much, a little bit. Gustavo will be right with you. So I'd like to give it. Thank you so much, Leo Powerhouse. Thank you for your amazing gift of your knowledge, your wisdom. And I look forward to seeing all of you at Leo's event on February 19th. And you have that link there. Absolutely. Bob says, thank you very much.
Love
Let's take a commercial break, and I'll leave it with Veronica and Alicia and the leadership team of the LA Tribune just over the next couple of minutes, and then I'll be right back, and we'll be back with Gustavo.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. During my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable, made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we're here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
Hello, everyone. And let's see, Rex, if we can get you unmuted. Is that an echo? Okay. While we remove Rex from the stage, I'm going to go ahead and bring up Veronica with you all today and just take a moment to breathe and digest all of the amazing speakers that we've been able to hear from today. Talk about work, talking about relationships, talking about adversity and meeting challenges. Veronica, thank you so much for joining our stage today. What are some of your reflections on the speakers that we've had today and how you can take some of the insights they've shared to quantum leap your life in 2024?
Oh my gosh, Alicia, thank you so much. And thank you, the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, and the leadership, and all of the team in the background making this whole thing happen. As I'm here listening to every single leader and powerful icon of their own industry, I can't help but and take notes about the things that I used to think that I was the only one going through it in my own island, in my own bubble here. But as I'm listening to Marty Rodriguez, Kristoff Chu, Janet Fuentes, Christian Fuentes, Leo Robles, it just takes me back on the days that I used to call being in the trenches, being in the arena. So to me, the arena is exactly this. When we show up, when we actually set the intention to play full out and without the armor. So we bring no armor. We just show up and then we actually plan the day to get the best out of it. One thing that I love about this platform is authenticity. I noticed every single keynote speaker brought their authenticity. They wore the authenticity. They became burnable. And that's very hard to get when you come to these other events from stage. You know, everybody wants to be best, kind of measuring each other. And here on this platform, my experience has been the opposite. It's complete guard down, connection, human to human, and sharing what actually happened in their past. What are the learnings that they gather to be where they are today? And as we heard from every single one of them, it doesn't happen from one day to the other. It takes time, one day at a time. And what I love about the speaker that is coming up next, Gus Scudia, he has a mantra for his office. He always says, leadership training, the repetition is the mother of a skill. Absolutely. And here we are, all of us, doing exactly that, learning, expanding our brains, getting to know leaders that otherwise we wouldn't have ability to reach. So thank you, the Los Angeles Tribune, for putting this whole thing together. It is just amazing. Back to you, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Veronica, for sharing your insights and really speaking about what it means to be authentic in your story. You teach about this in your training, that there's the tip of the iceberg questions, and really digging deep to really get to know a person and understand where they're coming from and where their needs are coming from. And we can do this to enrich the relationships with the individuals that we have in our everyday lives, but also the relationships that we have with our clients, to get to really know them, to understand what is important to them and what matters, and then have that tenacity to then be able to serve them. We heard it from Art. He said that he makes, how many phone calls do you make a day, Veronica? Because he makes 150 to 300 phone calls. I mean, that is dedication. That is really being persistent in your goals. And he spoke about his story. He said that that is not always where he was at, but he had to reflect on where he was going through in his life and figure out where he wanted to go next, and really then push the needle to stay committed to that goal and be consistent, like you were just talking about. It's not just thinking an idea and thinking about it once and then putting it on a shelf. It's how can you be consistent every day and really build up those muscles, build up those habits. He did it in his sales life, but we can do it in our own daily practices. What is something that you, Veronica, try and do in your life on a consistent basis that refuels you, that energizes you, and that gets you to keep going?
To me, I'm the queen of stretching. So if today I start my incredible students with 25 phone calls, because, all of our students, they're in different parts in the journey. Some of them, they just want to take the ball and just run. And I always tell them, take a deep breath in. Let's just do 25 phone calls and see how is that landing with your spirit. And then the next day we take it a notch. Now 25 phone calls go to 50 phone calls. And then the following day to 75, to 100, to 125. And then we see what the threshold is of the human being. And that's how I did it myself. Me and Jimmy, which is my son now, a broker owner, shout out to Jimmy. We started with doing 25 door knockings. So we used to go door knocking around the area, 25 flyers a day. We increased it to 50 flyers, 75, 100, and we ended up being 250 flyers every day, which meant in an average day, we will have about 75 to 65 contacts face-to-face with the decision maker. Obviously, not all decision makers were at the door, and they didn't count. So imagine if throughout the day, you encounter human beings, however, they're not the decision makers. What we used to do is log a 0 in our chart. And that was our fuel. The ability to push through those 0 days, knowing that the next day is going to be a killer day.
And that's amazing, Veronica, because as much as we want to have days where everyone answers and we always get that yes, but inevitably in life, there are going to be those days where there might be a 0 day. You might be facing something that's difficult. And how am I going to push through? But the next day you go back, the next day you show up. And it sounds like you started in small increments and you kind of got your reps in, start small and then build and scale from there, because it is a lot easier to just start wherever you're at and then build versus have a large goal and try to attack everything at once. And then it can be a little bit disheartening when so it's amazing that you have been able to build that skill, and you've built that with your son, which is very, very beautiful. And then you've taught that to your clients. I would love to bring Rex back on stage and see how his audio is doing. Hello, Rex. Would love to have you join in the conversation today, Rex, and reflect on what we've heard from the speakers that we've heard from today and what your thoughts are, that you've been on the broadcast with us for the last 4 days, Rex, talking about how individuals can quantum leap in their professional life, in their personal life, in their relationship. So, Rex, I'd love to hand it off to you.
Well, I just think it's fabulous. Veronica is amazing, and the guests that have been here today are well suited to help other people go from where they are to where they want to be. And the information that's being imparted is fantastic. It truly is. And the guests have been fantastic, and they're very generous. Each of the days and each of the guests have gone, I think, beyond the call of duty and the extra mile to deliver the goods. And so, the people who are watching both live and in replay have a really great opportunity to not only take the information, because information is only as good as how you use it. I, for years in Hollywood, would throw a screenplay on the floor and go, okay, act, and sadly the screenplay just sits on the floor. It takes people to bring the information or the material inside that screenplay to life. And in the same way, the tips and the suggestions and the advice and the hacks and procedures and the strategies all have to be implemented. But the cool part about it is, if you listen to the guests like Veronica and others, they even tell you how you can implement it. So when it comes to value being added, and at no charge, I might add.
Absolutely, Rex. If I might add, one thing that I noticed about every single legendary leader that was here today is they don't hold back. They just share. They share exactly how they do it, how they think, how they go about it. And I remember when I became a trainer and facilitator and coach, they were asking me, Veronica, why would you just teach this to your students? I mean, aren't they your competitors? And my mentality, and as of today, is there's so much business for everybody in this planet that even if I want to become selfish and try to hold on to the knowledge and just for me, I wouldn't be able to do it in this lifetime. So I made a conscientious choice that as soon as I was able to impart my gift into someone else, just like my mentors did to me, I wanted to do so with grace and put a program together and deliver exactly how I do it. How is this done? And that's why Olympian Top Producer came in mind, because I was in the trenches. I was with zero production. I never had experience in this industry with lending or real estate. And I made it, my son and I made it within less than 90 days. And we did it the way that we thought it was going to be efficient. We collapsed time and we became top producers right away, and we never stopped.
Wow.
That is what I call a quantum leap. If there ever was one, collapsing time and really making that impact. And, you know, it's beautiful that you were able to do that with your son. It's so important to be able to take that action. Like Rex said, there's so much knowledge that's being shared. So we ask all of you in our community, reflect on today's sessions, take notes, and then figure out, what does that mean for you personally? Create your own mind map for where you're at and where you want to go. And then put a roadmap in place to execute upon it. If you need help, find a teacher. Like Veronica mentioned, she's taken all of the knowledge that she shared from her experience with herself, with her son, and created programs to teach. Find someone that can help support you and advise you. If you have the knowledge and you're a place where you want to serve back, package that knowledge and share it with the individuals around you. We are so much stronger when we work together to uplift each other to really make an impact. And there's so much that we can learn from a business perspective, from a life perspective, from all of the teachers that we've heard, all of the speakers that we've heard bless our stages over the last few days. But it's really about, once you've figured it all out, you've taken the time to dissect what you've learned, what comes next? How can you implement that in your life? When you impact your own life in a positive way, it has a network effect reaction to those around you. When you impact someone else's life in a positive way, it self-reflects back to you and the people around them. And that's that compounding energy where we can continue to uplift people and community together. So it's truly, truly beautiful that you all have joined in on us to figure out ways to quantum leap. And Kaya is back. So Kaya, would love for you to join in on this conversation about reflections from the last few days of Quantum Leap, as well as today with all of the speakers that you've shared the stage with.
And before Kaya starts, I just want to say I'm going to have to go backstage in a little bit because I have a special guest that's showing up in about 20 minutes. And you'll recognize him from film and TV. He's done over 265 different film and television. So I'm not going to tell you who he is now, but it's the time for the audience to begin continuing to invite their friends and family and people who they know who might want to get to meet and benefit from my friend's time here. Veronica, you are so amazing and so wonderful. And Kaya's back, and Alicia, what an incredible panel. I'll be back as soon as I can. I just got to make sure that what goes on backstage without a hitch. So love everybody and thank you.
Thank you so much, Rex. And we're excited to have Kaya back on stage. We have Gustavo here gracing the stage shortly. So I will hand it off to Kaya.
Alicia, let's talk about our next guest. Do we know who he is?
Yes, so we have Gustavo Escucha joining us today.
Oh my gosh. So Gustavo and Kaya and I and Albert, we went to Puerto Vallarta not too long ago, and we had the most incredible time ever. We don't hang out as often as we would love to, because that's the type of circle of influence we surround ourselves with. These are superpower, incredible human beings. And when we get together, it's unreal. I mean, the level of chivalry among the four of us, the connection, the warmth and the friendships. And we talk about topics that are so difficult and very deep. And yet we all create the space of freedom and safety where we get to be empathetic listeners or problem solvers. So Gustavo, AKA Gus, he is the epitome of chivalry. I remember we went in Puerto Vallarta in one of those excursions where you start climbing and almost like an obstacle type of tour. And I was thrilled because it has been a while until I went to something that heavy. And in one of the obstacles, Alicia and everybody here, it was throwing yourself like the firemen's do from the back and just letting go and just coming down through a cliff, a live cliff in a waterfall. And I said, I got this, no problem. And Kaya wasn't there because he was training in the hotel. And Gus picked it up right away. He says, whoo, the queen is hesitating. And I said, I am very hesitant. There's something going in my stomach. And he said, and this is where the chivalry came in. I have seen other men that they just go, okay, you can do it. And they just grab your hand and pull you into it, right? Almost like forcing you to do something that you're not ready to do. And Gustavo was extremely gentle and yet powerful. He said, is it okay if I give you my hand? Whatever hesitation I had, Alicia, it went, whew. I'm like, you can take my hand. Let's go together. And I did it, and it was fantastic. So what I'm gathering here is with Gustavo, you're going to experience the most incredible, loving, and giving human being you will ever meet. And also a champion for entrepreneurship, because in the asbestos company, as you guys may or may not know, it is a very difficult trade. Only the best thrive, not survive, because the survivor ones are no longer in business. They thrive. So back to you, Alicia.
That's beautiful, Veronica. And what a touching story, because you talked about how chivalrous Gustavo is, but you also talked about what seems like a personal breakthrough for you, facing a fear, and also taking someone's hand and asking for help and accepting the help when it came your way. And that is a beautiful thing, because sometimes we can be scared, and it's okay to be scared, but it's also okay to be open to receiving guidance and coaching and words of encouragement from other people to really help us break through our fears and break through some of those barriers. And I'm curious, how did you feel after you took that leap of faith, Veronica?
Well, to me, it's always the same patterns. Once I break through anything, I want to do it more and more. I master it, and then I invite people to go through it too. So I brought my family, my kids. I took them to the obstacles, and I didn't say a word. And then I saw everybody doing almost similar reaction as I had. And I stood there and I hold everybody high. And then I said, if you guys need any help, here's my hand. Just take my hand. And some of them did, took my hand. And some of them just said, I got this. Even though I have the fear, but I want to do it anyway.
That's amazing. And that's the power of breakthrough. When you break through, you bring people through with you, and you just continue to grow. So that is wonderful. So we're going to go ahead and bring Kaya on stage, and then we're also going to go ahead and bring Gustavo on stage. And at this point in time, we may not bring Kaya just yet. We might actually just go ahead and bring Gustavo on.
Yeah, let's not have him wait, because he is super busy. And there he is, Gustavo Escuria, ladies and gentlemen. He is a person.
Hi, Veronica.
Hi, Arlen. Well, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Man, I miss you. We need to do Cancun or Puerto Vallarta this year.
Anything you want. With you, Gustavo, with, my incredible man, Kaya, anything you want.
Perfect. Let's do skydiving next time. I'm ready. I'm ready for the challenge.
He's been talking about it, by the way. He's been
talking about it.
Thinking about you.
Thank you so much, Gustavo, for joining us here as part of Quantum Leap 2024. Gustavo, to start off today, what do you think about when you think about quantum leaping into 2024? What does that mean to you, and what can you share with our audience?
Quantum leap in 2024, well, we had the pandemic, right? And 2020, and the whole industry was, scrambling per se. And we have to come up with new ideas. We need to embrace the challenge, embrace the fear, and come up with new strategies and how we can help our clients, how we can help the public, And me being in the asbestos abatement industry, more remediation, lead abatement, all the toxics, we do a lot of clinical work. So the pandemic was here, 2020. We're like, what do we do? Nobody was trained, but we're in the cleaning industry. So we educate ourselves, and we were able to provide those services to help everybody. And I will say it's all about preparation. Things is gonna come back to you. The challenges are gonna probably throw you out of proportion, and that's what happened with me. I mean, I always embrace those challenges. Since I arrived, you asked when I was in my early years, I was probably 17, 16 years old. I came from Mexico. I'm Mexican. I born in Mexico. Came with my father. 3-day bus ride to arrive TJ, come across like any other immigrant, and living in an apartment in the living room infested with cockroaches, and be able to go there and embrace. And I have to go back to those beginnings because it's the same thing like now. We had these big challenges in 2024, and you have to, use the resources that are available. And one thing that I always share with Veronica and Kaya is that, when you think you can't, you must. They're always going to be the challenge. Repetition is the mother of skill. You got to seek the knowledge. You got to continue to grow. And how are you going to grow? You gotta go to these network events, follow your vision board, practice the law of attraction. There's greatness within us. So, that something to share about that is like, my recipe that I always use is you have to become a master of your craft. So this 2024, there's a niche that each of us have. So we got to utilize that niche. We have to be able to say, hey, I can do this better than them over there. And that's what happened with me. I never been a business owner. I was not a business owner. Started from being an average person. I had a niche. I know how to use the scraper, the broom, the pick and shovel. And I knew how to remove asbestos, lead, mold, all these contaminants. And I put that thought in my mind, and I just organize it in a way that I can do something better than anybody else out there. So be a unique, stand out of the crowd. It's really important. What makes you different? Embrace the challenge. Don't be afraid of fail. We're all gonna fail. Trust me. And Veronica knows, and Kaya, I failed many times. And I failed, not the same mistakes. I failed big, but guess what? I have a big challenges, and not many, but those big challenges. Big successes, big success. So those big success help me to compensate all those mistakes and failure. In a way, they turn into learning lessons. I'm a student of life, and those lessons brought me to where I am now. From start out of my garage in the early 2005. No experience in business, started my garage with 5 people. Now that I have a business that is $20 million, out of my garage, now I have a building, and approximately I have up to more than 300 employees. So, and like I said, no knowledge. I'm just an immigrant that came very young, but hungry, very hungry. So, embracing the challenge, be persistent, never stop, don't stop. You have to go there and embrace the challenge. Make a plan. If you have a niche, come up with a plan, organize it, 1 through 10. And if you don't have a knowledge about plan, now we have the internet and websites. You can always look in the internet and your cell phone and seek for that information. And if you don't find it, just go to a community college. There's an adult classes to build a business plan. And that's what I did back in 2004. I went there hungry, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do a business. How can I do it? So, make a plan and become a person of value. It's really important. Each of us.
This is exactly why we wanted to be here. We wanted you to be here, Gus, because you have so much depth. That's one thing that I love about you. And no wonder that you are the president and founder of Quality Environment Inc.
Thank you.
With over 32 years of experience in the environmental services and abatement industry. That some people that are not part of in the construction or this type of industry, they're probably wondering, why should we care about asbestos? So guys, in 30 seconds or less, why should people care about the asbestos?
That's a great question, and that's perfect. This is why I'm master of my craft. I started very, very 30 years already in the industry. So what do you do? If you own a building, if you have a house, a building, you're a realtor, you're a building owner or management company, you have to know that as per South Coseco and the Rule 1403, they regulate any renovation, demolition, and asbestos abatement. So technically, you cannot demo or remove any construction materials such as drywall, flooring, roofing, stucco, concrete, asphalt. You have to have a analytical data, analytical sample from a third-party environmental consultant prior to remove it and demo. Because if you remove it without a survey, then you potentially are contaminating the environment and contaminating, exposing people. It could be the kids in the house. It could be the public, the people is in the federal building or public building, in a library. So it's really important. That's a great point, Veronica, that you have to have those the knowledge that this is regulated. You cannot demolish any materials, period. You got to have a survey from a third-party environmental consultant. And that's why, if you don't mind, Veronica and Kaya, I can share my LinkedIn, my website. You guys can reach to me. And, my website is www.qualityenvironmentalinc.com. And you can check us online. And there's an info email. You can put your info and you can mention this podcast. I'll be happy to answer and share my knowledge and experience and skills to be able to help.
Very good. That's a very good answer. And guys, I have another question. As a developer myself, in my 20s and my 30s, we used to care so much about this part of the building. What is the biggest danger associated with asbestos? I know it, you know it, but for the common folks that are watching us, what is the biggest dangers associated with asbestos?
Okay, asbestos, great question. So if you're exposed to asbestos, it takes 15 to 45 years to get the asbestosis, cancer in the lung. How are you gonna know? You might be exposed now, and it might take 15 to 45 years to get the asbestosis. So that's why it's really serious. Asbestos is a big contaminant. It is very ignored from everybody. I mean, there's people that they don't know, and I understand, homeowners, but contractors. If you guys dealing with the general contractor, plumber, electrician, they should know prior to go there and demo the wall, to expose the pipe, to do some repiping, electrical work. You gotta have the survey. You don't know what's up there. If you're gonna assume the worst case scenario, because you don't want to be exposed. You don't want to expose your family, friends and family, even your pets. I had a really quick experience. It's not gonna take me too long. Back in the 90s, I was working for this company, and they don't give us the proper education for lead abatement. I was doing a lead project. I was supervisor, and next year, we don't have any cleaning practices and the proper training. I used to come back home and all dusty. We wear suits and respirators, but they don't provide more suits and soaps and water to wash our faces. Anyway, came back home, and back then, my wife back then, I give my clothes before I enter the house. She dusted out, put them in the washer. Next thing you know, we all got all infected with lead dust, and that was not fun. So in that moment, I put that thought in my mind that I will build a company that will respect, will treat the people with dignity, especially my workers. Business culture for me is big. I love my business culture, and I always finding ways to add value to my people. My biggest investment is not my client. I'm sorry, clients, but that's my team. My team is the most important first, because if I take good care of them, I protect them and provide them the highest personal protection equipment, they'll be effective and they will provide my clients with the best services. And that's part of what we do. I always focus on my team building trips, always training my personnel, and always adding value. It's really important. Be a person of value and add value to our current services.
Thank you, guys. Incredible, your shares. I have one question. Sometimes people minimize the impact of asbestos and exposure to asbestos. What is the most, how serious is one-time asbestos exposure? So we can get an idea of what are we looking at.
Sure. This is really serious. Asbestos is regulated. Any demolition and renovation is regulated. I don't know if you guys noticed that when there's a flood or a big water loss, people would tend to call a restoration company. I don't try to pick up in restoration companies. I have respect to them. But a lot of the problem is that they arrive and they want to contain the water and they want to dry the building or the house. So, and that moment is when they arrive, they start, sometimes ripping walls, without asking. You got to get the professionals. This is serious. It's regulated. And as far as asbestosis or cancer in the lung, that's true. I mean, I don't know if you see the infomercials in the middle of the night. You know, if you being exposed to asbestos, you might contract asbestosis. You know, here call Larry Parker 1-800-0000. You know, I mean, it's a serious thing.
And Gustavo, I have the questions in leadership is, as a CEO and founder, you carry a lot of responsibility in your shoulders, not only for a thriving business, also for the safety of your people. Mm-hmm. What values do you carry as a leader, especially in this type of industry, that makes you the best boss, the best CEO, and the best catalyst to increase your revenue, while also taking care of your incredible humans, your people, your team? So what are the values that you carry as a leader?
Wow. Good topic. What it helps me to be I would say master of my craft and the leadership that I have is, you know, I don't consider the rest of the company's competition, you know, because I know who I am. I mean, who we are as a team and our business. I think few of the things that I do that help me a lot is always read self books, attend seminars. I've been in seminars that I cannot put a price. You know, they're 5,000, 10,000, up to 20,000. I've been in Fiji too with Tony Robbins, 120 business owners, and that helps me to feed my mind. And keep in mind, guys, I never been in school here in U.S. I arrived when I was 15 years old. I never been in high school, never been in college. My education has been self-growth, hard worker, never stop, you know, and always polish my skills. You know, I would say self-development is big in me. You know, do the impossible, go there and risk it. You know, few things that I admire is Les Brown. Same thing. You know, I know he's in the podcast too. You know, is one of my heroes, one of my mentors. You know, and I hearing his speeches. You know, about, you know, there's greatness within you, and think when things go wrong, you know, just be ready and do what is hard now, so your life will be easy later. You know, because if you do what is easy now, your life will be hard later. So, you know, my leadership has been through self-education, including how to read and how to speak. You know, so I've been blessed. You know, I my parents raised me very good. You know, with all the principles and morals and honesty, integrity, and loyalty. And I think that's part of me. And being humble, thanks to my grandma, my mother's mother. And it's, you know, I think it's many things that I can add to the recipe. But you know, self-growth. Go there, read. You know, attend these seminars, these podcasts, and you know, you can pick up one or two things, maybe a few things from this, and that will change the whole course of your life. You know. 80-20, practice 80-20, 20% of the, you know, 80-20, 20% of your revenue account. I mean, 20% of your clients bring 80% of the revenue, and 80% brings only 20. What that means is I did that in 2010. I cleaned out the house. I focused on the 20%ers. I included myself. I'm a quality guy. I want those 20% quality leads. So I don't work with just anybody, you know. And
that's amazing, Gustavo. And it's great for you, Gustavo, sharing that just your experiences, because you were here explaining what it means, like what asbestos is and what it means to remove that from spaces and how you can't necessarily see it and the impact that it might have 10, 20, 30, 45 years down the line on your body. And that's kind of like our mindset. Sometimes we heard one story, we heard one comment from someone 10, 15 years back in our lives, and we didn't realize how it affected us. But you were talking about, you know, taking surveys in your space to figure out, you know, how you can kind of clear some of that out. And we can do that in our mindset too. So it's beautiful that you were talking about what it is that you do for work, but it's a great almost analogy for our lives and how we can lead them, and why personal development and personal growth is so important. So thank you so much, Gustavo, for joining us here today. We have Rex here that has also joined our stage. We have a very, very exciting guest that I know Rex was mentioning before that, but we're very, very excited to bring out. His name is Chris. I will save his last name and I will let Rex introduce him. But before we bring Chris on stage, I would just like to say thank you so much, Gustavo, for joining us today, for sharing your experiences, for teaching yourself, for leading yourself, and then being able to take all of the lessons you've learned to impact your clients and to lead your team. We thank you for being with us today. And with that being said, I'll hand it off to Rex to introduce our next guest that we have.
Yes, Rex, real quick, if you guys have any questions, reach me at Gustavo Scutia and my LinkedIn page. I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding this podcast. You know, I want to say thank you, Kaya. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, everybody. God bless.
Absolutely. Great job.
And I want to thank Kaya, and I want to thank Alicia and Veronica, Gustavo, all for being here. And I'm going to bring up my next guest. And everybody who's sitting here, he's one of the busiest working actors in Hollywood. You will recognize him. If you don't know the name, you ought to. He's has over 263 credits. He's got 3 movies coming up on, 2 of them are on Amazon Prime right now, another one coming up, and that is Mr. Chris Mulkey. And so we're bringing Chris up to the stage. Hi. Chris, I'm so glad that you're going to be here. Let me introduce him properly, if I'm able to. The windows are changing here rapidly. Let's see what happened here. Chris, it's so good to have you. He's an award-winning American actor, writer, director. He's had a long and diverse career in film, TV, and stage. He may be best known for On the Basis of Sex, Whiplash, Captain Phillips, Twin Peaks, one of my favorites, of course, Castle Rock, Broken Trail, Any Day Now, The Boardwalk Empire, and many more. The Power, and he's got a movie coming up called Far Haven. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And I believe you said the Deadland is. Anyway, we'll get to Chris. Chris, say hi. How are you, sir?
Hi, Rex. Hi, Los Angeles Tribune peoples.
It's so good to have you. Not only are you an accomplished actor and an all-around good guy and somebody who I love to call a friend, because you are, but you're a musician and you create prolifically. You play music. You've got lots of different albums and things coming out, and every summer you're playing there at Santa Monica City College and more. So for the fireworks.
Yeah. I keep swinging, man. It's like, it's great. I just did the music for a new movie that I also act in called The Inheritance. And so I did the music for that, and it's coming out probably this summer. Austin Highsmith and myself and Teddy Garces, and Dana Sparks is in that. And it's just, I just keep working. I just made a deal today, Rex. It's hot off the news. I'm starting a movie April 1st in Vegas. So great.
Beautiful. Well, something that nobody knows but you and I do is that we met at Norm's. I was out in Zuma and you were in Venice, and we ended up in Norm's on La Cienega at the appropriate meeting time, which was amazing that we could get through the traffic at the time. And you told me, oh, hey, I'm doing a movie in Wisconsin and I'll be there, and this was like back in 2010 or 12 or something. And I was coming to LA and you were coming to Milwaukee, but we got to spend about 2 weeks together. And then I went out to LA and you were wrapping the film.
I think you had the Denver omelet and I had the club sandwich. It was great.
Something like that. That's correct. That's right.
An iced tea. So it's great. The Surface was great. I just talked to Sean Astin. Is a wonderful actor. He and I starred in The Surface, which was the Wisconsin movie. That was cool. And so I just keep working. It's good to see. I like it when you come down the boardwalk because I work out at the weight pen. And so it's nice to see you, in my sweats. We go have a latte, and But so I live in Venice. It's really nice. What's the temperature in Los Angeles Tribune? It's nice.
Well, I'm currently in the Wisconsin area, but I go back and forth. But it's about 40 now. But we've been at below 35 below for a couple of weeks. Anyway, what I'd like to do is you have been since your start, and you've been a steady working actor, and there's highs and lows, and some people think it must all be glamour, and sometimes it's a lot of hard work. So, but also you're a musician and you love what you do. Can you tell us a little bit about how you started and the films that you made, in the Midwest, and how you got to Hollywood, and then what it's like to be a working actor, and how people who would like to do the same thing in any walk of life, the kind of attitude or mindset that's required for that kind of success? Because you are a great example of somebody who keeps doing it.
Well, Rex, no, I can't answer any of those questions. No, seriously, I can. Yeah. What? I was a musician first. I'm playing in goofy little rock bands. I was in a Nigerian ska band, and they sang in Swahili. I played bass. I'm a good bass player. But anyhow, somebody recommended that I take an acting class in college in my sophomore year. I did. I was good at it, and then I fell in with some writers, and I helped write a play, and people liked the play, and we took it to the Cafe La Mama in New York City, and Andy Warhol's people saw it and talked to me about acting with him. And then my director said, no, definitely do not go to the warehouse and do not work with Andy Warhol. So I didn't. So I went back to Minnesota, finished, but then I did theater. I was a member of the Minneapolis Children's Theater at the Art Institute, and we did children's plays, young adults, and classicals, Pirandello, Andreev, Chekhov. And while I was there, I produced one of the plays that our director wrote. I made a film of it with money from the National Endowment for the Arts, and took it to Los Angeles and got great reviews. And I went to the American Film Institute with the film in hand and wanted to be a fellow there. And they said, no, you can't. You don't know anybody here. So I didn't have the juice, right? But while I was there, I worked on, Rex's film and Bella's film. So I worked on everybody's film for about 2 months. And while I was there, that cowboy actor from A Few More Dollars and The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, what's his name? Clint Eastwood. Yeah, he shows up. And they said, well, he's giving a seminar in the parlor, which was at this Greystone mansion
beautiful place.
Yeah, that the institute was used to be at. And so I went there, and there was only 9 fellows from the institute and myself, which made 10 people. Now I've done this. I've done seminars in universities around the country, and they come and ask me these questions like we're talking now. And so they went around the room, and Clint said, Chris, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to get over, quote, over as an actor in Hollywood. And he said, well, okay, cool. When you're done here, go back to Minneapolis, write a film with a partner of yours, produce it, star in it, but don't direct it. And I said, okay. So rather than say, okay, and forget about it, I said, okay. And I went back and raised money with Alan Fingerhut and wrote it with actors from the Minneapolis Art Institute. And we won the USA Film Festival, Edinburgh, Berlin, and Melbourne, Australia film festivals that year. And so the USA Film Festival was equivalent in those days in 76 to Sundance. And then 10 years later, the same group, we wrote another film and won Sundance again. And in the meantime, those 10 years, I took that film and took it around and got an agent and started acting. And my first really big show was First Blood, Rambo.
Wow, right.
That was cool. That was nice. So yeah, so that's how's that for a big club sandwich answer?
Well, that was wonderful. And I also want to take a moment and introduce you to Alicia. Alicia is a powerhouse with the Tribune. There's Ava, Mo, and Alicia. And Alicia's here with us on the stage. I want to take a moment. Chris, meet Alicia. Alicia, meet Chris. And
hi, Alicia. I kept looking at you. And I said, who is that glowing person in the other frame? And I said, well, okay, we'll get around to that, I'm sure.
Hello,
so Alicia,
Chris. It's nice to meet you, and thank you so much for joining our stage today, Chris. Today we're in the last 4 days, we've been having discussions all about quantum leaping, and love the story that you just shared. And Rex was talking about this earlier, that we have so many people that have tuned in and are watching from all around the world and hearing from our amazing speakers that we brought to the stage. And it's one thing to be able to hear people, but it's also another thing to be able to take action. And, you know, you spoke with Clint and he shared some advice with you, and you could have just sat there and said, oh, that's nice, that's interesting. But you really said, what can I do with this guidance that he just shared with me? What can I do with it? How can I get a team around me, and what can we do? And you brought all of your talents together and were able to create, you know, an amazing film, an amazing project that probably opened a lot of doors for you. But I don't know, did it give you more faith in yourself? What did you learn from that experience, and not just hearing advice, but taking it, figuring out how to make a plan with it, and then actually taking those action steps forward? And I may be freezing, so apologies in advance if there is a lag.
Well, Alicia, I think you said it, you know, and it's called take action, you know. Don't just take in the advice and then not act on it. Move forward. I mean, it's great, you know, to be here talking about this. You know, Rex is a prime example of a guy who takes action. He's always out there connecting stuff, writing stuff, interviewing stuff, and so, you know, Rex and I are like minds, and we're pushing projects and getting stuff done. Yeah, get your homies, as we say in LA. Get your homies and go do something. You know, I mean, that's the deal. You know, just don't talk about it. I teach at the Ruskin Theater.
Just going to ask you still,
yeah,
that's fantastic. Still going.
Yeah, I've acted there and taught there, and I taught at UCLA as well for a couple of years, and so I'm involved with all kinds of stuff. A funny story about UCLA, they came to me and they said, you know, we want to, for the night, for the UCLA Adult Annex, we want to have working actors teaching acting classes. And I said, well, great, that's great. So I taught the first year, and I work, you know. So, you know, I would get, you know, Alicia, can you cover me for next Tuesday? Because I'm going to be in like Los Angeles. I'm going to be in Las Vegas. Okay, great, Chris, thanks. Yeah. Okay, Alicia's got me. And then then the second year, the same deal. You know, Rex, can you cover me? I'm going to be in New Orleans. Okay, Rex, I'm in Malta, right? And so after the second year, they went, we're not having you back. And I said, well, you work too much. You're never here. I said,
there are two of you. We don't want you.
Yeah.
And it's true. You do. You are all over the place and in everything. You know, people who don't live or work in the Hollywood arena don't really understand. I always think of Hollywood as a meritocracy. The people who actually advance are the people who they go, prove yourself. And if you prove yourself, I mean, sometimes there's, you know, exceptions, but for the most part, people are really interested in people who make things happen, not just people who talk. Right? Would you? Your experience?
Meritocracy is a great word. I love that, meritocracy. Wow, I'm going to write that down. Meritocracy, but it's a good word. As my dad used to say, that's a 50-cent word, man. That's good. Yeah, you know, I play with these guys I play with a bunch of guys in Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, and Los Angeles for sure. You know, and we get stuff done. I'm going to go a week from tomorrow to play in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and with some guys. With Ira Dean last year had the #1 country hit in the nation called "Am I the Only One?" And he's getting married. And so all of us, Dan Tominski, who's he wrote the soundtrack for the Coen Brothers, Brother, Wherefore Art Thou, and all kinds of other people. We're going to go down there, and John Carter Cash, and we're going to watch him get married, and then we're going to play music. So that'll be great. So we're going to do that, and then come back, and then do some other stuff. So I'm going to go in the studio actually. So.
Well, what's so beautiful and what's amazing about you is that you write, you produce, you act, you write music, create music, produce music, and play music, and you teach, and you find time to get down to the boardwalk and work out and have a latte, you know? But I mean, all these different things. I mean, you were all over the place, and sometimes it's difficult to get a hold of you because you're traveling so much.
Yeah, I'm on the road a bunch. Today, you got, this was perfect, Rex. Honestly, you got me in the sweet spot. I'd just come back from this thing, and I was chilling out, and I played guitar and mandolin all morning, and then went to a thing and came back, and I had a little lunch, and I was reading this great book. I'm part of the cowboy posse at the Museum of the Southwest, Gene Autry Museum, where I played music and stuff. So I was reading Ben Goldman's book, and then Rex, what the hell? What the heck? Rex, what do you want?
You must be a friend of Peter Shereko.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter,
I know.
A longtime friend. Yeah, no, that's cool. Well, so what is it like? I mean, because when the first movie I ever made, that I was put me in the Screen Actors Guild. I mean, the first professional film, not all the non-union stuff I did before. And they gave me a dressing room and said, "Go sit in your dressing room." And I sat there for 9 hours or whatever. I was there. And they didn't really want me on the set until a certain. And I was like bored to tears. I was like, "This is movie making. I wish everybody I know could make a movie." Because
you need to bring activities.
Well, I learned that you bring up something to fulfill your time, right?
See this right here? See,
right.
Guitars. You need to bring guitars. You need to bring guitars. Crayons are good coloring books, but bringing right stuff. I've written so many songs on sets. Everybody knows me for playing music on set. I did a movie with for Disney. Chris Columbus directed it, called Heartbreak Hotel, and on the movie, and I always brought my guitar. And in those days, this is like 1990 or something like that. And this legendary actor legendary songwriter in Texas, Jerry Jeff Walker, who wrote Mr. Bojangles and is a wonderful singer-songwriter, friend of Willie Nelson's. And I'm walking from the set back to my trailer, and I hear this music coming out of this other trailer, and I go, bing, bing, bing. I said, "You sound great." Well, it's Jerry Jeff Walker. He's in the movie with us. So we became friends. And say, "Chris, let's play some. Do you write any?" I said, "Yeah, I write." And he says, so I played some of my songs, and he said, you ought to get serious about that. And I said, "Okay, I will." So we had a great time, and he passed away now. He was a great guy and a great musician, Jerry Jeff Walker. And but I credit him with jump-starting my serious songwriting. I've sold over 40 songs to TV and movies now, and some of them are blues tunes, some of them are jump tunes, some of them are love songs, Heartbreaker, Soul Shaker, Don't Forget the Money Maker, Make Your Head Spin and Twirl, Gunfighter Girl. Yeah, stuff like that. So
before we go too far, where can people get your music? You got a website that Chris Mulkey Music, or?
Yeah, I do. It's called chrismulkeymusic.com, and it's all there. Yeah. And you could actually, so it's Chris Mulkey Music, just one word, all lowercase, .com, and then he comes up. You can also take your cell phone and you just press it and you go, "Hey, play Chris Mulkey." And I wonder, and I'll come up, but go to my website, or you just ask your phone to play Chris Mulkey, and they'll play a bunch of stuff. It's interesting to see my daughter, Amelia Mulkey, who is a wonderful director as well as an actor in the SAG union, sings with me, has been singing with me 20 years. She kind of has a Janis Joplin-like voice. Actually, both my daughter, Lizzie Mulkey and Amelia Mulkey, followed in my late wife's footsteps, Karen Landry Mulkey, and they're both directors. And Lizzie is on the East Coast, and Amelia is here. But when I punch my phone and I ask, "Play Chris Mulkey," a lot of times the tracks that I did with my daughter Amelia will come up. Let's do that right now. Play Chris Mulkey. See what happens. This is really exciting. Come on, yeah. Okay, don't fail me now.
I couldn't find that in your.
Oh, you're an idiot. Okay, because I talk too much. Hang on.
It's not nice.
Oh well, that's okay. Play Chris Mulkey.
You're gonna have to hold it next to a microphone.
This is
There we go.
Oh, what?
And it's amazing that you get to share that gift with your daughter, Chris, and that you were able to hone in on your gifts, bring your guitar to set and the coloring books, and really find opportunities to enjoy life and to work on other skill sets while you're doing kind of your main job. And so we have an audience here that is trying to figure out how they can continue to quantum leap in this year. It is a leap year. There's a lot of opportunities to quantum leap. There's a lot of people also in transition. Sometimes when you're taking a leap, it's about leaving where you're at and going somewhere next. And you may not know what that next place is going to be and where it's going to take you, but it's about having that faith and taking that leap. What are 3 pieces of advice that you can give for our audience that has joined us today, knowing that you have such a diverse set of skills that you've been able to use throughout your career, you've been able to share with your family, your daughter? What is some advice that you can give some of our viewers today around how to take that leap and how to explore what it is that is magical within themselves?
3. Okay, well, that's good. The first is decide what you want, and don't be pressured. Oh, no, I don't know what I want. Well, just decide what you want right now. Okay. It's like going to a restaurant. I would like the fish sandwich, please. Okay. Just decide what you want to do. The second is make it a priority. Make a time every day to work on that. And the third is look for people, friends, outlets who are interested in what you're interested in. And then I'd say third and a half, don't let people waste your
that happen
time.
there, please go ahead.
Say that again.
Don't let people waste your time if they're not real. If they're not real. So if you think that people are just, like fishing you, if they're not serious, like you get with someone, yeah, let's write a song, let's really do this, and then they never show up, or they always show up late, well, find someone who shows up on time. The 3 rules in Hollywood is show up on time, know your stuff, and be nice.
And on time means a half hour early.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but that's really it. I teach acting, and I say these same things, at least in my class. I talk about that. If you think you don't want to be there, then don't be there. And commit. Yeah.
Between what you just now said and what you said earlier, because you talked about taking Clint's advice and putting it into action, and I said, hey, I found movie making, my first one, boring. And you said you have to have things to fill your time. I mean, this is stuff that a lot of people don't consider. Back as an actor, it's like, if you're not acting, what are you doing instead? And a lot of people will complain and moan and whine and get together and commiserate about how circumstances or the industry or the whatever is preventing them from somehow working. But if like you have other passions, the music, to be creative, to drive you, then your time becomes filled. And because you prioritize, you don't allow people to waste your time, because that time.
I wrote a song called "She Tried," and it's on my website. I think my daughter sings it. Usually she sings it. She sings it so well. When we're playing a gig, I turn my back to the audience and just play guitar, because she sings it so well that it just breaks my heart. It's just great. But one of the lines, and it's really about me, but I sing about this girl. Grew up in the Midwest where people just drove by, didn't know what was out there, didn't know what or why. Cornfields, silos, rivers under the bridge. Sunset lasted longer when she ran up on the ridge, and wow. She tried. But one of the verses is, she says, drove to college in my daddy's old pickup truck. And one of the things, then he said, put your plan in action and keep your mind clear. Oh. There's something out there. It's your time.
Wow. Well, that's beautiful. Now, Amanda is quite a talent, and are there? I've got to see you perform together, and that's really
yeah.
That's really a treat. And so I'm going to ask you if where people can maybe see you guys perform. The other thing is yes, she's directing. Your late wife Karen, I first met at the Ruskin Theater when she was directing you and others in a play there.
Jesse
Boy, and it was phenomenal. These people would write in a play and within 24 hours, and then the actors would learn it, and then they would put it on, and Karen was the director. It's just amazing what Chris brought to the thing and what Karen did. But she also paints. She painted this behind you, one of her paintings, and the other one behind you, and
that one, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All over the house at one still.
Well, you've been here, yeah. There's all over the house. She sold over 400 paintings, and she was a prolific artist, and she had great technique. She would draw all the time, and she could sit and just she could draw you in 20 minutes. It could be just it could be just a drawing, just a tight drawing, like a photograph. And but if you do it just do it all the time. Just do it. I play guitar all the time. I just was at the National Association of Musical Manufacturers in Anaheim, 100,000 people there, and I was down there. I played down there with these guys, and I do everything all the time, and I'm a good cook. Come on now.
Yes. But no, I mean, there's the theme that runs through it between you and Karen and Amanda, or Amelia. Sorry about that, Amelia. But is that you keep busy, but you keep busy in productive ways, doing things that you like, and you're always creating. And when you're not doing career, you're doing something else that's furthering your passion or your interest but ultimately it adds to your career.
Yeah, it keeps you in the zone. Keeps your head in the game. Otherwise, people. That joke is, I moved to Hollywood. I went to sleep by the pool, and I woke up 20 years later
on the bus stop complaining about my agent.
Yeah, come on now. It's crazy. Yeah, I just wrote. You mentioned the cafe plays that we do at the Ruskin Theater. The format for the viewers is 5 writers will be contacted Saturday, and they're given a similar theme, and Sunday morning they'll be given two pictures of 2 actors, and so they have 3 hours to write a 2-person play that takes place in a cafe anywhere in time, and it should be like 10 pages. Okay, and then at the end of 3 hours, they have to email it over to the theater. Then a director takes the 2 actors, and they work for 5 hours memorizing the lines, props, makeup, costumes. And then at 7:30 at night, the play opened. All 5 plays open. And then we do it a second time at 9:30, and then the play is closed. I've done 50 of them. Yeah.
What a creative process. Talk about thinking on your toes and being prepared and bringing a production together. And, that takes a lot of skill. That takes a lot of practice. That takes a lot of leaning into your creativity. But like you were saying earlier, when you're doing the thing that you love and you're trying and you're exploring and you're doing it for fun, but then you're learning more about it, you can kind of create that energy that allows an individual to be able to produce so quickly and go live so quickly, and just trust in the magic that kind of flows through from that. What's some advice that you can give our audience here, having taught this format of these plays at the theater, that they can kind of apply in their everyday life, whether it's for their mindset, whether it's for work, it takes a level of tenacity, commitment, and skill to be able to pull off a production like that so quickly. So what is some advice that you can provide to our audience out of that experience?
Well, now is your friend, okay? And there's that old saying, all roads lead to now, okay? There's a great football coach who was an outstanding athlete in NFL and in Major League Baseball, Deion Sanders. And he talks about that actualizing the now. Do it now. Pick something small that you want to accomplish and do it. Get up in the morning. If you're a writer, get up in the morning and go, I'm going to take like 30 minutes and I'm just going to write a story. And if it's a blank piece of paper at the end of 30 minutes, well, hey, then it's a blank piece of paper, or it's nonsense, or it's something great, do it now. What I did, Joan Darling, who was a Broadway director, she was fabulous. And I've done off Broadway in New York and off Broadway and stuff like that. But so I met Joan, and she said, as a young actor, she said, what did she say? Oh no, I described her career and I can't remember. Oh, she said, every day of the week, make a phone call, or in our case, internet, a text, an email that is about your career, that furthers your career. You don't have to just make at least one every day. Contact someone about, like, I think this is great today. Rex reached out to me, and now, so the three of us are talking, which is fabulous. And it's like, and after this, I'm going to hang up, go for a walk. And then I'm going to start a screenplay that I'm going to do in South Carolina about this house. I'm not going to talk too much about it. But so, yeah, the now. Do something every day. Joan Darling, except for Sunday, because that's the Lord's Day. And also there's NFL football on Sunday, too.
Well, we have about 5 minutes left, and I want to say that this is awesome. Could you, and we can come back to the topic, but I want to make sure that you can tell people what they can see where on Amazon and the stuff that you've got coming out, maybe whatever you'd like to share.
Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, and you go to movies, the first one will come up will be Farhaven. It's trending #1. It's called Farhaven. It's a great action 1880s Western. And the other one is Julio Cedillo and I did a movie that was a big deal over at South by Southwest, and now it's on Amazon Prime, called Deadland. And then the other one that's coming out in March is called Rock Bottom. Yeah. But so you can watch, or you can just go on Hulu and watch any of the 100 movies I've done. I think I've done 115 movies now, something like that. Big parts, little parts. It's okay, But go on. But right now, after we hang up, everybody just take their cell phones and go play Chris Mulkey or go to chrismulkeymusic.com and listen to a little bit. Just shuffle through my stuff. It's great. I had the fortune when I was a young guy to play with Willie Weeks and Bobby Lyle and all these fusion jazz guys back in Minneapolis, and Joey Davis and all these guys, and they were always about doing stuff. Willie Weeks went on to play bass for the Rolling Stones, and Bobby Lyle was a Columbia recording artist, and really great guys. They have 15 years my senior, and just inspired cats. So ain't nothing to it but to do it.
To do it. That's beautiful. We started with or you earlier talked about Clint, and being at the mansion on the Doheny Mansion.
Yeah.
And the AFI, I loved it when it was there. Then it moved over to Western, but I loved it at the mansion, and so much happening there. And I just want to bring this out because it's unique. And I don't know, did you know David at the time he was doing Eraserhead? Because he was making it at the stables there. in the
No,
70s.
no, David Lynch. No, I didn't know him then.
But you ended up in Twin Peaks.
I ended up in Twin Peaks. Yeah, I was Hank Jennings. Yeah, I didn't know him then, but I liked his work. It was quirky and wild. And then, you know, I read the script for what they gave me for Twin Peaks, which was also created by a classmate of mine at the University of Minnesota, Mark Frost.
Oh, beautiful
and,
man.
You know, got the gig and went on, and we had a good ride for those first couple of years, and then they brought it back. But my character, you know, I liked the original better. But if I go to like Colonel Sanders, I like the original chicken too. So, you know, it's just me. I'm old school.
Yeah, no, I loved all the early stuff and the late stuff. I love you, and I appreciate you and Amelia. And
oh, thanks, Rex.
Alicia, did you have any final thing you wanted to ask Chris before we have to send Chris out for his walk?
Last question, last close. What keeps you going? You know, you're so talented in so many different arenas. You've had so many amazing opportunities. What keeps you grounded and what keeps you going to be able to do, right? Because sometimes you can get fatigued, you know, and if you've been doing something for a while, trying to figure out what's next, what keeps you going?
My family. Yeah, I like my family. I love my family. Yeah. And I have really good friends. Yeah. But that's a great question, Alicia. And if you don't know what makes you most grounded, that's a good question to ask yourself, right?
But you know, as long as I've known Chris, I mean, the last time we actually had a meal was around Christmas time with my sister and you at my favorite Thai place on La Brea there. And
come on.
Yeah, Otis Thai, man, Otis Thai. But
it's about time to eat.
Huh?
It's about time to eat. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, but what I was going to say is, if he's a family man, he talks about his kids. He talks about the people important in his life. You can tell the gentle, kind, and giving spirit he is, and he's always been that way. And I'm blessed to know him, and blessed to know your family, and your late wife, and everybody. I mean, very wonderful. And I thank you for being here today and for sharing. You shared a lot, and I hope people will watch this again and share it, because you shared so much in a not in your face way that it's exuding from you while you're also describing it. So it's very cool.
Well, thanks, Rex. It was great to talk to you and meet you, Alicia, and talk with you. And, you know, keep swinging, man. Come on, let's do it.
Thank you so much, Chris, for joining us here today on day 4 of Quantum Leap 2024. We will encourage everyone to pull out your phone and look for Chris's music and look on Amazon Prime for his films and be excited for his project that we have just learned about, but we don't know too much about. So that is very, very exciting. We'll be on the lookout. So thank you so much, Chris, for joining us. Thank you to our audience for continuing to tune in today in Quantum Leap 2024. We're excited in a few moments to bring Sir Kaya Redford back on stage to join us here today on day 4 of Quantum Leap. Let's bring Kaya back.
Well, there's Kaya, but before you do, I just want to say one thing. Chris is also a practical joker. One of my favorite photos of us together was done in Milwaukee, where he goes, "Look really mean," and we'll take a picture. So I'm like, and he's like,
what can I tell you?
This picture of me and he together looks like I'm really sour, and he's just this really likable guy. So thank you, Chris.
Well, you're welcome. You
guys smile. Look really happy and smile. So thank you so much, Chris, for joining us today. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your evening. Enjoy your walk.
Thanks so much. Okay, bye-bye.
And this is Kaya. We before you go, I'm sorry, but
thanks, Kaya. I'll see
you again.
Great
to meet you, buddy. Great to meet you, Chris. Big fan of your work. Thank you so much, and all the wisdom that you shared today on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune. We really appreciate you, and you know, you have a lot of fans out there, and everything that you do for people. Thank you so much.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Take care, man. Okay.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Okay. Bye. Hello, Kaya, and welcome back.
Oh, all right. Welcome back. Yes. You know, when life throws you curveballs, you know, what do? You pick it up and you run it in for a touchdown. You know, that's the thing. One of the things about leadership. that I learned from Alicia, because Alicia, you're always on point. And that's the great thing about the LA Tribune, is that we attract leaders. And Rex, you and I've had great conversations, and it's incredible because we're bringing up a person next who I've gotten to know very well, and he is really transforming the financial services, the financial advising industry. There's a lot of wrong information, disinformation, whether we ourselves have our own myths around finances that are erroneous, or whether we ourselves are learning from people that are not necessarily of the highest level of integrity in the area of financial services. This man is literally transforming that industry. So I'm going to bring him to the stage. Mr. Frank Lehane. What's up, buddy? Frank Lehane. How are you, buddy?
Good afternoon at last.
Good afternoon. Yes. So he is a magnificent special business builder who's created a unique company and one of the world's largest industries, which is financial services. And what he's doing now is he's redefining how he serves clients and how clients get to be served in a faithful and a unique, very unique way. So Francis P. Frank Lehane, and he's going to be sharing his story of evolution, how he went from being broke to 6 figures, and he's going to be sharing those lessons to increase your wealth and your freedom and to do it faster. The biggest issue, I think, is a lot of people have misnomers, myths, and they just don't understand how they can actually achieve that wealth and freedom. And what he does is he helps people transform their finances so they can retire early and they can retire well. I hear a lot of people trying to retire, then next thing you know, they have to unretire because they didn't set themselves up to win. So he empowers people and their legacy, and he encourages generous financial giving. He also educates people on what to do and what they don't know that they don't know. What's that revealing piece of information, which he's going to share with us, that if you don't know this, you literally would destroy your ability to create wealth and freedom. And so he reveals blind spots. I want to hear, what are most people's blind spots today? So he's kind of like a coach, a very good coach. He outgrew his role as a financial advisor for 23 years, and he's decided to level up and serve people in a higher way. And he established a company called Safe Savings Options to guide individuals to use their money to a better, power. And welcome to the stage, Mr. Frank Lehane. How are you, buddy?
I am doing well. You're
blessed doing well.
As usual, and happy.
Yes. We're so blessed to have you here. You have 2 people that are on your 3 of us that are literally going to be on the edge of our seats, because all of us can learn more. Unless you're a financial expert, there's so much more to learn.
Well, the thing is, I think what I've really grown to be an expert in is listening and shutting up. Because in our industry, the financial industry, we're taught to tell and sell a lot. Mm-hmm. But for 23 years, I served as a professional financial advisor, and there is a lot of them, right?
There's quite a few.
Yes. Now, over time, though, I felt very much drawn to serve others at a much higher level, specifically people who are committed savers.
Yes.
And so I created a company, a special company named Safe Savings Options, for just those people, to better use their money's power. Yeah. Now, I choose to serve as a saver's wealth advocate. Mm-hmm. I especially love serving couples in strong, loving relationships. And my life's purpose is to shine light into the dark.
Beautiful. So that being said, Frank, what we would like to share is, and get to know you on a personal level too, because, a lot of people are challenged, and I know you have some strategies and some wisdom and some secrets that you're going to share with us today. If you don't mind, maybe just, what was what was a time when you were, where a lot of people are out there right now, they're stuck, they've hit the ceiling, their finances are in disarray, they're stressed, they're overwhelmed, they're trying to survive the market. Maybe share with us a time in your life when you had a turning point or a breakthrough or a quantum leap, that made you into who you are today and doing what you're doing. Maybe some adversities that you faced. Because yes, absolutely. There's no way you get to where you are today and being the person you are today if you didn't go through a bunch of things yourself.
Well, I'm glad you asked, because actually this quantum leap took place when I was broke and functioning as a financial advisor. I would find myself going into the prisons as a chaplain and visiting the inmates who were all in crisis. And it really happened after I decided to serve as a prison chaplain once a week. And that choice that I made at that time was to live my faith with a servant's heart. People would laughingly say, Frank, what are you doing spending a lot of time going in there? You're not trying to open up the portfolios for inmates, are you? Ha, ha, ha. And I said, no, but I saw it clearly. Hey, I really love serving people without any expectation of getting something in return, of getting a paycheck of some kind. And you know what? Lives were getting changed. Lives were getting taken to a higher level. Broken lives were finding peace of mind and peace in their soul. And my decision and the clarity it gave me, that was the quantum leap turning point in my life. And from that point on, I felt so differently about my business, and more importantly, how I wanted to relate to people.
So if you don't mind, Frank, yeah. So I have gotten to know you on a very personal level, and I've seen, how you show up for others and what impact you have on others when you're just you, right? When you just talk to them and you just connect with them. And I noticed that you have a different mindset and a different come from around human connection, around sales, like even the concept of sales. You have a different approach, which is almost like not selling, serving, helping, inspiring, connecting, loving. So just speak from your heart to our heart. In financial services, it's a sticky world. There's a lot of trust that has to. I'm hearing a little background noise. Not sure if that's coming from whose end is that coming from, Rex? Would you know?
No, I don't hear anything.
I hear you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Okay, then maybe it's out there in the ether. So there's a lot of people that are who to trust, and do they have my best interest in mind? We always teach these three things, right? Which is every consumer is always thinking three things when they're making a decision working with someone. And I want to understand why it is that people want to work with you versus the next person that does that, right? Does the same, similar, but different services. And for the three things they ask is, does this person really care for me? Do they have my best interests in mind? And will they deliver on what they promise? Why are you the man that is able to earn the trust and deliver above and beyond for your clients? What makes you stand out in an industry that is, there's some challenges in the industry in general. If you read the books about it, financial industry, the stock market industry, people have been hurt and burned, the mortgage industry. So tell us a little bit about that for you. What makes you the man that people can trust and people can work with, that can help them build their freedom and their retirement?
Well, the evolution actually started out through many years of not making any money in this industry. What I mean by that is, it's like there was something that kept me in this business long enough to start getting a clue of what really my heart's desire was. And it was like, look, there's something more than making a lot of money in a business. There's the purpose, there's the mission, there's the answers, there's the clarity to give to people that are walking around out there in kind of a daze going, look, I work my tail off and I'm trying to save money, but here's the problem. I don't know who I can really trust out there to actually help me steward this money in such a way to meet the goals, the desires of my heart that I want, not the things I need, the things that I want. And I'm just like them.
Mm-hmm.
And the point I wanted to make was, I knew where my heart was from the beginning, because I know that there is value, usable value I can deliver to people. I just need to learn how to speak to them in such a way where they don't feel like I'm cornering them. I'm positioning them, and I go, look, that's not what I'm about. The biggest compliments I started getting from people was, Frank, we knew you before. The sweat on your upper lip, the big eyes, the shaking hands, the enthusiasm. We knew you then. But now you've been with us for so many years when we had very little. And now when we have a lot, you're not that same person.
Mm-hmm.
And we feel you actually are for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have our backs. You know what we want, and tell us how we can go on this journey with you, because we want to go.
And what was the breakthrough? Because so many people tuning in, they have a business, they're marketing a product or a service, and they want to earn the trust. You seem to earn the trust, the really, really deep level rapport and trust of your clients, and over deliver. So what was the breakthrough that shifted you, that leveled you up as an individual, that stepped you into this way of being that it earns people's trust at the level you do?
Well, some years ago, I started working on this item right here, and that's my blueprint. And what I do every day is I refer to something I call my tower. And my tower is about 7 or 8 things that the fuel that I need,
mm-hmm.
and the fuel that I give, the witness to other people out there of what is my true purpose? What is my life purpose? And by the way, my purpose is not my purpose. It's not for me. I've been given gifts, and these gifts, I realized, are for giving away. And the gifts are really sitting with people and empathetically listening in such a way where they themselves are actually able, using their brains and their experience, to clearly unfold and unwrap things that they actually knew, but now they're validated by going, you know something, you actually helped me to see things that I knew about even as far back as when I was a kid. But we've come full circle. You've helped me to find my true north, my anchor. I actually feel like I've been unfettered, like I can find the pathway. But I see you, Frank, as kind of like that trusted Sherpa.
Mm-hmm.
So you've been up the hill and down the hill and up the hill and down the hill. You know the way, and we trust you. We know that you're for us because you've actually helped us lay open what our heart's desire really is. I mean, small example, you've actually shown us how we could actually be a forever parent.
What do you mean by that?
Parents love their children, whether their children are successful or not. And there's parents out there whose heart breaks when they have a child that they love dearly, he or she, they're never going to launch. They're never going. And I fear the day that my wife and I leave this world, and our child is left, and I would hate to think that they're sleeping in the street or getting into trouble. And if there was some way that I could make sure that I could see to them beyond even our lives. And I said, it sounds to me like being a forever parent would be the ideal. And they go, yeah, but if that was true, then that would be what I would love. And I go, and it is true. And you can be the forever parent. And that's what starts this conversation. And people go like this: nobody talks to me this way from your industry. No, nobody has ever broached a subject that really hits me and my wife right where we live. Already I feel that there's a liberation. Already I feel that there's hope. And I know that there's a pathway, and you're the one who's going to help us.
So I'm hearing two words coming to mind, and the first word is transformation, and the second word is destination. I sense that maybe in the industry, there's a lot of leaders that are wanting to help someone get to a destination, right? The destination of wealth and freedom, the destination of retirement. And whether they get them there or not, that's another question. For you, I'm hearing the word transformation and destination. You being as a coach, you're kind of helping them outside of just the box of the normal conventional financial advisor. You're tapping into inspiring them. So what drives you to do this? What is your why? Why do you want to help the people to do, in what you're doing? What's your higher purpose in this whole thing?
Well, my higher purpose, of course, is my God-given gifts that have been given me.
Yes.
From God. And it's like, look, I've gotten to a point in my life where it's in the time I have remaining, how can I impact? How can I energize? How can I help people get to not just retiring from a job or a career, but the question is, what are you retiring to? And people go, whoa, I wasn't actually looking at that. I go, see, that's one of those blind spots. See, we're all looking over here because, the financial industries, we're all looking over here. And what I'm able to do is go.
I feel like I'm hearing the word awakening. You're helping people wake up. To what the real.
Seeing people where they are. You're seeing people for people with finances and meeting them where they're at as a person first.
Yeah, the word is that was put to me by a doctor. He goes, something? You are an answer to prayer, Frank, because what we needed was actually a re-education and all the things that, all of the bells and whistles and all of the things that we've learned over life. But you know something? You've given us a lot more than a re-education.
So much more.
You gave us hope.
Hope, yes.
And it's a safe place. That we're in now. And
So Frank, so we get it's very clear coming out just the transformation and the destination. So now, if you don't mind, let's shift gears. What are the biggest hurdles that people face? What is, if you were to say someone needs to transform their mindset around finances, maybe some myths, maybe some erroneous perceptions or beliefs people have around building wealth and freedom and retirement that you would like to shatter so that people can break through and no longer and get out of the struggle and their survival mode and get into the thrive mode and the freedom and the retirement mode? What are some things you want to share?
Well, some of the biggest hurdles is, first of all, they come from within people. It's like these self-limiting ideas and notions that people have, like this one. I'm afraid to ask any of these questions because then the world at large will know for a fact that I'm not the smartest guy in the world, and I've spent a lot of my life defending myself. So it's like, if you had the freedom to ask questions, any question you wanted to somebody, me, and not feel judged about it and not feel made to feel less about it, but to actually have somebody actually go, okay, I'm listening. You said this. Help me understand more about what that's about. And we're not hurrying here.
Can you, Frank, can you give us an example of, without mentioning names, can you give an example where this happened with a client and maybe it's indicative of quite a few people where you were able to, they came in with a fear of asking a question, or maybe you were able to pull out something and support them and help them have a financial breakthrough?
Yeah, let me see if I can make this simple. I had this couple, they were in my Bible study, and they came to me with a very tiny little IRA that they wanted me to take care of for them. And they were actually very apologetic and kind of ashamed about it. And I took such care of them and helped them and educated them and helped them feel that they had the smarts and they trusted me with this little bit of stuff. And they said this to me, Frank, you've done such a great job making us feel comfortable with you, educating us simply in plain English. And, the boat's going to come in someday. And sometimes financial advisors, we hear this from people, I'm going to be coming into a lot of money someday. And I said, yeah, okay, that's great. That's great. Anyways, 2 or 3 years later, they approached me again. And they said, hey, guess what? You helped us with a very tiny bit. And you did. And we always wondered how it was that you were able to even make a living off of people like us that bring you such little things. We are ready to trust you with a lot.
Wow.
And I wasn't prepared for what they told me. And it was tens of millions of dollars.
Wow.
And what happened is, not only were they able to trust me to do that, but they actually caused me to grow. Their vision had grown to a point, but my vision, and I was saying, oh my goodness, there is such an impact to be made, and whether little or a lot. And my vision was just expanded to look at the impact that could be made when people actually release the fear, make attempts, learn things without feeling like they're up against the wall. And that actually equipped me to actually serve at that much higher level going forward. And I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. What would you say are the principles that you live by in serving your clients at a higher level? The principles, you kind of covered some of them, but if you were to say, my top 5 principles in serving clients would be number 1, number 2, 3, 4. What would those be?
Well, let me just start off with this. First of all, the people that love do what I do, they love each other. They're on the same page. They love each other. They're a husband and wife. They love their children. They have distinct careabouts. They care about stuff. And I want to know what those careabouts are. These are careabouts that they're actually been afraid. They've been afraid to even mention these careabouts, even to their closest blood relatives, for fear of being mocked.
Are they careabouts in the context? As I'm starting to think in terms of concerns. Yeah, I care about this. I'm worried about this. I'm concerned about it. I go to, I think a lot of people go to bed having, what keeps them up at night is,
that's exactly what it
finances,
is.
relationships, money, this, that. So
I'm
they have these deep concerns.
Parents. I'm concerned about my kids on both ends. I'm concerned about my kids. I'm concerned about their kids. I'm concerned about my aging parents. I'm concerned about my mother who lost her husband. I'm concerned about special needs children that are going to be left to the state or whatever going forward. And these are the things that haunt me. These are the things that I need peace about. And when they get that peace, things are just released for them. They're able to actually courageously share what's really on their hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't do that with everybody. And I get the privilege of listening and offering.
It goes right back to the very first thing you said, which is listening. And you obviously go deep. You know, we had Marty Rodriguez on this morning, and she's, you know, the #1 agent in the history of the Century 21 brand. And she says, if you go really, really deep with your client, you'll win that client for a lifetime. And so I think the unique gift that I'm hearing from you is you go very deep, you care. You're not just getting a person to a destination. You get very curious. You know, whether it is your intention or not, I think it's just who you are. In your presence, they are transformed the way they think, and they're heard. You know, these deep fears, these deep concerns that people are embarrassed about, they don't want to talk about, they don't even want to admit to themselves about it. You go really deep. That's fantastic. If you don't mind, if you go ahead, Frank. Yeah.
That's the major hurdle. If I could sum it down to one thing, is fear.
Fear.
Fear is the mind killer. As a movie, you know, we were talking with an actor earlier. Yeah, you know, yes.
And what's your solution to that fear? In like one
being
sentence.
able to deal with another person in a safe, calm environment where they don't feel like they're being sized up or appraised.
Wow.
Qualified, if you will. They don't feel that way. And what I do is I go into the world listening for those things that resonate and I care about. And I go to that, and, you know, I call them my people. They're my people because they're like me. And in other words, there is no algorithm out there. There's no Google algorithm. My people find me when my messages go out that are very clear and concise, geared to my people about their true north, their true heart's desire, the pathway that and people go, hey, you know, I don't know what that is. And they cock their head like a little puppy or what, and they go, you know, I don't know what that is, Frank, but I want it. I want what that is. And when they engage, they go like this, you know, you're for real. I mean, yeah. Can
I chime in?
Please do, Rex.
I just want to say, Frank, I've been listening, you know, with just rapt attention, and it's so cool. You started with listening, and then when Kaya said, what are the 5 things? Your first one was love. And I don't know if we've heard that at all during the 4 days that we've been here. You know, what the most important thing you could do is to love. And then you said, well, you know, they have care about. So then we talked about concerns and then fear. And then it came back to you're accepting and allowing and listening and meeting the person where they're at, which is what love is all about. I just think that's so beautiful. I just wanted to be able to say thanks for that. That's very, very cool.
Thank you, Rex.
Absolutely. And Alicia, anything you want to ask? And I have, you know, next question will be down to kind of the myths and the breakthroughs that people can have for everybody. But I wanted to open the floor. You know, Alicia, you've been listening intently. If there was something that you wanted to ask or chime in as well with Frank.
No, yes. Thank you so much, Frank, for coming and sharing with us today. I think what's so beautiful about hearing you speak, and just like Rex, I've just been deep in thought and listening to what you've been sharing with us. But
that's precious. Thank you so much.
You really take.
I think we might have a choppy reception. So when Alicia can come back, as soon as her Wi-Fi returns. So Frank, before we get to how people can find you and work with you, and obviously, you know, you're a man of integrity, you're helping people. on you're bringing so much more value to the table than just giving people simple financial advice. And another thing I love about you too is I sense from you that you are so focused on them. You're not focused on yourself. A lot of people in business, they have an agenda. They're focused on, closing a deal, but it seems like you just completely let go of what your wants and needs are, and you're fully immersed in getting curious for the client, helping the client. And that's what makes you stand apart from everyone in your industry. If you don't mind, from as simple, like on the simplest terms, what are 3 steps to building, or 3 or 5 steps of moving faster, quicker to your retirement, should someone want to retire and retire earlier and retire well? What would be your 3 to 5 secrets to retiring early and retiring well?
Well, let me kind of sum it up in this. I wrote a book in 2020 and published it called From Broke to Six Figures. And broke doesn't necessarily have everything to do with money and economy. It has to do with the spirit as well. And what people get to do is, by the way, I included a copy, the PDF copy of the book for people to have on the information I sent you, and to engage that book, because that book is a compilation of the blind spots. It's a compilation of life lessons. It's a book written by a financial guy that has nothing to do with finances. There's no bar charts. There's no statistics. There's none of that in there. It's just life lessons. It's life lessons that a guy on this side of the curtain said, one of these days, I would like to come out from behind and show people what is behind the curtain. These are the things that nobody's talking to you about. And I am from that industry, and I can share, not to throw them under the bus. That's the way they operate. But you don't have to operate, and you don't have to buy into that. You can do your own thinking. So get the book, go to
what's the book called again, and how do they get it?
From Broke to Six Figures. Steps.
And where would they get that?
That's on Amazon, but also I sent you a link. It has the entire PDF copy of it. So
okay,
you can
so let's do this.
You can have it for at my expense. And if for anybody that texts me at 714-296-5779 and sends me your email, I will send you that PDF. And what I want you to do, 714-296-5779. And if you send me your email and your name, I will send you the PDF book. And you can actually visit the end of each chapter, which contains what I call the golden nugget. And the golden nugget is something that I want my audience, my readers, to know that I didn't talk about in the book.
We have a reader here who wants to receive your email, Al Chan. Would you provide also your email address?
Yeah, absolutely. You want me to do that in the chat room?
I can do it while you chat. Yes.
Yeah, it's Frank at yourmoneyspower.com.
Frank at yours.
Yourmoneys, MONEYS power.com.
MONEYS power.com.
Yeah, Frank at yourmoneyspower.com. Also, they can go to Frank Lehane, FrankLehane.com, and you could actually get chapters that contain the golden nuggets right there, downloadable. You can go to my ebook, you can go to my YouTube channel, and you can download these things. And you can actually start seeing if actually I'm your people. And I see when I put these things out there, people that will resonate with that will want to have another conversation. Everybody else, peace. And it's perfect. It's perfect.
Attract energy. And if you haven't already, you can go ahead and go to quantumleap24.com and RSVP and register for Quantum Leap. And when you register, you will get a vault with gifts from all of our speakers, including Frank's book. So encourage you to please go ahead to quantumleap24.com and register. And I am back. I think I got lost. I had a little bit of connection issues earlier, but thank you so much, Frank, for joining us and for sharing. And Frank's email is also in. We'll bring Frank's email up as well on screen if you'd like to send him an email or to visit his website. But thank you so much, Frank, for joining.
Oh, this has been fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Frank, we'll see you on our Thursday night journey
as we
continue the journey. And thank you so much. Congratulations, all of you. On behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, we are rocking and rolling. This is our day 4 in the extravaganza. I don't know how many, but we probably have broken another record because we do keep breaking records. The newspaper, the movement, the cause that has been founded by, well, it's been around since 1886, and yet it's being championed by our new CEO, our incredible CEO, Mo Rock, and Ava Manuel, our editor-in-chief, and Alicia and Rex and Kaya. There's so many of us that are championing this because we want the world to become a better place. We don't just want to give you the news, and the news that, for the most part, is disempowering. We want to actually give you the news, but the tools to get us from where we are now to where we want to go and to help the world become a better place. So it's our honor. I guess we'll maybe go to a commercial break, and we will see which next beautiful person, beautiful light, would like to share their wisdom and their success strategies with you. And we will see you in a jiffy.
Be well, everybody. Thank you.
Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Look forward to seeing you all.
So we are about to go to our commercial break. As soon as we have that, we will see you very soon, shortly. We're super excited about this. As you're going through this, and I want to chime in with Stephanie. Stephanie saying, wonderful session. Thank you. This is on behalf of Al-Chan. Indeed, grateful to the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. Kudos. There's so much going on. There's so much transformation. There's so much information being shared from hearts of people that want to have everybody in the LA and the Los Angeles Tribune community and the world at large grow. Any thoughts you want to share before we go to a commercial break between Rex and Alicia? And Ava might be joining us as well.
Well, I want to give Alicia a chance too, but I want to say, earlier in the day, you mentioned when we were on the air that, the media essentially is mostly negative, and that the goal of the Los Angeles Tribune and Mo Rock Vision was to produce inspirational content that people could use to change their lives and to move forward in positive ways. And you know what? It really is possible to do that and change the world. The only reason why the media is content driven with negativity right now is because that's what they've done for so long. They think that, well, you know what, we have to report the bad news because not many people are reporting the good news, but the Los Angeles Tribune is. And the Los Angeles Tribune is not only reporting good news, but giving inspiration, giving tips and principles and practices and suggestions for people to transform their lives, and bringing expert speakers and authors and people from all walks of life who are making things happen in their lives and helping other people do that. So while the world's been conditioned toward negativity, it does not have to remain that way. We can make a positive, powerful, optimistic presence known and change the world one candle at a time, one person at a time, but we can do it. We're doing it here. We're doing it today, and we're doing it now. And you're part of that with us.
And we're part of that. Yes. And Alicia, I know that we have a guest coming in, I believe at 5:05, and we have a space and an opportunity opening to go into an area that might be useful. So I'm opening up the floor for any any shares that you have, Alicia, and anybody else on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune as we await our next incredible guest who is an expert at branding. How do you create a magnificent brand that becomes global, number one? And number two, how do you become your brand? Because a lot of people create a brand and there's a space and a gap between their brand and themselves. But how do you step into being your own brand? So we're going to be learning those tools from an incredible leader at 5:05 p.m., which is in around 20 or so minutes. That being said, Alicia, I'll give you the space.
Yes, thank you so much, Kaya. And before we continue to move forward, what a powerful session with Frank. So intently tuned in and listening to all that he was sharing with us today. And that's how he opened up and listening. And what was so beautiful about hearing him speak is he really takes the time to meet someone where they're at. He really takes the time to listen, to understand their stories, to maybe ask them the hard questions or get them to reflect on aspects of themselves that they may not know, recognize, or want to share. And that was just so beautiful because, Frank, speaking about branding, right, and our guest that we have coming up, you can tell that he walks that walk, he talks that talk.
Right.
He is who he is, and people see that and they want to connect with him. They want to share with him. They want to trust him with their finances. And what a beautiful session that was. And he's bringing consciousness, humanity back to financial services, which is beautiful. We're trying to do that at the Los Angeles Tribune with news that inspires and uplifts and educates. And you can really see that Frank was doing that and is doing that with his business and with his clients. It's beautiful being a part of Quantum Leap 2024, because over the last few days, we've heard from business owners, AI specialists, financial advisors. We've heard from authors and speakers. We've heard from individuals that have had difficulties in life. We've heard from individuals that have overcome a lot of adversity, health scares. There's so many people that have come to share the Quantum Leap stage with us all today. And it's really all about how can they share with you all what their experiences are? How can they share with you all what their personal expertise is? And sometimes you have to live and go through experiences, and it's not always the easy ones, but it's the challenging ones that give us life lessons that create an ability for us to speak about our experiences with others. And that's truly how you can grow and you can learn and even take something that may be negative, but transform that, talk about transformation, into something that's impactful, into something that is educational, and also to know that you're not alone. There are so many individuals all over the world that are going through different experiences, but it's the power of telling your story. It's important to share your story because you never know how to liberate yourself. You never know how it will impact someone else. You never know how it will inspire somebody else. And in our ability to connect with ourselves and our stories and share our stories, we're able to connect with others around us. And that's how we can truly uplift each other. So talk about your personal brand, your business brand, but it's about really living out who you are and connecting with others. And when you can connect, like Frank just mentioned, you just open so many doors, and you may not even know what those doors are until you take that time to ask questions like you've been doing all day today, Kaya. Take that time to listen intently like Rex has been doing with the speakers that have graced our stage, and really take that time. So I don't know, it's been a beautiful couple of days, the last 4 days. Curious for you, Rex, what are you thinking about as you look to Quantum Leap in 2024? And what are 3 lessons or pieces of advice or gems that have been shared that have truly impacted you over the last 4 days that you'd like to share with our audience, Rex?
It's a great question, a beautiful question. And I appreciate that. Inspiration need not be lost on anyone. It's the idea that, you can light 1,000,000 candles off of one candle, but that one candle has to be lit first in order to light the other ones. So as you take inspiration, as you take the principles and practices that you're getting from the speakers, the experts here, who are generously sharing these principles and practices, take them to heart. Don't just let it be something that you go, oh yeah, good idea, and then do nothing with it. But take it to heart, put it into your talent base, your skill base. You can get. Here's the thing: is so many people don't realize that if you practice anything, you get better at it. But most people practice is negativity, fear, worry, doubt, anxiety, and all this stuff about commiserating with, negativity and all that kind of stuff. But if you practice optimism or positivity, you get good at that, just like you get good at skiing, boating, cooking, sewing, swimming, walking, whatever it is that you've done in life, because, that's what humans do. Now, I'm not a huge person of the constant and never-ending improvement, because I do think that, yes, obviously you want to be your personal best and you want to live, but you also want to thrive and relax and enjoy and delight and celebrate with the people around you. You shouldn't always be pushing yourself to do something better, but accept yourself that you're doing the best you can with what you got, and that you can take steps each day, if you so choose, to make things a little bit better for you and for the people around you and the world. So we don't need to punch ourselves and flagellate ourselves and push ourselves and exert ourselves in order to try and get good. It's kind of like when Chris was talking. He said, I play music every day. I do a little of this. I do a little of that. I'm going to go for a walk, and then I'm going to do this. Allow yourself to gently incorporate what you're learning, apply it in your life, share it with others, and move through the world with grace and with ease and with love. I love that Frank said love and to listen, so that we truly understand. Because when you truly understand somebody, you're willing to accept them. I'll close it with this. A lot of people say, why do you think that? And they go this, and they go, well, that's wrong. Well, then you didn't listen to learn anything. You listened to correct them or to tell them that they were wrong. So you didn't really care in the first place. You only cared to give your point of view. And so many people are willing to do that instead of saying, that's interesting. How did you come to that conclusion? Wow, what life experiences must have you had in order to understand it that way? And if I were to think about it, maybe I might think it that way too, or maybe I wouldn't, but you've obviously, come to these conclusions. So it's about acceptance, not intolerance. It's about love, listening, and kindness, and gentleness. And with that, I'm
fantastic. And I was thinking, maybe because we have a few minutes, maybe since this is a new year, right? 2024, and people have goals, they have a vision. Maybe we can explore, transformation, a little mindset, shift. I know that for me, for many years, I struggled as a young man. I don't know if you're watching this, someone who's struggling. Maybe you are not where you want to be. We've actually interviewed, as you saw today, a lot of the number one offices and the number one agents in real estate, mortgage, financial services, network marketing. And there's a common theme, and that is when you interview a lot of these successful people, they are frustrated because they've been doing what they've been doing for so long, and they don't feel like they're completely there yet, right? So as you're watching this, do you feel like you wish you were further along towards your vision, towards your goals, towards your wealth, towards your freedom, towards your whatever that is? And I'm going to assume that you might be putting your hand up. The first thing is learning the fact that we're all, my first mentor, Bob Proctor, he said, you were born rich, right? He says, you have it in the DNA, in your DNA. I believe we're born as these incredible, super powerful beings that can be everything we can do, that can do everything we want to do, can have everything we want. And yet most people struggle. So I guess the question is, why do so many people struggle? Why do 95% of companies fail within the first 5 years? And how can the LA Tribune and the leadership team here, how can we share wisdom with you so that you become more of the greatness that you really are, right? How can we empower you? So why do so many companies fail? And then even of the 95% of companies that fail, the 5% of companies that actually make it, that 5% of companies that make it after the first 5 years, the 95% of them fail in the next 5 years. So why is it so difficult? Why do people struggle?
Well, that's such a great question. And my answer is they don't have to, but they don't know any better. We've been conditioned to struggle. We've been taught that we learn things, but we learn wrong and we can make mistakes. And then we get failed in a class or, get insulted and we feel unworthy and unwilling to then try or to do anything else because we've been chastised for attempting things. And it really is a mindset thing. It really is. You have to, I shouldn't say you have to, but you must. You must understand that you have the ability to learn to do anything. We as people have learned all sorts of silly and stupid things and all sorts of wonderful and brilliant things. And everything you've done from learning to walk or to dress yourself or to talk or to use a spoon or to use a computer or drive a car, whatever it is, you learn to do that, and you learn to do it because you learned hopefully the correct way to do it, and then you repeated that correct way enough times until that correct way became a habit. The problem with people who don't try or who fail, or the businesses who fail, oftentimes it's a mindset issue. Right. They, instead of focusing on what they can and will accomplish, they look at what is wrong and they can't do or won't do. Or as Napoleon Hill said, he said, so many people make all this money, and once they make the money, they either coast or they fear losing it. And when they shift from I am, producing and I'm productive and I can and will do these things to, oh my God, what happens if I lose it or if I go broke? That shift in attitude, that shift in mindset creates a shift in the body. It creates a shift in the emotions. It creates a shift of attention, what you pay attention to, what you talk about, and what you do. And a lot of people don't understand that your actions are a direct result of what you think between your ears. If you think I feel wonderful and you feel wonderful, your body produces those chemicals that allow you to feel that. If you think I suck and I'm stupid and I'm unworthy and I'm fat and ugly and nobody likes me, your body produces the chemicals that make you feel that. And if you're feeling stressed and worried and anxious and desperate and afraid, you're not at the top of your game.
You nailed it on the head, Rex. I'm curious, Alicia.
No, I think that's exactly it. What Rex just shared, and it's that energy. Oftentimes they say, like you said, Kai, a lot of businesses fail in the first 5 years, and you'll wonder, well, was it the marketing? Was it the strategy? Did they understand the competitive landscape that they're operating in? But it's also like, what was the mindset? What was the energy like of the people that are leading the company? Were they aligned within? Because, I think sometimes we think that we can separate our personal life from our work, but subconsciously it's all connected. And so if we think that when we're at work, we're on point, but at home, things are crazy, that might be impacting how you make a decision at work. And it's not going to say that it's going to be the full-on driver, but I think that there has to be some level of, am I aligned within, so that when I'm making the decisions, I'm making the right decision for my company? Because you can have all of the tools, all of the knowledge, but how are you actually applying it? And like what Rex said, like what space are you coming to the decisions that you're making? And, if you have a small business and you're trying to work and grow that business and you're the only one making decisions, well, if you think, okay, from 9 to 5, I'm on point this morning, but the rest of the day I'm all over the place and I'm not grounded, are you making really grounded decisions in your business? There might be a chance that you are, but there also could be a chance that you aren't, right? And, it's all connected. So I think as people think about, and our people are entrepreneurs, it's, what are my business practices and who are the people in my business that I'm bringing in to help me manage the operations and the day-to-day activities of my business? But that's why that mindset part is so key, because you, like Rex said, you carry that energy with you. If you're in that positive mindset, you might be creating and making fruitful decisions for the business. But if you're not in that space, then when you're approaching your business and work relationships, you might be bringing that same energy to those relationships. And it may not grow your business. It may make it stagnant, or you might think you're connecting with your customers, but you might not be, because there's that difference. And I think a lot of time we think about mind consciousness within our personal life, but what about our business consciousness? Like, what energy are we bringing to our businesses? And are we creating and bringing energy there that's going to help our business thrive? Or are we bringing energy to that place that might make it stagnant or make it not grow or make it shrink?
Yeah. And then I want to chime in. Yep.
Please do. But what benefit does it do to anyone to say most businesses fail? I mean, you know, that's like saying if you go out in the rain, you're going to catch a cold. You know, our beliefs, our attitudes, you know, we tend to realize those things that we think about most often.
Correct.
Why not say most businesses succeed? And if you genuinely like people and are interested in people and you add value to people and you like what you're doing, you will succeed. But instead, they go, most businesses fail. And if you don't do this and if you don't do, and so right from the gate, it would be like running the Olympic race and going, you know, most people don't win the race. And many of them fall or trip or screw up along the way.
Right. So this is a great conversation. The question was why, right? And so hearing both of your answers, you know, we do these 1 hour breakthrough trainings around this question, and a lot of the answers are very powerful, and they're all true. Everything you said, Rex, is absolutely true. I would resonate with all of it. Same with you, whatever you shared, Alicia, and how they correlated together. And if you're watching this, you know, my experience with this, if we all write the name down, Henry Ford. And Henry Ford was famous for saying, whether you think you can or think you can't, either way, you're right. And so in our academy, our school of thought is that why a lot of people struggle is because they have self-doubt. And learning that self-doubt actually leads to self-sabotage. Now, that's a pretty big bridge, self-doubt, self-sabotage. Because a person that has self-doubt doesn't stick to it. You know, when going gets tough, they quit. Number one, they quit, or they hesitate, or they don't believe, or they put half their energy in, or they procrastinate, or whatever it is. So based on all that, they self-sabotage the potential because they struggle with that. So I had self-doubt for most of my life. You know, I'm 51 years old now. I would say I had massive insecurity and massive self-doubt to the age of at least 33. And it came from the fact that my father was, you know, a workaholic. He was a petroleum engineer. He was successful in his own right, but he was MIA. He just wasn't there. We left, you know, the U.S. We met my mom. We left the U.S. when I was a baby, 6 months old. When we moved to Algeria, and we lived in Algeria, third world country. And my mom didn't speak the language. She doesn't know anybody. She has no support system. She has no support structure. She's living in this country where, you know, people get mugged on the street. Like, you know, it can be dangerous. And so my dad entrusted people to take care of us because he knew that he was gone, you know? And so my mom is frustrated because he's always gone, and she starts drinking. What do people do when they feel neglected, alone, angry, frustrated, resentful, and there's really no one to talk to about it? You try to bury your emotions. She started drinking. 1 glass of wine led to 2 glasses of wine, led to now vodka, and then she becomes an alcoholic. So I'm raised by a dad who's a workaholic, who's always gone, and a mom that's an alcoholic. And then a lot of things, a lot of stuff that, you know, you wouldn't want upon anybody happened at a very young age. And I'll just say, I'm here. I survived. Me and my sister and my older brother survived the times. And I got into my 20s and 30s, and I was just so blocked. But I couldn't tell you that I was blocked. I couldn't tell you that I was blocked. I couldn't tell you why I was blocked. I was just blocked. I had no purpose, had no direction. I didn't, we're talking to people that were making millions of dollars. I couldn't even make $1. You know, I don't think, and obviously if you're outside the US, numbers are different, but in the US, if a person is not even making $1,000 in a month up until the age of 33, something's probably wrong, right? That's like minimum, below minimum wage. So I was very challenged, and I had this thing called self-doubt. I didn't believe in myself. And my breakthrough is meeting Bob Proctor, who's, I believe, has been on the LA Tribune platform. God rest his soul. I met Bob Proctor, and Bob said, you know, you create your experience of reality. And I thought, I created this. Who could say, how dare anybody? Like when I saw The Secret, everybody has a different story around seeing The Secret. When I saw The Secret, I was angry. I was angry because you're basically trying to say that my mindset, that what I think about, I bring about. You're basically saying that I am, that it's all in my mind. No, I had people to blame. And that's where I think a lot of the world is. A lot of the world is where I was at, probably, which is in a disempowered position, and there's always someone to blame. There's always someone at fault. And so what Bob said, he said, you create your experience of reality. And I thought, but then there was this feeling I had in my chest, this feeling of a breakthrough, that, when he said that, and I joined his program and I started learning from him, and he said, form a mastermind. So I formed a mastermind. I had no idea, what am I going to do in a mastermind? Who's going to listen to me? I've never done anything in my life. What do I have to offer anybody? He says, trust the process, form a mastermind. So I started just teaching the principles that I was learning from him and learning from NLP, which, you and Rex and I and Alicia, you and I have talked about. I started teaching some of the proponents of neuroscience and neurolinguistic programming, which is a different mindset, a different come from. Our thought process is, I create my mindset, I create my actions, I create my results. I'm empowered to make a difference and make a change. And so I was doing the mastermind, and one day I got a random call from someone that said, is this Kaya? I said, it's Kaya. This is Kaya. You're the guy with a little mastermind, right? I'm like, yeah. Well, do you have a Gary? Is there a guy called Gary in your mastermind? I said, sure, there's a guy called Gary in my mastermind. And they said, they identified themselves as a managing partner at a very big company called New York Life. And they said, we were going to fire him because he's produced nothing in 6 months. And now he's number 2 in the office. And he says he's been going to a mastermind for 6 weeks. And we don't understand how someone can change so much in 6 weeks, how they can flip their mindset. And I'm in shock. I don't really know exactly what I'm even teaching, let alone that it would have an impact on anybody. I still have my own insecurity. I still have my own self-doubt, but someone's telling me, someone's coming to my mastermind, they're getting great results. And this managing partner says, can you come to the office and can you share what you're training, Gary, and can you share that with the rest of the office? I get to this big building. I'm nervous as heck. I'm sweating on my forehead. I've never spoken at a big company. My palms are sweaty. I walk in there and I, fumble over my first few words. After about an hour, I settle down. I think a 6 to 8 hour training or something. And then I get a phone call 3 months later saying, did you hear what happened to that New York Life office you trained? What did I do wrong now? What's something bad, what happened? I'm like, I'm just cringing. I'm always thinking something's bad news because I still am stuck in this negative mindset. And they said, Kaya, you need to know that this office that you trained had their biggest quarter in history and they went number 1 in the nation. And I was in total shock. And then that just started the path to coaching and training, these other offices. They asked, can you come and train this office? Because they all compete, right? They all want to be number 1. So then I got offered to go to these offices, and I got offered to go to Century 21 office next. That's how we met Marty Rodriguez here. And then I started working when training the number 1 agents and number 1 offices. And I guess the reason why I'm bringing this up is as we have Rich here, Rich, who is a leader in building brands. If you feel like you want a breakthrough, like it took me 33 years, painfully 33 years, to finally realize who I am and who you are and who we all are, this is the time to have it with 2024. So think of your goal, whatever that goal is that you've written down. Tony Robbins just a few days ago was on a video, and he said, the statistics that they've discovered is 91% of people, once they set their goal on January 1st, by February 1st, 91% of people have already given up on that goal within 4 weeks. It's painful. If you feel like you want a breakthrough, if you feel like you are where I was at for many years, struggling with self-doubt, and you want to have a breakthrough, we are here to support you having that breakthrough. We do live events, free live events every week in and around Los Angeles. We do virtual events. So you can just find myself online if you want, Kaya Redford, and there is a breakthrough. But with that being said, I want to bring the incredible Rich Kozak. Rich Kozak, the brand, the impact-driven brand, the man that has changed the lives of so many people. He is a leader of leaders. He's also a master in neuroscience and in transformation himself. He is impacting so many people's lives. He has a program where he gets people to understand that not only how to scale and build their brand, but they get to become and be their brand. Rich, how are you doing today, brother?
I'm blessed, as always, Kaya. It's great to be here with you. And this is not about branding, brother. This is about everybody gets
clarity,
to make significant impacts they can on the world they touch. Branding is a way to get there, but this is really not about branding. This is
about impact,
stepping into your purpose and about making your life worthy. And yeah, it's. I just get to help with that. So let's have some fun here.
Let's have some fun here. Yes. Thank you so much, Rich, for being here. And so, Rich, tell us a little bit about yourself and who you are, what you do, and how you help clients break through to have the impact in the world that they do.
Wow. Okay. So for 47 years, I've been defining and languaging brands and launching them. Most of that time was with a large agency. I had partners in 21 countries, certified global branding consultant. Biggest company was $14 billion. For the last 10 years, I've chosen to work only with individuals who are impact driven. And these are people who can clearly see the impact they want to make on the world, and they know they can, but they struggle with branding. They're intimidated. They don't know the process. They don't know whom to trust. Often they have some years on them. They're deeply experienced. They might be in their 50s or 60s or 70s. They don't want to get it wrong, but they want to make higher level impacts. And I've been teaching the process, and the world doesn't do that with branding. So literally we mentor people through 7 steps to make sure that they step right into their authenticity. You said, something about they get to become the brand. They already are the brand. They're in their heart. Okay. We get to reach into their heart and get down the impacts they clearly see making, and then define and language the brand they must become to make those impacts. It's not what people think about branding, because they're not trained, they're not taught. And the world says you need a guru and you have to have, use fancy language. It's just steps. And so
Rich, before we get into those tools that you're going to share with the audience, I know you have a lot of gifts and a lot of secrets that you'd like to share and wisdom. And I know you have a very powerful summit called the Clarity Summit as well.
Oh, thank you. It is powerful. Literally, interview world-class experts that guide your success. It is powerful. As a matter of fact, I'm inviting you right now. I want you there.
Yes. And, I attended it, and I've seen the lives that you've changed. So if you don't mind, Rich, just share with us about yourself. A lot of people right now are challenged. The economy, the marketplace, people are stressed, overwhelmed. If you don't mind sharing, this is the Quantum Leap 2024 Summit. What was your quantum leap moment? What was your turning point? What was your breakthrough when you faced adversities? Maybe what are the adversities you faced, and how did you overcome them that built you who you are today and doing what you do today?
We continue having breakthroughs.
Yes.
And I think you're an excellent example of that. You're a transformational, life coach, and you help people get in their best shape of their lives in lots of ways. So you understand breakthroughs are continuous, and that's a God blessing. For me, one of the first quantum leap moments, probably one of the most defining, I was addicted to my agency job, 17 and a half years. I was doing all-nighters at 50 years old. And I was making good money. I'm putting it away, but I felt like it really wasn't significant. I can remember 3:15 in the morning leaving my office down at Wilshire Boulevard to get home in time to shower and shave and get down to present to a client in their boardroom. I mean, and I got finished that night. I'm shaving. I realized I'm not feeling significant. And I made a decision to change my prayer. And my prayer was then, Lord, I'm resigning this addictive career to reshape my life. Show me what you want me to do. I'm ready. It took about 4 months until I resigned and didn't work for the agency anymore. And within a few years, several people started asking me to help them with their individual brands. The breakthrough happened after I said yes 3 times to individuals, and I'm working on helping them pull from their heart the impacts that they clearly see making, that they know they can make. They can see it. They're not really making them yet, but they can see it. They know they can when they thrive at what they want to do. One wanted to build a multimodal medical facility on a hill owned by women. One wanted to have her own HR agency. One was a yogi trained by Deepak Chopra, is going to open this marvelous transformational yoga place. And what came to me was doing this with individuals where they reach into their heart. We help them do that, but it's their heart, and get down the impacts they clearly see making and use them to make the brand come alive with unique language that lasts for years, that is perfect to them. It dawned on, I was sitting in a choir loft. It dawned on me, God put those impacts in their hearts. And you see, I thought this was my work, but it's not, Kaya. And I don't think any of our work is our work. We're all put here with gifts, and we get to use them to make the most significant impacts we have. So now my prayer is one of thankfulness. Thanks for the gift. I get it. Show me, bring to me those people whose lives or businesses you want me to touch. That was a major breakthrough, because I realized then why it felt like love. It didn't feel like work. The agency felt like work. Let me tell you something. Okay, so those all-nighters, yeah, there was this little stress like right back here, but now, and I spend a lot of time at this. Kaya, bless his heart, has helped me shift my schedule so that I focus on my own health first. Bless your heart, brother. He's a beast mode coach. I'm telling you, watch out. Yeah, but it's God's work. I just get to do it, and frankly, we're kind of all like that. We get to make the biggest contributions. So, having a book called Impact Driven Branding, 7 Steps to Ensure Your Brand Impacts People's Lives in the World. And then a book called Stories of Impact Driven Brands, impacting humanity. And a book called Brands in God's Hands. It's like, that's where brands get to go. We get to step into our purpose while we're doing what we happen to be gifted at.
Beautiful.
And the people I work with, it doesn't matter. I assume it's just steps. It's like marketing. It's just a process. So you could be, I have clients who integrate software to help distributors become intelligent enterprises. I have coaches, people that help people get over, coaches who help people get over being incest as a child. And one of our authors on Impact Driven Publishing wrote a book called The Ugliest Word, because she had created a worldwide call-in telephone bank for people who had been sexually abused as children, to not tell their names, but to share what had happened to them so they could start to heal. I mean, it doesn't matter what your strength is, what your gift is. You could be a mathematician. I have clients who are like bookkeepers and breath analysts, breath specialists. And it doesn't matter. It's a process. And
so so how do you help people? What are the first things you help a client, an individual with, and as far as reaching the impact they want to reach with their brand? What are
in the interest of time, I'm going to mention 3 things, and I'll do it as briefly as I can. One is, people struggle with these 3 things: getting clarity of who they get to become. Clarity is the missing piece. And you've seen my video at the Clarity Summit and the Clarity event. The video says clarity is a missing piece. And you can build a foundation of clarity. And I'll explain how. There's two kinds that are missing. The second thing is they struggle with branding themselves or their work. They don't know what that means. They don't trust it. It's tricky. The world tells them they need a guru and they need to have a micro niche or whatever the hell the world tells them. And the third thing is they focusing on a purpose for their life and building longevity into that purpose. Now, you've never heard me say longevity. I'm adding that. It is a new dimension to the work we do. And here's why. Imagine millions of entrepreneurs, professionals, many of whom are experienced, and they want to take their impacts to a higher level, but they really don't know how. They're feeling maybe stuck at the starting gate to the next level of their brand, but the gate's locked. And they realize there's a process. And now the gate opens. Okay. Using this impact-driven branding to be more successful in business, to race to the impacts faster, get to the abundance faster, and step into purpose is one thing. Imagine if millions of entrepreneurs had access to this, understood it, and chose to do it for 2 more decades. Think about the impact on the world when you build not only purpose into the brand you will become, but longevity and science and food and those things that we know. And you're an expert at it, brother. You've taught me several things that I didn't know. You've got a world of people that are around you. It's not going to be long until we can literally slow down the aging process and shorten it and literally build longevity into ourselves and into the work we do and the impacts. If we decide that what life is we get to stop, oops. You now no longer in my target market. Okay. But in 10 minutes, if you want to make higher level impacts and you want to do it and build longevity into what you do and keep being in joy, in giving, in love, making those impacts, we all get to. But people struggle with how to do that. So clarity, getting clarity, the foundation comes from 2 things. Internal, whom do I really want to impact? And what are those impacts I clearly see? And external, the way you say to someone that you know you really want to impact, here's what I see for you. The clarity of the picture you paint when you say that makes you a magnet, makes your brand a magnet, your work a magnet. Those are the 2 missing pieces. And it takes a process to get to that language, but it's absolutely there and it's unique to you. Secondly, focusing on a purpose for their life and building longevity. The message is what you do. I have a message in nugget. What you do that is worthy, what you do that brings you joy, what you do that you possibly lose track of time when you're doing. Those are indications of maybe what God's telling you maybe you should be doing. So it's like, watch out for those, even if you're really young, particularly if you're really young. When I created the Empowered Youth Day, after I worked with Lisa Nichols for several years, I created an Empowered Youth Day to give young people life lessons. And we started it by showing them all kinds of pictures of all kinds of pieces of life. Sometimes you see a picture like somebody water skiing or somebody playing chess or maybe riding a horse or doing a math problem. And you get a yearning like, ooh, I kind of like that. Steven Spielberg writes a letter to Eagle Scouts that says, I chose the movie making merit badge because I thought it'd be cool, and you're like, wow. Okay. So it's like, you can see that and get a yearning, even if you're really young. It can still happen at whatever age you are. And so what brings you joy, focus on that. Focus on what's worthy. It's kind of like Timothy in the Bible. Focus on what's worthy, but focus on what brings you joy and what you feel timeless doing.
Mo is chiming in, by the way. Rich Kozak, he's sharing, is a great man, and thank you for being one of the speakers on this platform and educating and inspiring people. And he's a true master, always a joy to listen. Did you want to share more? And I have a follow-up question for you, and I'm sure Alicia and also Rex might have some questions. Did you want to share a little bit more on that, Rex? I mean,
Rich.
Oh, say hi, Mo. There you go.
What's up, Mo? Yes,
I
Mo
saw
Rock.
Mo
Shout
pop on
out.
there for a second there. Yeah.
CEO Mo Rock of the LA Tribune, and Ava, our editor-in-chief, and here with us also Alicia and Rex.
Yeah. Well, okay. Here, I'll do it simple in 20 seconds.
Sure.
People get confused about what a brand is.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is. A brand is a perception.
Interesting.
But it's not your perception. Okay. So you can talk to me all day long about what your brand is. That's not what it is. Your brand is what everybody else thinks it is. And
Right.
so branding is all those things you get to do to shape a consistent perception that leads you to the strategic destination that you see to make your impacts. People don't think about branding like that. They think it's like tricks and games and campaigns, and it's shaping a consistent perception. It requires consistent language that transfers energy, consistency across the board so people trust you. And when you bake that into your brand, all those things that people whine about, oh, we need better ways to say what we do. Oh, we don't know how to position ourselves to get paid what we're worth. Oh, we don't get the right people on our website. They all go away because you've defined and languaged the brand you will become. Think about that. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, and I'm saying that with gravitas. It's not like this. I believe it. I see it every day. People don't realize that's how solid really branding done the right way is. So it's not about branding. It's about making your impacts. But you might as well use it because branding is your friend if it's done the right way.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to ask this and also create space for Rex and Alicia to also, because they're experts in, at least Alicia's been working with big brands and doing big things. And I know she's very big on this subject as well. The thing that comes up is the word destination and the word transformation. So when you work with the clients, what is the transformation, Rich, that your clients go through? And then what's the destination that you get them to?
The transformation is that they realize they become the champions of their own brand because they understand the process and now they own it. And they're like, oh, they think they can't do it. But when they go through it, they're helping other people. They're like, oh, I can do this. They become the champion of their own brand. The destination is the vision. It's the number 7 impacts. It's the number 7 hierarchy statement. Where do you see this going? So if I was talking to Alicia about a brand that she had, I'd say, so Alicia, play it out. Where do you see this going? And she said, I see people of this kind changing their lives in this way. Oh, it's like, it's the vision statement of the brand, but it's written way before you create it.
Wow.
The brands have a roadmap, and it's not like, well, we'll see how this turns out. That's not.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also in the film business, and one of the things that comes to my mind as you're speaking, there's been a lot of changes through the years. People used to talk about iconic roles or actors. Now they talk about your perfect avatar, or now your brand. And some people get really confused over, how do these terms apply to me? Is it possible, for purposes of demonstration, that, for example, Danny Trejo's brand is killer, horrible, mean monster, character, but he's really a nice guy in everyday life. On the alternative is there are plenty of people who play really nice moms and dads on TV who are really not that nice in real life, but their perception is then created by the role that they play.
Mm-hmm.
That when you're describing somebody, when you say your brand isn't what you think it is, it's what other people think it is. Does that analogy tend to fit, that people look at these people like Danny Trejo and go, oh, he's perfect, he's a killer?
Yeah, I think your examples are a reality. You can have the most suave and debonair leading man, and the lights go off and he's a jerk.
Right.
No woman would ever date him, but on screen, baby, smooth.
So how does a person reconcile that in terms of their own brand? So people think they're really nice, but they're not. Or how does the individual or the company set their brand in a way that works for them, so that they're not at conflict with themselves or at conflict with the perception that's built around them?
Rex, thank you for that awesome question. Okay, so there are 4 things that make a brand come alive and attract. And number one is congruence with the heart of the brand champion. What that means is if an individual is behaving in a way or is doing business in a way that's not congruent with their heart, their values, the way they were raised, who they really are, there will always be conflict. And people will feel it, or they'll find it out, they'll know it, and they'll always have conflict. It comes down to a choice from that individual. You want to be congruent, you want to be honest with yourself, you want to be true to your values and the way you were raised, or you want to, go and make some fast money in the porn business, but, because it's a good business. It's up to you. It's that person gets to choose. The point is you can choose authenticity and the way, the path that I'm seeing with all of these people who find me and talk to us is they are focused on impact. They just don't know how to they don't know how to build the stairs to get to the next level of their brand, but they're already focused on impact. They're already impact driven. They're already ready. They just aren't tooled up, and they get to be tooled up. And then they have language, images, and all of the things, the way the brand shows up that are all congruent with them. I'm going to use my hands for a second. When you define and language your brand from the heart, you give yourself a foundation of clarity, and everything your brand says and does aligns with those impacts that you wrote down you want to make. Think about that. Everything the brand says and does aligns. It sounds like magic. It's not. It's a process.
You said that there were 4 things, and we're talking, but and then I want to pass it, but this is so wonderful and so brilliant, because what you're saying is that after that, your words, your actions, the things that you write, the things you put out in media, the picture images have to be consistent and or congruent as to who the brand is and what the brand is and to what it is you're trying to accomplish in your purpose.
Well, you said must, but it just happened when you define and language it based on impacts. The way the process developed, the questions you ask: what characteristics must you get credit for to make your impacts? We choose characteristics to make impact. What categories of expertise must you get credit for to make your? It's like it's all impact driven, so it always aligns. It always aligns.
Beautiful.
Isn't that
so
fun?
Absolutely. So you shared, was it 2 things? There's 4 things total?
There were 3.
Okay, 3.
And we nailed them all. We nailed people struggle with what a brand is. They struggle with focusing on a purpose for their life. And what I'm suggesting is, you do what you find brings you joy, but build longevity into it. Don't just, I did my purpose and I'm done. You're not done. You can find more purpose, build longevity, focus on doing it and doing it. Why shouldn't we all live in joy? Why shouldn't all of the work we do feel like love? If we're doing what we're made for, if we're doing what we really enjoy. Steven Spielberg, he likes to make movies. I love to help people language their brands, but it's a gift. Okay, I'm thankful. Rex is a movie business. Alicia is she's preparing herself to be a media mogul. By the way, Alicia, it was really cool at the top of that hotel thing where we were at that gig in Vegas. You missed that, Kaya. You got there too late. You had the today after.
Which event was this one?
This was in the what's the name of that?
Stratosphere?
In December. Power Team International in December.
Yeah, Power Team. Yeah, it was at the top of the
Mandalay
Bay.
Yeah,
Gorgeous little private little room at the top, and we were all running around meeting everybody. It was great.
Amazing.
Yeah. Alicia has secret gifts. She's a musician. Don't even get me started. I'm a violinist and she's a musician, and she loves to support young musicians. It's like we both have that thing in common, but it has nothing to do with why we're here. Or wait a minute, does it? It's part of my umbrella brand. I'm playing my violin at church at Easter. I was asked to play I'm like, great, I'd be glad to. So Alicia, that answers the question. Yes, I still do play, just so you know. It's because you asked me. Right now I have a gift.
You do have a gift. And it's but it's interesting too, because you talked about playing the violin. I played the cello. I was trained as a classical cellist, and played the cello my whole life growing up. And when you're creating and when you're making music, you're creating for the audience to hear. You're creating an experience. And what's really unique and interesting about music is it doesn't use words, it doesn't have a voice, but you can hear it and you can feel it. And so, Rich, when I hear you talking about branding and perception, it's, no one is going to know what the notes were, on the music sheet notes that you're playing, but they're going to feel that experience because that's the part that they receive. And so when you think about branding, it's, what is the person that you're interacting with receiving from you, from whatever it is that you're putting out there? And you might have all the intentions in the world, but do they receive that? Do they receive the intentions? And if there isn't, how do you find that alignment in between? So it's really interesting. Go ahead.
I will give you an excellent example of that in 10 seconds. Message number 3 in the message hierarchy deals with the number one characteristic on first impression. So let's say the number one characteristic your brand must get credit for is empathetically listening. You build a message in number 3 and you use this message so the brand says something with gravitas that gets credit for being an empathetic listener. People feel those heart characteristics before they feel anything else. And those feelings make the difference. Language is powerful. And the way it's delivered is powerful. The clarity with which your brand speaks, and that's, shows up, language and everything, shapes its impacts. So yeah, it's it's much feeling and seeing and hear. It's all those things. What you see, what you hear, what you feel, what you think about, all those things that the work that we do helps people experience, shape that perception.
Wow. We're going to have to wrap this up, but you have said so many incredible things and in such a brief time and delivered on the value. I would say that most people don't create music to think about it. They create it to feel it and have the experience. They don't make a movie for you to just sit there and go, okay, whatever. They want you to go high and low and feel the emotion and the ride and the fun and the desperate danger and everything. The idea that, you with your brand, you can create this feeling, this connection, this emotion, the enthusiasm, the excitement, to move things forward is really a powerful point. And I certainly appreciate you making that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Rex. Thank you for your perception, man. That's good.
Absolutely. And Rich, so how do people work with you? How, do you have something that you can resource where people can find you, work with you? And what would that look like?
The remarkable thing is at my tender age, having been doing this for 47 years, and I'm not stopping, as you can tell. My wife and I just went on a renewal and longevity retreat. So we're like rejuvenated. We're not stopping. I should be on a beach or on a yacht. You know where I am? I'm on Zoom. So
StreamYard.
So, hey, well, I'm on StreamYard right now, but I live on, sorry, StreamYard. I live on. And so if you want to talk to somebody about you and the impacts you see making or the possibilities in your brand, just go to calendly.com/richbrands and get on my calendar. I'll talk to you. I will do a Zoom call with you. So that's number one. If you want free branding, straight talk, FAQ videos, six or seven videos, 18 minutes and all, just go to richbrands.org/thebrandyoubillbecome, and we'll send you a link and you'll have those videos that answer commonly asked questions. You should get those answers. We do that for free. So
is that correct, Rich? Calendly.com/richbrands?
Correct.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you. And you've been there. We do a half day every month because there's millions of people that don't know these things.
And when is your next half day, Rich?
It's February 10th, Saturday morning, 8 a.m. to noon. And we do one a month. And so it's there's a link that I put in what I sent you that is a half day. And I don't know if I have it in front of me, but
can you send that to us and we'll post it?
Absolutely. And it's on the website at richbrands.org. It's right on the .org. Just scroll down the homepage to special half day event, and it's called Branding You with Impact, and it helps people reframe how they see branding from
richbrands.org.
Yep.
Scroll down and then they click on which link again?
Special half-day event.
Special half-day event.
Yeah, and it's a reset, and it's a great place to start. What happens when you define and language your brand, and what happens when you don't?
I think that this conversation is amazing because I think people, just don't realize what goes into the brand. It's a very deep level discussion and discovery. It's a reflection of who they are, their vision, their purpose, and it's deep work. And, you being a coach, seeing outside the box, seeing what things that they need to, become aware of and helping them, guiding them to that, I think is a huge, huge, huge value. Thank you so much, Rich, for coming on the stage with us here at the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. Shout out to CEO Mo Rock, who is tuning in, commenting live. I'm excited about you being here with us and sharing your vision.
Thank you, Mo.
LA Tribune is very big on all of this transformation, lifting people up, and inspiring, educating, and the brand and the impact, actually, as you mentioned at the very top of this interview, the impact that you're driving is really what it's about.
We all get to do it.
We all get to do it. Thank you so much, Rich.
Thank
So with
you.
that being said, we're going to take a little break, and we have another amazing leader who's just joined the backstage. And Rich, I will chat with you later, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rich. And before we go to break, we just want to encourage people to register, because when you register, you get a gift package that accompanies your registration. So be sure to register at the Los Angeles Tribune for the Quantum Leap 2024. And Alicia, you can give more details about that. I don't have it to
Yes,
tip up.
please visit quantumleap24.com to register so that you can receive the gifts that all of our speakers that have joined us. We've had over 100 speakers globally join us over the last 4 days. Really, really exciting. So make sure you register so that you can get access to the gifts that they've shared with us in our community.
Thank you so much, Rich. I say God bless, because I know you're a God-blessing and God-fearing brother. And we'll take a quick break. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes with a person that has a very deeply profound transformational story. And actually what she's doing is she's teaching people, first she had a huge breakthrough. She's teaching people how you can buy companies and buy businesses and buy properties with no money down. Really, how you can collapse time and how you can build your wealth and freedom with no money down, and how you can overcome massive amounts of adversity and even later in life discover the secrets to your success. So that's our next guest coming up. Rich, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you guys in 1 or 2 minutes.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Quantum Leap 2024, Day 4. We just had the pleasure of listening to the person that is behind impact-driven brands, Rich. Rich shared with us that brands are all about perception. It's not about what you say and what you think, but how people feel. Your energy when they're interacting with you, what people get from what you are putting out there from their own perspective and not the one that you're pushing forth. But when you can have that awareness and you can align how people feel about you and that perception with what you strategically do on the forefront to kind of define your brand, then you can really, really make strides and make impact. We're so excited that you're here with us. We are delighted to bring on stage our last speaker of the day. So I will bring Kaya back on stage. I'll bring Rex back on stage. And we have the pleasure of introducing Irene Zhang. Irene, I know that you're here. We're excited to be with you. I will hand it off to Kaya next. And Irene, we will bring you back on stage. It looks like Irene has her cat as well. So thank you so much, Irene, for joining us. And we have a special announcement at the very end of the segment. So stay tuned, listen in. You don't want to miss this next announcement that we have for you all today.
Awesome. Awesome. Irene is in the house. Thank you so much, Alicia. On behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune CEO, Mo Rock, and Ava, our editor-in-chief, we want to welcome the incredible Irene. And Irene has such a story to share. Let me tell you, such a story to share. And I think we do have a couple of more, but we'll talk about a couple more people that might be coming later this evening, but we will definitely be wrapping up this live stream after this interview. And please stay tuned. So that being said, I want us to learn a little bit from this incredible woman, Irene. She is here to share with you her success. So she's a driven entrepreneur. She's a CEO of Wit and Lotus Venture Partners, specializing, and hear this, acquiring businesses. Like, who wants to buy some businesses? And real estate with creative finance. Another way of saying that is with no money out of your own pocket, which is pretty awesome. As the founder of the Asian Creative Investors Network, ACIN, and co-leader of Trailblazers, Women in Real Estate Investing, Irene is absolutely committed to empowering women, minorities, young professionals with meaningful connections, education, and investment opportunities. So that being said, she also has an incredible story of overcoming adversity. How many of us have had curveballs in our life? Well, how many of us had curveball after curveball after curveball after curveball, where at some point you go, universe, what the heck is going on here? And yet you're able to take all those curveballs. So please get your notes and pads out, because she is a master at reframing. She is a master at reframing. And she's also going to share with us a little bit about her secrets to buying real estate and buying businesses with no money down. Irene, good evening. How are you? Unmute yourself and join the conversation.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the wonderful intro.
You much deserve it, and I'm just so excited to have you on here. So I shared a little bit about who you are and what you do, and also shout out again to our LA Tribune for creating this platform such that you can share your story, because I know that's one of your missions in life, Irene, is to help and empower people when you share your truth, and know that no matter how many life curveballs we get, you can turn those lemons into lemonade, and the most delicious lemonade at that. This is super exciting. So if you don't mind, share us a little bit about your background and some of the turning points or quantum leap moments or breakthroughs that you had to go through to be who you are and where you are today.
Absolutely. So my name is Irene Zhang, and I was born and raised in China. came to the States about 10 years ago as an international student and pursue my master's degree of engineering management. After that, I moved to the Silicon Valley and started working there. I would say before age 30, my path was relatively simple, climbing the corporate ladder, and I was pretty successful at that, and become one of the youngest director in the company. And then life curveballs start throwing at me one after another, one after another. So first, in 2019, my mother called me one morning and said my father passed away. And I had no idea that he had lung cancer for 2 years already. And entire family know except me, because my father was trying to protect me. And after that, as I was processing my grieving moments, and then I was also informed I actually also have a 5-year-old half brother, and that complicated emotions. And
So
among-
in other words, you find out when you go back home that you have a brother that no one ever told you about.
Yeah, no.
Wow. Okay.
And I was age 30 at the time, and I have a so that was really hard. And then the last strike, pretty much in the same time that my boyfriend at the time told me he cared about me, but he was never in love with me. 3 strikes in a row, pretty much in the same month. That got me into severe depression. That I couldn't, at that time, I would not be able to have this kind of conversation. My brain was completely shut down. And then after that, I thank God that I got out of it with deep work and seek for professional help and medication. After that, I was thinking I should preserve my fertility because I don't know when I'm going to meet the right person. And then when I went to clinic, and turned out I was diagnosed with premature ovarian reserve. And layman term, the doctor told me I don't have many eggs left. I spent $45,000 to do 3 rounds of egg freezing. Only got 4 eggs. And for those of you that are not familiar, a healthy woman for 1 round of egg freezing should be able to retrieve about 8 to 15 eggs. And me, first round 3 egg, second round 1 egg, third round 0. And that was actually the first moment that I realized the importance of having financial resource. And that was only the first moment that, and everything is only the step 1 for family building. I would never have connected the connection between financial resources and family building. Because think about it, I spent $45,000 for 4 egg retrieved. And then when I get married, then it started the IVF. Who knows how many rounds of IVF I need? And if I run out of my own egg, then I need egg donor and then IVF. And maybe my uterus is not healthy enough to carry the baby, then we might need surrogate. Whichever it is hundreds of thousands of dollars just to have a baby.
Wow.
So that got me to be super interested in making money, except that I took the wrong route. I was thinking that I would be dating someone, and turns out I got scammed. And I was catfished.
Wait a minute. So you've just mentioned like any one of these 2 or 3 things are dead. You're losing your father, the family, big secret, devastating. You have one thing after another. You're taking us on. You go through all this, and then now that you're hoping some saving grace, now you get scammed.
Yeah.
This all happened in how much of a time frame that then led you to a depression, or?
It's within. So I was already had depression, and then after that I got scammed.
Right.
So it was within 2 years ish. Yeah.
Ouch.
And the scam that was so I was longing for love, and B, I was also eager to make more money. So that's where I fall into the trap. The person who thought I was falling in love, except that they actually manipulate me to invest in a scam crypto trading platform that you can put money in, you can never take it out. So I lost $125,000, And that was all my liquid saving at the time. And actually, I was even in debt. I was never in debt, and that was very devastating. And I couldn't tell anybody because I was so ashamed that I'm supposed to be a smart person. How can I make that mistake?
So I know you found a superpower from this, like all this crap that went on. Tell us about the superpower that you discovered.
So then it got me to really interested in financial freedom, right? And that's where that I start learning about real estate and creative finance, and discover the power of leverage and creative finance. So after all this, that I start first I actually do house hacking. That I realized that you can put 5% down and use your 401k as a loan to fund that, and use house hacking. So I ran by the room, so that those actually cover that. So that the first deal I would say is more low money down instead of no, but that got me the first taste of real estate. And then 6 months later, that was the real no money down. That is where that I network with wholesalers in those Facebook groups, and then they send me the deal flow. And then I found a deal that the purchase price is about 600K in Florida. And the entry cost will be 60K, right? And then how it is I'm going to take over the seller's mortgage because he was...
Can I interrupt you, Irene?
Yeah.
Irene,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know this is fascinating, and I want to give you the time, but we're going to have to take a hard break and stop. And
okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to go, and we want everybody who's watching, everyone who's listening, to come back to the same live stream page. You're going to find that page again, but we have to take a hard break. It's a tech thing.
So it's a cliffhanger for Irene. But before we do that, I want you all to know that we've grown at day 5. So we will be right back here on the Quantum Leap stage tomorrow for day 5. And we are not even done with day 4. We will be right back with Irene momentarily.
Quick question right before we break. So for those of you, you're going to go right back to the live stream on the Los Angeles Tribune Facebook page. You're going to see it. For those of you, for Irene, she's getting a different link to come in the meeting, right? Yeah. So please send me a new link so I can forward it to Irene. And we also have another incredible guest who is a sales coach and leadership master for Fortune 100 and 500 companies that's going to be joining us, Melanie. So yeah, I'll send you the link in a moment, Irene, and we'll see you back.
We got to get out of here, and we'll be right back.
We'll be right back. And don't forget to tune in for day 5 tomorrow. And you will hear how Irene was able to create so much creation and wealth when we come back. So stay tuned. Thank you.
We'll see Irene. I'll see you back in 2 minutes.
Right. We're coming.
Okay.
2